Imagine this: every second of your life, every step you take, every object you drop, every star you see glimmering in the night sky, is shaped by a phenomenon so familiar you rarely stop to question it. It's the quiet architect of the universe, holding planets in orbit, orchestrating the motion of galaxies, grounding your body to the earth. And yet, almost everything you think you know about it is wrong. Tonight, we're embarking on a journey into one of the most misunderstood pillars of reality: gravity. Not the simplified idea from childhood textbooks. Not the invisible force pulling everything downward. What we're exploring is deeper, stranger, and far more beautiful, a truth that changes the way you see the universe. So settle in. Because once you understand what gravity really is, the world around you will never look the same again. Let's begin with what you think you already know. If you release an object from your hand, it falls straight down. Simple. We grow up hearing that Earth pulls things toward its center. That the sun pulls Earth, and Earth pulls the moon. We picture gravity as a cosmic magnet tugging on everything with mass. This isn't wrong, but it's painfully incomplete. It's like describing the ocean as just a lot of water. Technically true, but nowhere close to the whole truth. To understand how we discovered this deeper reality, we need to rewind a few centuries. The old picture of gravity. Back in 1687, Isaac Newton published one of the most influential scientific works in human history. Mathematical Principles of Natural Philosophy, or simply, Principia. Before Newton, ideas about falling objects and orbiting planets were more philosophical belief than scientific understanding. People assumed the heavens and the earth followed different sets of rules. Newton shattered that divide. He realized that the same phenomenon pulling an apple to the ground also kept the moon in orbit. His law of universal gravitation stated that every object attracts every other object. The bigger the mass, the stronger the pull. The farther apart things are, the weaker the attraction. And with this idea, the cosmos became predictable. Newton could calculate the motion of planets with astonishing accuracy. He could explain ocean tides, planetary speeds, even discover new planets based on tiny irregularities in their orbits. For more than 200 years, Newton's equations were the final word on gravity. They worked beautifully, so beautifully that people believed they were perfect. But nature always leaves clues when we're missing something. And the biggest clue was Mercury. The Mercury problem. Mercury moves in an ellipse around the Sun, and this ellipse slowly rotates over time, a motion called precession. Newton's equations predicted this, but they weren't perfect. Mercury's orbit rotated 43 arcseconds more per century than Newton's laws could explain. It was a tiny discrepancy, equivalent to about 1/180th of a degree, but it was real. Astronomers searched for explanations. Maybe an unseen planet, called Vulcan, was affecting Mercury. But no such planet existed. The truth behind Mercury's odd motion wouldn't emerge until 1915, when a quiet patent clerk, Albert Einstein, published a theory so revolutionary it rewrote the fabric of reality. Einstein's radical idea. Einstein proposed something astonishing: gravity isn't a force at all. Instead, it's the curvature of spacetime. Those words sound abstract, almost poetic, but their meaning is profoundly physical. To understand them, we first need to redefine space and time. We usually treat space as the three-dimensional stage where everything happens. Left-right. Forward-backward, up-down. Time seems separate, an invisible river carrying events from past to future. But Einstein showed that space and time aren't independent. They are interwoven into a single, four-dimensional fabric, space-time. You cannot have space without time, or time without space. Every movement you make, every heartbeat, every glance, every step, is a journey not just through space, but through space-time. And spacetime isn't rigid. The universe is not a stage, it's alive. Mass and energy curve spacetime. Heavy objects warp it. The more massive something is, the deeper its curvature. Earth curves spacetime. The sun curves it dramatically. Even your body creates a tiny dent in this cosmic fabric. Imagine spacetime as a flexible sheet stretched tight. Place a bowling ball on it, and the sheet dips. Roll a marble near the dip, and its path curves, not because the bowling ball pulls on it, but because the sheet itself is shaped. This is the universe. Objects move along the natural curves of spacetime, paths called geodesics. What you perceive as falling is actually an object following the straightest possible path through a curved geometry. Drop a ball, and it isn't being pulled downward. It's simply traveling along a geodesic that leads toward the center of Earth's curvature. This single idea unifies everything, from falling apples to orbiting planets, from galaxies swirling in space to light itself bending around massive objects. Newton showed us how gravity works. Einstein showed us what gravity is. And the deeper consequences of this idea are mind-bending. Orbits are just falling. A planet orbiting the sun isn't being pulled in a circle by a force. It's in free fall, constantly falling toward the sun, but moving sideways so quickly that it keeps missing. Orbiting is nothing more than perpetual falling. Astronauts aboard the International Space Station feel weightless not because they've escaped gravity there is about 90% as strong as on Earth, but because they're in continuous free fall. The station falls. They fall. They fall together. Weightlessness is not the absence of gravity. It's the absence of anything stopping you from following your natural geodesic. You experience the same thing, briefly, every time you jump. For the instant you're in the air, you're weightless. If you extended that moment, if the ground vanished beneath you, you'd feel exactly what astronauts feel. This simple equivalence, free fall is indistinguishable from floating, became the cornerstone of Einstein's theory. And it unlocks one of the strangest truths in physics. Gravity slows time. Time doesn't tick at the same rate everywhere. Where gravity is strong, where spacetime curves sharply, time slows down. Not metaphorically. Literally. Two clocks set to the same time will drift apart if one is placed high above Earth and the other remains on its surface. The lower clock experiences stronger curvature and ticks more slowly. This effect has been measured with atomic clocks on airplanes, on satellites, and even with devices separated by just 33 centimeters of height. Your phone's GPS relies on corrections for this time dilation. Without Einstein's equations, your navigation would drift off by miles every single day. Gravity doesn't just shape space. It sculpts time. And once you understand that spacetime itself can bend, twist, ripple, and stretch, you begin to see the cosmos in a completely new way. The deeper you go into Einstein's vision of the universe, the more familiar ideas begin to dissolve. What once seemed like everyday intuition, up, down, weight, motion, slowly transforms into something more fluid, more elegant, more astonishing. To see how strange gravity can truly become, imagine light itself, something you think of as fast, straight, unstoppable. According to Einstein, even light cannot escape the curvature of spacetime. It doesn't get pulled like a rock or a planet, instead, the very geometry it travels through bends beneath it. This bending of light becomes one of the most beautiful predictions of general relativity, gravitational lensing. Picture a distant galaxy billions of light-years away. Its light has been traveling across the universe for ages, long before Earth even formed. But on its way toward us, that light passes near a massive object, a galaxy cluster, perhaps, containing trillions of stars. The cluster curves spacetime. And so, the light bends. Sometimes it bends gently, just enough to make the distant galaxy appear slightly stretched or shifted in the sky. Other times, the bending is dramatic, producing arcs, rings, or even multiple copies of the same galaxy. These cosmic distortions have become a tool, one that lets astronomers map invisible mass. And here's where the story gets even stranger. Seeing the invisible. Most of the universe doesn't shine. It doesn't glow. It doesn't emit or reflect any light at all. More than 80% of all matter is completely invisible, dark matter. We can't see dark matter. We can't touch it. It doesn't interact with light. It passes straight through you, through planets, through stars, as if none of it existed. And yet, its gravitational fingerprint is unmistakable. When astronomers observed galaxies, they realized something impossible. Stars at the edges of galaxies were moving too fast. So fast, in fact, that the galaxies should have torn themselves apart. The visible matter wasn't enough to hold them together. The missing glue had to be something else, something massive, something invisible, something everywhere. Gravity revealed dark matter long before we had a name for it. And gravitational lensing allowed us to see its shape, its spread, its presence, despite it being utterly unseen. This is the power of Einstein's idea: even the invisible becomes visible when you look at the universe through the geometry of spacetime. But if dark matter was shocking, the next revelation would be even more unsettling. The universe is speeding up. For most of the 20th century, scientists assumed the universe was slowing down. After all, the Big Bang sent everything flying outward, but gravity, the mutual attraction of galaxies, stars, and matter, should gradually slow the expansion. Then came 1998. Two independent teams observed distant supernovae exploding billions of light-years away. These cosmic explosions are reliable markers for measuring distance. But the light from these supernovae didn't arrive as expected. They weren't just far away, they were farther than they should be. The universe wasn't slowing down. It was accelerating. Something unknown, something pushing outward, was overpowering gravity on the largest scales. That mysterious force was named dark energy. Today we know something astonishing. 68% of the universe is dark energy. 27% is dark matter. 5% is everything else: stars, planets, oceans, trees, people. That means almost everything you experience is just the tip of the cosmic iceberg. Einstein never lived to see dark energy discovered. But his theory pointed toward it, silently waiting for us to catch up. This accelerating expansion also paints a haunting picture of the far future. Trillions of years from now, galaxies will drift so far apart that their light will never reach us. The sky will grow emptier, silent, dark. Civilizations born in that distant era will never see the cosmic truth we see today. To them, the universe will appear small, lonely, and quiet. No clues of a vast expanding cosmos. No trace of the Big Bang. No evidence of the rich, crowded universe we know. Now, we, living today, are lucky. We exist at a time when the cosmos is still observable, still telling its story. But the strangest chapters of that story come from the most extreme objects in existence: black holes. The most extreme curvature in the universe. A black hole isn't a thing in the way you think of a planet or a star. It isn't a place where matter sits. It's a region of spacetime where the curvature becomes so intense that every possible path, every geodesic, leads inward. Not because something is pulling you in, but because spacetime forces you inward. A black hole forms when a massive star runs out of fuel. The star collapses inward under its own weight. If the star is massive enough, around 20 times the mass of our Sun, the collapse doesn't stop. No force in the universe can resist that crushing inward momentum. The star shrinks beyond comprehension, collapsing into what Einstein's equations predict as a singularity, a point where density becomes infinite and the curvature of spacetime grows beyond anything our physics can describe. Surrounding this singularity is the event horizon, the boundary past which no path leads outward. For a star-sized black hole, this horizon might be only a few kilometers wide. For a supermassive black hole, like the one at the center of our galaxy, it spans millions of kilometers. Step past the horizon, and space doesn't just guide you toward the center, it forces you there. Your future literally points inward. You can't avoid it any more than you can avoid moving into tomorrow. Falling into the abyss. From the outside, watching someone fall into a black hole is surreal. As they approach the horizon, time dilation grows extreme. The falling person slows, freezes, fades, and redshifts into darkness, never quite crossing from your perspective. But from their perspective, they fall through the horizon in seconds, with nothing unusual at that boundary. No barrier. No wall. Just a smooth journey into spacetime's deepest well. Eventually, tidal forces near the singularity become fatal. The difference in gravitational pull between your head and your feet stretches you brutally. Physicists even have a name for this morbid effect, spaghettification. It sounds humorous, but it's very real, and very final. Yet, as terrifying as black holes are, they are not merely cosmic destroyers. They're engines of energy. Gateways to extreme physics. And surprisingly, they aren't eternal. The black hole that glows. In 1974, Stephen Hawking made a discovery so shocking that even Einstein might have raised an eyebrow: black holes emit radiation. Not because they glow, but because quantum physics seethes right at the event horizon. Empty space isn't empty, it's a bubbling foam of virtual particles flickering in and out of existence. Near the horizon, pairs of these particles can be torn apart, one falling in, one escaping. To the universe outside, it looks like the black hole is radiating energy. And as it radiates, it shrinks. Slowly. Painfully slowly for large black holes. A black hole the mass of the Sun would take 10 years to evaporate, far longer than the age of the universe. But tiny primordial black holes, if they exist, could evaporate in spectacular explosions, releasing more energy in seconds than millions of nuclear bombs. We've never seen such an explosion, but the universe is vast, and time is long. Ripples in spacetime. Einstein predicted another incredible consequence of curved spacetime: gravitational waves. When massive objects accelerate, especially when black holes or neutron stars spiral toward each other, they disturb spacetime. Waves ripple outward, stretching and squeezing distances by unimaginable small amounts. For a century, these waves remained unproven. Too faint. Too subtle. Then came September 14, 2015. The LIGO observatories detected a tiny distortion, so small it changed the length of a 4-kilometer arm by 1/10,000th the width of a proton. That signal came from two black holes merging 1.3 billion light-years away. And in that final moment of collision, those black holes released more energy than all the stars in the observable universe combined. Not in light. In pure spacetime. Gravitational waves opened a new kind of astronomy, one not limited by light, not blocked by dust, not filtered by gas. A way to listen to the universe rather than just see it. And this is only the beginning. Gravitational waves didn't just confirm Einstein's theory, they unlocked an entirely new sense, a way for humanity to hear the universe. For the first time, we weren't just studying light emitted by stars or gas clouds. We were listening to the deep bass notes of spacetime itself vibrating from distant cosmic catastrophes. Each detection became a message. A signature. A voice from events so distant and violent that no telescope could ever hope to witness them. Black hole mergers. Neutron-star collisions. Cosmic dances where the fabric of reality twists and flexes with unimaginable force. And within these waves lies information we could never obtain before, about the nature of matter, the structure of neutron stars, the behavior of extreme gravity, and the history of the universe itself. The universe had been whispering these signals for billions of years. Only now do we finally have the ears to listen. But to truly appreciate how far we've come, you need to understand what neutron stars are, because these objects might be even stranger than black holes. The densest matter in the universe. A neutron star begins its life in violence. When a massive star explodes as a supernova, its core collapses under gravity. Electrons slam into protons, forming a dense mass of neutrons packed so tightly that a single teaspoon would weigh around 1 billion tons. These stars are only about 20 kilometers across, roughly the size of a city, but contain more mass than our Sun. Inside them, physics breaks down. The pressure, temperature, and density exceed anything we can recreate on Earth or model with complete certainty. Nuclear matter becomes something else, something exotic, perhaps quark soup or hyperon matter or forms of matter we haven't even imagined yet. When two neutron stars merge, their final embrace is one of the most extreme and revealing events in the cosmos. The gravitational waves they emit carry the imprint of the matter. Inside them, the stiffness, the structure, the equation of state. By analyzing those waves, scientists can peel back the layers of a neutron star without ever going near one. These mergers also create heavy elements, gold, platinum, uranium. Nearly every piece of gold ever mined on Earth was forged in a collision of neutron stars billions of years ago, long before our Sun formed. When you hold a gold ring, you're holding the ashes of cosmic destruction. But as impressive as neutron stars are, the story of gravity stretches even further, into the very structure of the universe. The expanding universe. In the 1920s, when Edwin Hubble looked through his telescope, he noticed something strange: nearly every distant galaxy was moving away from us. And the farther away it was, the faster it seemed to recede. Space itself was stretching. Not like an explosion spreading debris outward. More like dough rising in an oven, with every point moving away from every other point. Wind the clock backward, and everything converges to an unimaginably hot, dense state, the Big Bang. But the Big Bang wasn't an explosion in space, it was an explosion of space. Time and space came into existence at that moment. Asking what came before the Big Bang is like asking what's north of the North Pole. The question dissolves because the concept itself doesn't apply. Einstein's equations predicted an expanding universe, but even he originally resisted the idea. He added a cosmological constant to force the universe to be static, a mistake he later called his greatest blunder. Ironically, that constant is now believed to be related to dark energy, the very thing causing the universe to accelerate. The deeper we look into the cosmos, the more it becomes clear that gravity doesn't just govern planets and stars. It writes the entire history of the universe. The shape of the universe. Is the universe infinite? We don't know. The observable universe, the region from which light has had time to reach us, is about 93 billion light-years across. But beyond that boundary may lie a universe that stretches far beyond our reach. Maybe infinite. Maybe looping back on itself in a higher dimensional way. Einstein's equations allow both possibilities. Observations suggest that on the largest scales, the universe is flat. That means parallel lines stay parallel, and geometry behaves normally. But flatness doesn't guarantee infinity. A sheet of paper is flat but finite. A video game map can feel infinite but isn't. We may never know the full answer, because the expanding universe constantly pushes more of itself beyond our reach. The twist of spacetime. Gravity isn't just about curvature. It's about how that curvature moves and turns. A rotating planet drags spacetime around with it, a phenomenon called frame dragging. It's incredibly subtle on Earth, but NASA's gravity probe measured it with gyroscopes so precise they were nearly perfect spheres. Around a rotating black hole, frame dragging becomes wild. Spacetime is twisted into a vortex. Nothing can remain still. Not even light. This region outside the event horizon, dragged by the black hole's spin, is called the ergosphere, and it allows something outrageous: energy extraction. Physicist Roger Penrose showed that by sending an object into the ergosphere and splitting it in just the right way, you could steal rotational energy from the black hole. This isn't science fiction. It's a real consequence of general relativity. And it leads to even stranger possibilities. Time travel. Einstein's equations allow for solutions called closed time-like curves, paths through spacetime that loop back on themselves, potentially allowing travel to the past. Some require rotating universes. Others involve wormholes or specific forms of exotic matter. Most physicists believe nature prevents these paradoxical structures through yet unknown mechanisms, perhaps through quantum effects. But the fact that the mathematics allows them is tantalizing. The universe might be stranger than we dare to imagine. General relativity versus quantum mechanics. Despite its success, general relativity is incomplete. Einstein's masterpiece cannot describe the behavior of matter at the smallest scales, the domain of quantum mechanics. Quantum physics says particles exist in superpositions, smeared across possibilities. Gravity, as described by Einstein, is smooth, continuous, geometric. These two descriptions clash violently at singularities, inside black holes and at the birth of the cosmos. To move forward, we need a theory of quantum gravity. String theory suggests particles are vibrations of tiny, one-dimensional strings. Loop quantum gravity imagines spacetime itself as quantized into tiny loops. Other theories propose emergent spacetime, holographic universes, or even that spacetime is not fundamental at all. We don't know which idea, if any, is correct. But what we do know is this: the universe still holds secrets. Profound ones. Your place in this cosmic story. You might be wondering how any of this connects to your life. After all, you don't feel spacetime curving around you. You don't notice time dilation. You don't sense gravitational waves passing through your body. But here's the truth. You are a product of gravity. Stars formed because gravity pulled gas together. Heavy elements exist because gravity ignited nuclear fusion in stars and smashed neutron stars together. Planets formed because gravity sculpted disks of dust. Life exists because Earth's gravity held an atmosphere, oceans, and warmth close to the surface. Every atom in your body once drifted in interstellar clouds. Every bone, every cell, every thought you've ever had depends on the way gravity shaped the universe. You are living inside a cosmic story billions of years in the making, one written in the language of curved spacetime. And the deeper we understand gravity, the deeper we understand ourselves. But our exploration of gravity doesn't stop with stars, galaxies, or even the birth of the universe. Because gravity influences something far closer to home, something ancient, ongoing, and deeply woven into our very existence, the evolution of Earth itself. Think of the planet beneath your feet. The mountains, the oceans, the slow drift of continents across millions of years, gravity shapes all of it. Without gravity, Earth would not be round. Air wouldn't cling to the surface. Oceans wouldn't settle into basins. Rivers wouldn't carve valleys. Volcanoes wouldn't rise. Even Earth's internal heat, responsible for plate tectonics, is partly trapped and regulated by gravity compressing the planet's interior. If you look at a mountain ridge, you're seeing a battle between Earth's upward forces, tectonic uplift, and gravity's relentless pull downward. Mountains grow because the deep layers of Earth push upward, but gravity constantly grinds them down through erosion, landslides, and weathering. Over millions of years, gravity wins every time. Even the tides, those gentle daily rhythms along coastlines around the world, are the Earth's response to the gravitational embrace of the Moon and the Sun. The Moon's gravity pulls on Earth's oceans, stretching them into an elongated shape, one bulge facing the Moon, and another on the opposite side. As Earth rotates, we pass through these bulges, experiencing high tide and low tide. Without the Moon's stabilizing gravitational influence, Earth's tilt would wobble wildly. Seasons would swing chaotically. Ice ages might arrive and vanish. Without warning, life may not have had the stability it needed to flourish. Gravity, steady and silent, created the stage upon which life unfolded. The biological dance with gravity. You feel gravity constantly, but you rarely stop to consider how deeply it controls biology. Every organism on Earth evolved under its influence. Trees grow with strong trunks because gravity forces them to support their own weight. Birds have hollow bones not just for flight, but because evolution optimized their structure for Earth's gravitational pull. Your own bones are a record of this force. They strengthen when you use them, weaken when you don't. Astronauts who spend months in orbit, free from gravity's grip, lose bone mass at alarming rates, up to 1% per month. Their muscles shrink. Their cardiovascular system weakens. The human body is sculpted for a world where gravity is constant. Even the way you walk, balancing on 2 feet, is a masterpiece of evolutionary engineering. With each step, your body must counteract the downward pull of gravity while maintaining forward momentum. Your inner ear is full of tiny crystals that sense motion and orientation, helping you stay upright. Without gravity, your sense of balance collapses. Gravity isn't just a physical phenomenon, it's an environmental condition, a biological partner, a constant companion. And when gravity changes, everything changes. Gravity in other worlds. Imagine living on Mars. Mars has only 38% of Earth's gravity. On the surface, you would feel light, almost buoyant. A simple hop would send you soaring. You could lift heavy objects with ease. Your footsteps would seem slow and exaggerated. But the long-term consequences would be serious. Your muscles would weaken. Your bones would shrink. Your heart would work less efficiently. Your entire body would slowly adapt to a lower gravity environment. If you stayed long enough, returning to Earth might feel unbearable. Your body, now accustomed to gentle gravity, would struggle under Earth's stronger pull. On Jupiter, the opposite is true. Its gravity is more than twice that of Earth. Standing there would crush you instantly. Your bones would break under your own weight. Even the strongest structures we build today would crumble. The worlds of our solar system each offer a glimpse into alternate realities, alternate ways gravity could shape life, matter, and possibility. But as we step beyond the solar system and into the broader universe, we find that gravity becomes even more imaginative. Strange worlds and extreme gravities. Astronomers have discovered over 5,000 exoplanets, worlds orbiting other stars. Many defy everything we once thought possible. There are super-Earths with gravity twice or thrice our own, worlds where mountains can barely rise because gravity forces them down. Living there would feel like carrying another version of yourself on your back at all times. There are hot Jupiters, gas giants that orbit so close to their stars that they complete a year in days. The tidal forces on these planets stretch and squeeze them like dough, heating their interiors and sculpting their atmospheres into bizarre shapes. Some planets are tidally locked, showing the same face to their star forever. On one side, Gravity and radiation create a scorching hellscape. On the other side, eternal night freezes the surface solid. In between lies the twilight zone, a narrow band where temperatures might be just right for life. Gravity shapes all of these worlds, how they form, how they move, how they live and die. Gravity and the fate of stars. Just as gravity births stars, it also kills them. A star's life is a delicate balance between gravity pulling inward and nuclear fusion pushing outward. As long as the star fuses hydrogen into helium, it shines and resists collapse. But when the fuel runs low, gravity begins to win. A small star, like our Sun, swells into a red giant before shedding its outer layers and collapsing into a white dwarf, an Earth-sized corpse supported by electron pressure. It can no longer fuse elements. It simply cools over billions of years until it becomes a cold, dark remnant. A heavier star dies more violently. When fusion reaches iron, the star can no longer produce energy. Gravity crushes the core in milliseconds, creating a shockwave that blasts the outer layers into space. This is a supernova, an explosion so bright it can outshine an entire galaxy. The extreme gravity at the core forms either a neutron star or, if massive enough, a black hole. The universe recycles these materials. The atoms in your blood, your skin, your brain were once inside stars that lived and died long before Earth existed. Gravity creates, destroys, and recreates. When gravity competes with magnetism. As strange as gravity is, it is not the strongest force in the universe. In fact, it's incredibly weak compared to the others. A magnet on your refrigerator can lift a paperclip against the entire gravitational pull of the Earth. And yet, despite this weakness, gravity dominates the large-scale structure of the cosmos. This is because gravity only attracts, it never repels, and it acts over infinite distances. Every particle with mass contributes, no matter how small. Over billions of years and across trillions of stars, these tiny pulls accumulate, shaping galaxies, clusters, and superclusters. Magnetism shapes atoms. Nuclear forces bind particles inside atomic nuclei. But gravity shapes the universe itself. The mystery we still don't understand. And yet, for all we know, gravity remains the most mysterious of the fundamental forces. It resists our attempts to quantize it. It refuses to fit cleanly into the frameworks that describe everything else. Some scientists believe gravity is not fundamental at all, that it emerges from deeper principles, like temperature emerges from atoms in motion. Others believe spacetime is holographic, with gravity arising from information encoded on distant surfaces. Some propose that our universe is just one bubble in a vast multiverse, and that gravity leaks between dimensions, altering the way matter behaves. We don't know. Einstein gave us the keys. But the door they unlock leads to more questions, bigger, stranger questions that may take centuries, even millennia, to answer. What we do know is that gravity is not just a force. Not just a curvature. Not just a concept in a textbook. Gravity is a story. A story of stars and worlds. A story of galaxies and time. A story of life and death. A story of matter and motion. A story that began long before humans existed, and will continue long after we are gone. And yet, somehow, it is also your story. The story of gravity becomes even more astonishing when we consider how it shapes not just the physical cosmos, but the very flow of time itself. We already know that time slows in stronger gravitational fields, but the consequences of this fact reach into some of the most profound ideas humanity has ever contemplated. Imagine two clocks, one sitting at sea level, the other placed high on a mountain. They're identical in every way, same construction, same accuracy, same function. And yet, after months or years, the clock on the mountain will be ahead by tiny fractions of a second. It ticks faster simply because it experiences slightly less gravity. Clocks on satellites orbiting Earth move faster still. It's not hypothetical, this is measured every single day. The GPS in your phone depends on correcting for the difference between time in orbit and time on the ground. Without these corrections, your location would be off by miles. Every Uber drive, every flight path, every map on your phone depends on Einstein's insights. It's a reminder that the universe is far stranger than it appears. Time is not a rigid, universal metric. It's elastic, dynamic, interwoven with gravity in a dance we barely understand. And this leads us to one of the most mind-bending ideas in all of physics, the relativity of simultaneity. What is now, really? You might think that now is the same everywhere. You imagine that while you're sitting here, billions of miles away, a clock on Mars also has its own now, perfectly in sync with yours. But Einstein shattered this idea. Two events that are simultaneous for you may not be simultaneous for someone moving differently, or someone in a different gravitational field. Even the concept of the present moment is not universal. Time is personal, individual, relative. If you and a friend separate and take different paths, one of you staying near Earth, the other traveling on a high-speed spaceship, your journeys through spacetime are different. And when you meet again, your clocks and ages will not match. This isn't a sci-fi thought experiment. It's been demonstrated with precise atomic clocks. Time travel into the future is real. It happens whenever time slows. For someone in a stronger gravitational field or someone moving close to the speed of light. The cosmos holds the ultimate time machine, and gravity is the engineer behind it. The possibility of wormholes. If gravity bends spacetime, could it fold it, twist it, connect distant regions? The mathematics of general relativity allows for solutions called wormholes, bridges through spacetime that could, in theory, link two distant points instantly. Whether these structures exist in nature is unknown. To remain stable, they would require exotic matter with negative energy density. We have no evidence such matter exists in usable quantities. And yet, the equations permit it. It raises a tantalizing thought: the universe may be far more connected than we realize. Imagine a wormhole where entering one side lets you exit instantly on the other, no matter how far apart the entrances are. It would mean crossing the galaxy not in millennia, but in seconds. Exploring the universe would become as simple as stepping through a doorway. And if wormholes can also connect different times, if they become time machines, the implications would be staggering. Entire civilizations could navigate time itself. We don't know if the universe allows such structures. But the fact that they are mathematically possible is enough to spark wonder. Gravity and the information problem. Black holes challenge our understanding of physics not just because they warp spacetime, but because they break the rules of information. When something falls into a black hole, what happens to the information describing it? The quantum state of a particle is information. The arrangement of atoms is information. The shape, the temperature, the composition, it's all information. Quantum mechanics says information can never be destroyed. But a black hole seems to erase it forever. This contradiction, known as the black hole information paradox, has puzzled physicists for decades. Stephen Hawking's discovery of black hole radiation made the paradox even worse. If a black hole evaporates completely, what happens to the information of everything that fell inside? Does it vanish? Does it get encoded in the radiation? Does it linger on the event horizon? Or does the universe hide it in ways we can't yet imagine? Some propose that information is stored on the horizon itself, encoded in a two-dimensional pattern. This led to the holographic principle, the idea that our three-dimensional universe may be a projection from a deeper, two-dimensional reality. Others believe that spacetime itself is built from information, tiny bits woven together like threads in a cosmic fabric. If that's true, gravity might not be a force or a curvature at all. It might be the emergent behavior of how information arranges itself. A universe made of information. A cosmos where reality is not solid, but coded. It sounds abstract, almost philosophical. But it may be the key to unifying general relativity with quantum mechanics. Gravity and the ultimate fate of the universe. What will happen to the universe in the distant future? Gravity, and its interplay with dark energy, holds the answer. One possibility is the heat death, where the universe expands forever. Galaxies drift apart until no light from distant stars ever reaches us. Stars burn out. White dwarfs cool into black dwarfs. Black holes evaporate. Eventually, all matter decays, leaving a cold, dark, empty universe where nothing ever happens again. Another possibility is the Big Rip, a scenario where dark energy grows stronger over time. Eventually, it becomes powerful enough to tear apart galaxies, then solar systems, then planets. Then atoms themselves. Spacetime stretches so violently that everything dissolves. A third possibility is the Big Crunch, where the universe stops expanding and reverses into a collapse. Galaxies fall together. Temperatures rise. Everything compresses into a final, fiery singularity, the reverse of the Big Bang. And from that collapse, perhaps a new universe emerges. We don't know which outcome awaits us. But whichever fate the cosmos chooses, gravity will be its author. Gravity and human destiny. For centuries, gravity has been a barrier, something we had to overcome to explore the skies. But in the future, gravity will become a gateway. Understanding gravity may allow us to manipulate spacetime, to travel between worlds, to harness energy on unimaginable scales, to build technologies that seem impossible today. Already, we've begun to master orbit, land on other planets, and detect the ripples of spacetime. These are baby steps, tiny motions in a cosmic journey that may last millennia. But gravity offers more than scientific curiosity. It offers perspective. When you look up at the night sky, you're not just seeing stars. You're seeing the story of gravity written across billions of years. Every light that reaches your eyes is a message from the past. A whisper of creation. A reminder of your place in a universe that is vast, ancient, and beautiful beyond measure. And yet, despite its immensity, that universe is not indifferent. Its laws are precise. Its structure is elegant. Its evolution is stable enough to allow life to emerge, evolve, wonder, and question. You are part of this cosmic story. A conscious being, an observer, capable of understanding the very laws that shaped your existence. Gravity connects you to everything. To the stars that forged your atoms. To the planets that cradle life. To the vast cosmic web stretching across billions of light years. To the future of the universe itself. And the more we learn, the more we realize. Gravity is not just a force. Not just geometry. Not just a formula in a textbook. Gravity is the language of the universe. As we continue our journey through the universe shaped by gravity, we begin to see that this invisible architect touches even the smallest corners of our lives. Yet to truly appreciate its cosmic magnitude, we must follow gravity to its farthest edges, to places where our intuition breaks, where the laws of physics strain, and where the universe reveals its most astonishing secrets. Imagine drifting at the edge of a galaxy cluster. Surrounding you are thousands of galaxies, each one containing hundreds of billions of stars, bound together by a gravitational web so massive that even light struggles to escape its pull. These clusters are among the largest structures in the universe, stretching millions of light-years across. Yet, their visible matter, stars, planets. Gas makes up only a small fraction of their mass. Most of the gravitational glue holding them together comes from something unseen, dark matter. Gravity maps the invisible. We cannot see dark matter directly, but we can map it. Light from background galaxies passes through these clusters, bending due to the curvature of spacetime. By analyzing these distortions, astronomers can reconstruct the distribution of dark matter, revealing vast halos surrounding each cluster. These halos form the scaffolding of the universe. Long before stars or planets existed, dark matter clumped together under the relentless pull of gravity. Normal matter, gas and dust, fell into these clumps, gathering, compressing, and eventually igniting into stars. Every galaxy you see today was born inside a dark matter halo. Every cluster of galaxies traces lines of dark matter stretching across the cosmos, forming a structure reminiscent of a spiderweb, dense nodes connected by long filaments. This cosmic web spans billions of light-years, and gravity is the thread that binds it all together. Our Milky Way is one node in that immense structure. When you look up at the night sky, you are not seeing random stars scattered in the void. You are witnessing the illuminated branches of a vast cosmic tree whose roots are carved into the geometry of spacetime itself. Gravity shapes the web of the universe. This cosmic web is not static. It evolves constantly. Galaxies fall along dark matter filaments. Clusters merge in titanic collisions. Entire superclusters shift slowly over billions of years. Gravity orchestrates this grand choreography, guiding the flow of matter on scales so enormous that even our most powerful minds struggle to grasp them. Imagine watching billions of years pass in minutes. You would see galaxies drifting like embers, clusters colliding like waves, filaments stretching like cosmic strings. The universe would look alive, breathing, pulsing, shifting. Gravity is not just shaping the universe, it's sculpting it with artistry and precision. The weight of light. One of the most remarkable aspects of gravity is that it influences not just matter, but energy. Light, despite having no mass, follows the curvature of spacetime. This means that gravity affects light's path, its timing, even its color. A photon climbing out of a gravitational well loses energy, a phenomenon known as gravitational redshift. Time dilation is not limited to clocks. It also affects light itself. The deeper the gravitational well, the greater the shift. This effect is so real, so measurable, that it has been tested on Earth using high-energy light beams and precise instruments. And once again, Einstein was right. Light is not a straight traveler. It is a sailor navigating the currents of spacetime. Gravity controls the largest clocks in the universe. Gravity also sets the rhythm of massive cosmic clocks, binary pulsars. A pulsar is a rapidly spinning neutron star beaming radiation from its magnetic poles. When two pulsars orbit each other, their dance becomes a precise cosmic metronome. Every pulse arrives at Earth with incredible regularity, better than the most advanced atomic clocks. Yet over time, we see those pulses shift. Why? Because the two neutron stars are emitting gravitational waves. Their orbit decays slowly, causing them to spiral together. We can measure this loss of energy with astonishing precision, and the rate of decay matches Einstein's predictions exactly. Binary pulsars were the first indirect evidence of gravitational waves, long before LIGO ever detected them directly. Gravity, even in its faintest whispers, can be measured across light years. Gravity and the human scale. After exploring galaxies, clusters, and cosmic webs, it's easy to feel small. And in a sense, we are. But gravity's impact on the human scale is no less profound. Think about your heartbeat. Blood flows upward from your feet because your body evolved to overcome gravity. Your veins contain valves that prevent blood from flowing backward. Your heart pumps harder to lift blood to your brain. If gravity were slightly stronger or weaker, the mechanics of human biology would be drastically different. Think about birth. Human babies are born relatively early, less developed than many mammals, because our bodies must balance brain size with the constraints of gravity on a mother's body. Gravity influenced the evolution of our skeletal structure, our gait, our posture. Think about sleep. Your body uses pressure sensors that rely on gravity to determine when it's time to rest. Astronauts floating in microgravity often experience disturbed sleep cycles, because their internal cues no longer function normally. Gravity's touch on life is both subtle and profound. The human quest to control gravity. For centuries, gravity was something humanity accepted as fate. We climbed mountains and built structures, but flight seemed impossible, until the Wright brothers proved otherwise. Rockets carried us beyond the atmosphere. We've learned to resist gravity with engines, wings, and thrust. But to control gravity? To manipulate the curvature of spacetime itself? That remains far beyond our reach. And yet, the mathematics tells us it is not strictly impossible. Warp drives, concepts like the Alcubierre drive, use the ideas of curved spacetime to suggest propulsion mechanisms that do not violate the laws of physics, but instead reshape spacetime around a spacecraft, contracting space in front and expanding it behind. This would allow faster-than-light travel without breaking the speed-of-light limit. The catch? It requires exotic matter with negative energy density, something not known to exist in the necessary amounts. Still, the idea shows us that gravity may not be something we simply endure. It may one day be something we shape. Gravity and the multiverse. The final frontier of gravity may lie not in black holes or galaxies, but in the possibility that our universe is just one of many. Some theories suggest that different universes may have different gravitational strengths. In some, gravity might be too weak for stars to form. In others, too strong for planets to remain stable. Our universe seems finely balanced, permitting galaxies, stars, planets, and life. Why? Is it coincidence? Design? Or a consequence of countless universes, each with its own laws? Each shaped by a different gravitational landscape? We don't know. And that uncertainty is part of what makes gravity so fascinating. Gravity hints at realities beyond our own, at worlds we cannot see, at possibilities that stretch the imagination. The meaning of gravity. After traveling from planets to galaxies, from the smallest biological effects to the largest cosmic structures, you may begin to sense a deeper truth. Gravity is connection. It links every particle in the universe to every other. It binds stars into galaxies, galaxies into clusters, and clusters into webs. It shapes spacetime, bends light, slows time, forms worlds, creates stars, and governs the life cycle of the cosmos. Gravity is the silent storyteller of the universe, writing its narrative across billions of years. And through science, through curiosity, we've learned to read that story. You are part of that story. Made of stardust. Held to the earth by the same force that binds galaxies. Living in a universe woven together by the curvature of spacetime. And as you look upward into the night sky, remember this. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are a chapter in its book. A moment in its unfolding. A consciousness capable of understanding the fundamental story that created everything. Gravity is the thread, and you are one of the jewels it has strung along the vast necklace of the universe. As we reach deeper into the vastness of the cosmic tapestry, it becomes clear that gravity is not only a force or a curvature, it's a narrative thread that has been weaving the universe together since the moment of its birth. And the more closely we examine this thread, the more astonishing the details become. Consider, for a moment, the first fraction of a second after the Big Bang, the earliest moment we can even begin to describe with physics. At this time, gravity was not the gentle, predictable phenomenon we experience on Earth. It was wild, chaotic, and inseparable from the other fundamental forces. The universe was unimaginably hot, dense, and compact, smaller than an atom, and the distinctions between gravity, electromagnetism, and the nuclear forces had not yet emerged. This era is known as the Planck epoch, a time so extreme that our current theories break down completely. Space and time themselves fluctuate violently. Quantum foam churns and seethes. The curvature of spacetime oscillates in ways that defy logic. This is a realm where classical physics crumbles and quantum gravity takes the stage, though we still don't fully understand what that means. As the universe expanded and cooled, gravity decoupled from the other forces. It became the first to separate, setting the stage for everything that followed. Its relative weakness compared to the other forces is not a flaw or an accident. In fact, if gravity were just slightly stronger or weaker, the universe as we know it would be impossible. A universe fine-tuned by gravity. If gravity were much stronger, stars would burn too quickly, collapsing into black holes before planets could form. If gravity were weaker, gas clouds would never collapse into stars at all. The universe would remain dark and cold. Some physicists call this the fine-tuning of the universe, the idea that certain parameters, including the strength of gravity, appear perfectly calibrated to allow complexity, chemistry, life, and consciousness to emerge. Whether this fine-tuning is coincidence, a result of deeper physical necessity, or evidence of a multiverse with infinite variations is still unknown. But one thing is certain. Gravity has shaped a universe capable of observing itself. That alone is remarkable. The gravity of empty space. Now, let's step into one of the strangest ideas in all of modern physics, something that seems to contradict intuition entirely. Empty space isn't truly empty. Even in perfect vacuum, virtual particles blink into existence and vanish again. This activity contributes to vacuum energy, a baseline energy inherent to spacetime itself. And that energy has gravitational effects. This energy is what we call dark energy, the mysterious force driving the accelerated expansion of the universe. But unlike gravity, which pulls, dark energy pushes. It stretches spacetime apart. Einstein added the cosmological constant to his equations to keep the universe static, not knowing he was touching on an idea far ahead of his time. Today, this cosmological constant appears to be one of the keys to understanding dark energy. In a sense, gravity and dark energy are partners, one pulling matter together, the other stretching space apart. Their interplay defines the ultimate fate of the cosmos. The search for quantum gravity. Although Einstein's general relativity is a monumental achievement, it leaves a profound question unanswered: how does gravity behave at quantum scales? The other forces of nature, electromagnetism, the weak force, and the strong force, are all successfully described by quantum field theory. Gravity, however, resists quantization. String theory suggests that particles are not point-like but are actually tiny vibrating strings. The vibration patterns define their properties. In this framework, gravity emerges naturally from the vibration of closed strings. Loop quantum gravity, on the other hand, proposes that spacetime is quantized, that space is made of discrete chunks or loops on an unimaginably small scale. Both theories are beautiful. Both are incomplete. And neither has yet been proven. But the search itself pushes our understanding of the universe forward. If we can uncover the quantum nature of gravity, we might understand what happened before the Big Bang. We might understand what lies beyond black hole singularities. we might discover whether spacetime is fundamental or emergent. Whatever the answer is, it will redefine our place in the cosmos. The gravity of choice and chance. For a moment, let's step back from equations, theories, and cosmic structures. Let's think about life, your life, and how gravity influenced the choices that brought you to this moment. Consider the ancient hunters who learned to track animals across the plains. Their success depended partly on the pull of Earth's gravity shaping the terrain, where rivers cut paths, where valleys formed, where animals migrated. Consider the sailors who navigated oceans using the stars burning because gravity held them together, burning long enough for humanity to evolve and wonder. Consider the apple falling from a tree that inspired Newton. That single moment of curiosity led to a revolution in understanding, not because the apple fell, but because someone asked why. Gravity does not dictate your choices, but it creates the conditions under which choice is possible. A universe without gravity would be a universe without structure. Without planets, without life, without you. The atoms in your body are arranged the way they are because gravity allowed stars to forge them. Your feet rest on the ground because gravity holds you there. Your thoughts emerge from a brain that evolved under its steady, constant pull. You are, in every sense, a gravitational being. Gravity and the arrow of time. Now we confront one of the deepest mysteries of all: why does time move forward? Why is there a past we remember and a future we can only imagine? Why can you shatter a glass but never unshatter it? The arrow of time is tied to entropy, the measure of disorder. The universe started in a state of incredibly low entropy, and ever since, entropy has increased. But why was the universe so ordered at the beginning? Gravity may hold the answer. In the early universe, everything was nearly uniform. Flat. Smooth. But as the universe expanded, gravity amplified tiny fluctuations, pulling matter into clumps, stars, galaxies, clusters. Structure forms over time. Complexity grows. Gravity, in a sense, creates the arrow of time by guiding the universe from simplicity to complexity. Without gravity, time might lose its meaning. A universe still full of mystery. Despite everything we've uncovered, dark matter, dark energy, black holes, gravitational waves, we are still beginners in a universe far more intricate than we can comprehend. There are questions we haven't even learned how to ask. What is the true nature of spacetime? Why does mass curve the universe? What lies beyond the observable cosmos? Do wormholes connect distant regions? Is gravity emergent, holographic, or fundamental? Are there other universes with different gravitational laws? Is the universe infinite or imagine? The same force that shapes galaxies holds your feet to the ground. The photons from those stars travel along geodesics carved by gravity. Their light interacts with your eyes, your brain, your consciousness. In a very real sense, you are made of cosmic history. Every second you exist, you are participating in the same physical laws that mold the universe. You are an observer. A thinker, a fragment of the cosmos capable of understanding its own origins. That is perhaps the greatest wonder of all. Gravity created the universe. Gravity shaped the stars. Gravity sculpted the galaxies. Gravity forged the chemistry of life. Gravity allowed you to exist. And now, you are learning to understand gravity itself. You are part of a story billions of years in the making, a story written in the curvature of spacetime, narrated by the music of the cosmos, and felt through every step you take on this small, blue world. As we look deeper into the universe and back through the vast ocean of cosmic time, it becomes clear that gravity has always been the quiet architect behind every major transformation of reality. Stars rise and fall, galaxies collide. Black holes awaken and consume matter, space-time ripples, and through it all, gravity patiently shapes the narrative. Yet even now, we are only beginning to grasp its full meaning. Imagine the early universe again, just minutes after the Big Bang. The blistering heat begins to fade. Protons and neutrons form. Light elements emerge: hydrogen, helium, traces of lithium. Gravity, although still subtle compared to the other forces, begins to pull matter into tiny pockets, seeds of future stars and galaxies. These pockets grow slowly. Over millions of years, they swell into vast clouds. Gas gathers. Dust swirls. Temperatures rise. And when the pressure becomes unbearable, nuclear fusion ignites. The first stars appear, blazing into existence and flooding the cosmos with new light. Gravity is the spark that allowed darkness to give way to illumination. The birth of structure. As the universe expands, gravity gradually wins over initial chaos. It pulls matter into filaments, the beginnings of the cosmic web. Small galaxies merge into larger ones. Supermassive black holes form in their centers, anchoring them like gravitational hearts. These black holes grow voraciously, consuming gas and stars, releasing powerful jets of radiation that can stretch across thousands of light-years. In their hunger, they regulate the formation of new stars. They shape the evolution of galaxies. Gravity gives rise to these titanic engines. And through these cosmic cycles, birth, destruction, rebirth, heavy elements are forged. Carbon for your cells. Oxygen for your breath. Iron for your blood. Calcium for your bones. All the building blocks of life come from the gravitational collapse and explosive death of massive stars. You are, in the most literal sense, a product of gravity's relentless work. Gravity and the nature of reality. Now imagine a world without gravity. Not just a universe where you float freely, but one where the concept itself never existed. There would be no stars. No planets. No galaxies. No orbits. No time dilation. No structures. No chemistry. No evolution. No life. Space would be a thin, cold soup of particles drifting without purpose or pattern. Time would have no direction, no story. Reality, as we know it, would be impossible. This realization forces us to rethink our relationship with gravity. It is not something we merely experience, it is something that enables our existence. When gravity meets curvature. But what exactly is gravity? Even after centuries of discovery, the answer remains deeply mysterious. Einstein told us that gravity is the curvature of spacetime, the invisible geometry that guides the motion of everything in the universe. But why does mass curve spacetime? Why does energy bend the universe? Where does this relationship come from? What lies beneath it? Imagine spacetime as a massive tapestry woven from countless threads. Matter and energy tug on these threads, causing them to deform. These deformations influence how objects move. But what are those threads? Are they fundamental? Or are they an emergent pattern created by deeper quantum processes? One idea suggests that spacetime is a hologram, a projection from a boundary lying at the edge of the universe. Another claims that time itself emerges from entanglement, quantum connections between particles across space. If these ideas are true, then gravity isn't just the curvature of a geometric fabric, it's a shadow cast by something deeper and more mysterious. Gravity and the quantum world. At the smallest scales, gravity becomes elusive. Quantum uncertainty makes spacetime jitter and vibrate like a surface of boiling water. Particles pop in and out of existence. Distances fluctuate. Time flickers. In this strange domain, Einstein's geometry collapses. The smooth fabric of spacetime becomes granular, discrete, foamy. And yet, gravity still exists there. It must. The challenge is reconciling two descriptions of reality. Quantum mechanics, the world of probabilities, superpositions, entanglement. General relativity, the world of smooth spacetime, curvature, and geometry. These two frameworks are both enormously successful, and yet incompatible at their cores. This is the central puzzle of modern physics. The missing piece. The final chapter we haven't written. A theory of quantum gravity would be the ultimate merger of the macroscopic and the microscopic. It would show us what happens at singularities. It would reveal the true nature of time. It might even explain the birth of the universe itself. Gravity and the human wonder. But amid all this complexity, gravity also connects to something profoundly human, wonder. From the earliest civilizations, people looked at the stars and asked questions they could not answer. Why do objects fall? Why do planets move? What holds the universe together? Those questions eventually led to Newton, to Einstein, to the discovery of black holes and gravitational waves. They led to telescopes peering across billions of light years. They led to spacecraft exploring the outer solar system. They led to colliders smashing particles together in search of hidden truths. Every step was driven by curiosity. And gravity, ever mysterious, ever present, was the puzzle at the center of it all. The poetry of curved spacetime. There is a quiet beauty in the idea that space and time are responsive. Alive, almost breathing. They stretch, bend, twist, ripple. They are not absolute, they depend on your motion, your position, your gravity. You experience this every moment of your life. Time passes differently for you than for someone above a skyscraper. Gravity gently anchors you, slows your biological clock, shapes your perception of the world. In a way, gravity brings a poetic softness to cosmic mechanics. Reality is not rigid. It is flexible, dynamic, living. And this dynamic nature allows for possibilities beyond our imagination. The universe as a symphony. If gravity could be heard, it would be the bassline of the cosmos. Deep, subtle, present everywhere. Gravitational waves are this music, ripples of energy traveling across the universe, carrying stories of collisions, mergers, and cataclysms from distant corners of space. When LIGO first detected these waves, it was like hearing the universe whisper for the first time. And now we know. The universe is not silent. It sings. Gravity and the end of time. Eventually, time itself will be shaped by gravity's final act. Depending on the balance between gravity and dark energy, the universe will face one of several fates. Slowly cooling into darkness as stars fade. Ripping apart as dark energy tears spacetime. Collapsing back into a singularity, restarting the cycle. Whatever the future holds, gravity will be the conductor guiding the final movements. Your place in this cosmic story. You might think all of this is distant, abstract, far removed from everyday life. But in truth, it's deeply connected to who you are. You are a product of gravity. You are a witness to its story. You are a participant in its unfolding. And now you are learning to understand it. Every breath you take is possible because gravity binds the atmosphere. Every heartbeat is shaped by the unified forces of biology and physics. Every step you take is a conversation between your body and the earth. And every thought you have, every moment of curiosity leading you deeper into this story, is part of the universe becoming aware of itself. Gravity connects you to everything that ever was and ever will be. And so we continue, diving further into the cosmic ocean that gravity has shaped for nearly 14 billion years. The deeper we descend, the more clearly we begin to see that gravity is not simply a phenomenon of physics, it is the architect of time, the sculptor of space, and the silent narrator of existence itself. Imagine drifting in intergalactic space, far from any star or planet. The void stretches in every direction. Galaxies shine faintly like distant lanterns, each one containing billions of stars. At first glance, it seems empty. But in truth, it is alive with structure. The cosmic web runs through this emptiness, filaments of dark matter and galaxies stretching like tendrils across unimaginable distances. These filaments are shaped not by chance, but by gravity's endless tug-of-war with expansion. Where gravity meets the infinite. In this vast arena, the fundamental tension is between two competing influences. Gravity, pulling matter together. Dark energy, driving the expansion of space apart. This battle determines everything, from how galaxies form to how the universe will end. Gravity works slowly but tirelessly. Over billions of years, it draws matter into clusters and superclusters. These structures are bound so tightly that dark energy cannot tear them apart, at least not yet. Imagine watching the universe speed up. Galaxies move away from each other faster and faster. Eventually, only gravitationally bound groups remain visible. Beyond them, everything else drifts into darkness, unreachable forever. In this far future, an observer inside one of these clusters might believe they are alone in the cosmos. They might never know that trillions of galaxies once filled the skies. Gravity shapes not only what exists, but what can be known. The power hidden in every star. Let's step closer now, toward an individual star, one of the trillions shimmering within the cosmic web. A star is a gravitational masterpiece. It forms when a cloud of gas collapses under its own weight. As the cloud contracts, atoms collide more and more energetically. Eventually, the heat at the center becomes intense enough to ignite nuclear fusion. This moment is gravity's triumph. The inward pressure becomes so immense that it kindles the fire of a star. Inside that fire, atoms fuse into heavier elements. Hydrogen becomes helium. Helium becomes carbon. Carbon becomes oxygen, neon, silicon, iron. Gravity, indirectly, forges the elements of life. But gravity's role isn't just in creation, it's in regulation. Stars maintain a delicate balance between gravity pulling inward, fusion pushing outward. When fusion slows, gravity tightens its grip. When fusion intensifies, gravity is forced back. This cosmic tug-of-war defines the lifespan of every star. When gravity turns violent. But what happens when a star reaches the end of its life? Tells us even more about electrons. But massive stars? Their deaths are cataclysmic. When their cores run out of fuel, gravity collapses them inward in a fraction of a second. Temperatures rise to billions of degrees. Protons and electrons fuse into neutrons. The core becomes a neutron star, so dense that a sugar cube-sized piece would weigh hundreds of millions of tons. The collapse sends a shock wave outward, ripping the star apart in a supernova explosion. All the heavy elements in your body, all the gold on Earth, all the uranium in reactors, all the calcium in your bones, were forged in these explosions. Or in the collisions of neutron stars. Gravity conducts the orchestra of creation through destruction. The horizon of no return. But sometimes, gravity goes further than forging heavy elements. Sometimes it refuses to yield, crushing matter beyond any known state. This is when black holes are born. A black hole is the most extreme version of gravity, a place where spacetime curves so violently that nothing, not even light, can escape. But contrary to what many imagine, a black hole isn't a hole in space. It's a region of space. A region with a boundary, the event horizon, beyond which escape is impossible. Crossing that horizon doesn't feel like hitting a wall. It happens silently. Smoothly. Without warning. Infalling objects don't sense anything special at the boundary. But to an outside observer, that same object slows, freezes, fades, and never quite crosses. Time stretches infinitely at the horizon. Gravity stretches the very meaning of time and space. What lies beyond the horizon? Inside a black hole, our equations break down. Spacetime curves to infinity at the singularity, but is that truly what happens? Maybe gravity compresses matter into a point smaller than a proton. Maybe the singularity is replaced by a region of quantum foam. Maybe the center is a bridge leading to another region of spacetime, a wormhole. Maybe the interior is a bubble universe, expanding like our own Big Bang. We don't know. Black holes are the ultimate gravitational laboratories, places where the known laws of physics collapse into mystery. But even they are not eternal. The slow death of a black hole. Stephen Hawking revealed that black holes evaporate through quantum processes. Over trillions upon trillions of years, they lose mass. Smaller black holes evaporate faster. Eventually, they end in a final burst of radiation. This is gravity's last whisper in a region where everything else has been silenced. The slow fading of black holes may mark the end of structure in the universe, the final unraveling of gravity's story billions of years from now. The subtle gravity of the everyday. But now, let's return to Earth. To something familiar. The ordinary world around you, buildings, lakes, mountains, cities, exists in a gravitational balance that is almost invisible yet essential. The oceans sit in their basins because gravity pulls water downward. The atmosphere clings to Earth because gravity holds each molecule fast. Your body grows in a certain shape because bones adapt to gravity's constant load. If Earth's gravity were slightly weaker, our bones would be lighter, our muscles thinner, and our hearts less robust. If gravity were stronger, human bodies would be shorter, denser, and more compact. Entire ecosystems would change. Even the way we perceive the world, our sense of up and down, comes from this invisible pull. Gravity as teacher. Perhaps the most remarkable thing gravity has given us is understanding. Some of our most profound scientific breakthroughs arose because people stopped and questioned something as ordinary as a falling apple. It taught us that the laws of Earth and the laws of the heavens are the same. It taught us that space and time are interwoven. It taught us that the universe expands. It taught us that black holes exist. It taught us that spacetime ripples. And perhaps the most profound lesson is this. The universe is intelligible. We can understand it. We can measure it. We can predict it. We can learn from it. That itself is a miracle. Gravity and the search for meaning. Somewhere in the interplay between spacetime geometry and cosmic history lies the question humanity has always asked. Why does the universe exist this way? Why is gravity so weak compared to other forces? Why does mass curve spacetime? Why are the laws of nature so precise, so elegant, so predictable? We may never have all the answers. Or maybe the answers lie in places we haven't yet looked. But one thing is certain. Gravity didn't just shape the universe. It shaped the conditions that allow you to wonder about it. You are a product of gravitational history. You are made of atoms forged in ancient stars. You are sustained by the gravity of a small blue planet. And you are illuminated by the curiosity that gravity itself inspired. As we venture even deeper into the mysteries of gravity, the story becomes richer, more intricate, and far more surprising than anything our ancestors could have imagined. For most of human history, gravity was nothing more than a simple downward pull, a force that kept our feet planted and objects falling to the ground. Yet today, it stands as the gateway to some of the most profound truths about reality. Imagine again the universe on its largest scales, a sprawling structure where galaxies cluster together like islands in a dark cosmic sea. Every cluster is bound by gravity, every filament shaped by it, every void defined by the absence of it. But this structure didn't always exist. There was a time when the universe was a nearly uniform soup of particles, gently vibrating with tiny fluctuations. And it was gravity that amplified those microscopic ripples into the grand cosmic architecture we see today. From tiny fluctuations to galactic giants. In the first few 100,000 years after the Big Bang, the universe was too hot for atoms to form. Photons scattered constantly, bouncing between electrons and protons, keeping matter in a glowing fog. Gravity tugged gently on regions that were slightly denser than others, but the heat pushed back. When the universe cooled enough for electrons to combine with nuclei, an event called recombination, light finally streamed freely. The universe became transparent. The patterns left in this moment, the seeds of structure, are visible. Today as the cosmic microwave background, a faint glow present everywhere. The slight temperature variations in that glow are snapshots of gravity beginning its timeless work. Those tiny fluctuations, areas just a few parts per million denser, grew under gravity's pull. Over millions of years, they collapsed into clouds, then protogalaxies, then entire spirals of stars. All the beauty of the night sky began as faint wrinkles in the early universe. Gravity took the smallest imperfections and transformed them into the magnificent cosmos we know. Galaxies. Islands of gravity. Every galaxy you've ever seen, whether in a photograph or in the night sky, is a monument to gravity's patient craftsmanship. Consider the Milky Way, a swirling disk of stars, gas, dust, and dark matter rotating around a central supermassive black hole. Its spiral arms, its halo, its central bulge, all are the result of billions of years of gravitational interactions. Stars form where clouds collapse. Clusters emerge where stars gather. Satellite galaxies orbit the larger ones. Streams of stars stretch across space as galaxies merge or tear each other apart. Gravity is both the artist and the sculptor of these grand designs. But galaxies are not static. They wander through space, drawn together in clusters. Some collide in slow, majestic dances, lasting hundreds of millions of years. When galaxies merge, gravity redistributes their stars, triggering bursts of new star formation. In this cosmic ballet, gravity is the choreographer. Gravity as the keeper of motion. Motion in the universe is never random. Whether it's the orbit of the moon around Earth, the rotation of stars around a galaxy's center, or the trajectory of a spacecraft leaving Earth, every path is determined by the curvature of spacetime. But this isn't motion like rolling a ball down a hill. It's motion guided by geometry itself. Planets orbit because spacetime curves around stars. Stars orbit because spacetime curves around galaxies. Even photons, light itself, follow the bends of spacetime. Imagine shining a flashlight near a massive object. Instead of traveling straight, the beam curves slightly. Light bends not because it slows, but because its path is shaped by the geometry it travels through. Gravity doesn't push. It doesn't pull. It shapes the playing field. And everything moves along the paths that field dictates. The geometry of the universe. The language of gravity is geometry. This might sound abstract. But consider a simple example, a ball rolling along the surface of Earth. If Earth were flat, the ball would travel straight indefinitely. But because Earth is curved, the ball's path curves with it. Similarly, matter moves along the curves of spacetime. But unlike a physical surface, spacetime is a four-dimensional fabric, where time itself is one of the dimensions. If spacetime curves deeply enough, paths that appear straight locally become loops or spirals on a cosmic scale. In extreme cases, such as near black holes, spacetime curves so fiercely that all possible future paths lead inward. This is the power of curvature. And mass is what creates that curvature. But what is mass? Why does it bend spacetime? We don't yet know the deeper reason. We only know the result. Mass tells spacetime how to curve, and curved spacetime tells mass how to move. The energy of empty space. One of the most surprising insights of modern physics is that even empty space contributes to gravity. Energy of any kind, even the tiny fluctuations of the quantum vacuum, alters spacetime. This vacuum energy, if positive, pushes the universe apart. If negative, it pulls everything inward. Dark energy, which accelerates the universe's expansion, may be just a manifestation of this energy. In this view, empty space is not empty at all. It is a dynamic entity capable of shifting the destiny of the cosmos. Gravity, therefore, isn't only about planets, stars, and galaxies. It's about spacetime responding to the total energy within it, including the energy of the vacuum itself. The tipping point of collapse. Gravity governs the life cycles of stars, but it also dictates how and when collapse becomes unstoppable. In the collapse of a massive star, gravity overwhelms every other force. Not even the powerful resistance of nuclear forces can halt it. The result is a neutron star, or, if the mass is greater, a black hole. But consider what this implies: gravity can crush matter to densities beyond anything we can imagine. But does it truly compress matter to a point? Or does something else happen? Quantum gravity, the theory we don't yet have, likely holds the answer. Perhaps the singularity at the center of a black hole is not a point but a region of intense quantum activity. Perhaps spacetime itself breaks down and reforms. Perhaps the interior connects to other universes. Gravity is the tool that allows us to even ask these questions. Gravity and the limits of knowledge. There are boundaries to what we can observe. The speed of light sets a limit. But gravity sets another limit, the event horizon. No information can escape from beyond it. This presents a fundamental challenge: how do we study something we cannot observe? Physicists use clever methods: the motion of stars around black holes, the radiation of matter falling inward, the gravitational waves emitted during collisions. But there are things we may never know, hidden behind walls of curvature. Gravity shapes not only the universe but also the horizons of human knowledge. The gravity of human curiosity. Yet despite these limits, human curiosity remains undeterred. We launch telescopes to measure the faintest light from the edge of the observable universe. We build detectors so sensitive they can hear spacetime ripple. We create models of reality that stretch across dimensions beyond our experience. We ask questions that reach into the unknown. And gravity is always at the center of these pursuits. It is the bridge between the infinitely large and the infinitesimally small. It is the link between existence and non-existence. It is the key to understanding where we come from, and where we are going. Gravity is not simply a force. It is the spine of the universe. The framework of cosmic history. The silent companion of every moment in time. And you, a conscious being shaped by gravity, now stand at the edge of this immense story, ready to explore even more. As the universe evolves, gravity continues its quiet work, sculpting structures, guiding motion, shaping the destinies of stars, planets, moons, galaxies, and clusters. Yet, gravity's influence extends far beyond the physical. It shapes how we perceive reality, how we measure time, and how we understand our place in existence. Imagine traveling far from Earth, out into the solar system. As you leave the planet behind, gravity's pull weakens. Your body, which evolved under the constant downward tug of Earth, begins to change. Your muscles don't need to work. As hard. Your bones lose density. Your balance falters. Even your sense of direction becomes untethered. But something else is happening too, something invisible. As you move away from Earth, time itself begins to shift. Clocks aboard your spacecraft run slightly faster than those left behind. Your biological processes speed up ever so slightly. Gravity no longer exerts the same distortion on spacetime. You are still you, but you are aging differently. Gravity as the sculptor of time. Einstein taught us that time is not absolute. It doesn't tick at the same rate everywhere. Instead, time flows differently depending on your position in a gravitational field. The stronger the gravity, the slower the passage of time. This isn't just theory. It's measurable. Atomic clocks placed at different altitudes diverge. Satellites must constantly correct for time dilation. Even your feet experience slightly more gravity than your head, which means, technically, your feet age slower. The effects are tiny on human scales, but colossal on cosmic ones. Near a black hole, time slows dramatically. For someone orbiting a supermassive black hole, hours might pass while years unfold elsewhere. If you were to travel near one of these gravitational giants and return, you would find yourself in a different era, a living witness of time dilation. This isn't science fiction. It's real physics. Gravity writes its signature on time itself. Gravity and the shape of space. Time is only half the story. Gravity also molds the geometry of space. You walk in what seems like straight lines, but in truth, you traverse curved spacetime every day. Earth bends spacetime slightly, the sun bends it more, black holes bend it so severely that straight paths loop inward. Imagine placing a small marble on a stretched rubber sheet, then placing a heavy ball in the center. The marble spirals toward the ball. It is not being pulled by the ball directly, it is following the curve of the sheet. Similarly, planets orbit the sun not because they're being pulled, but because spacetime is curved. Their paths, called geodesics, are the straightest possible lines in that curved geometry. This reinterpretation of gravity as geometry is one of the most profound shifts in human understanding. It transformed the universe from a static stage into a dynamic, flexible fabric. What gravity reveals about the past. Now imagine reversing cosmic time. Galaxies draw closer. Clusters merge. The cosmic web contracts. All of spacetime shrinks. Eventually, everything converges into a singular moment, a beginning. The Big Bang. Gravity plays a peculiar role here. It is both the force that caused the universe to collapse into denser states in the past, and the force that opposes the expansion in the present. But why did the universe begin in such a low entropy state? This remains one of the greatest mysteries. If gravity tends to clump matter, why did the early universe look so smooth? Some theories suggest that the universe underwent a period of rapid expansion, inflation, smoothing out spacetime before gravity had a chance to amplify fluctuations. Others propose that our universe is just one bubble in a multiverse, emerging from a deeper gravitational environment. We do not yet know the full truth. But whatever the explanation, gravity has played a crucial role since the beginning. The unseen landscape of curved spacetime. Let's shift our gaze now to something more abstract, yet deeply connected to reality, the overall shape of the universe. Is the universe flat? Is it curved outward like a saddle? Is it curved inward like a sphere? We measure cosmic background. Radiation. We observe the motion of distant galaxies. We track the behavior of light across billions of light years. And all evidence points to a universe that is astonishingly flat, so flat, in fact, that if spacetime deviates from perfect flatness, it does so at levels too small to measure. This flatness is not trivial. It carries enormous implications. A truly flat universe expands forever. A closed universe might eventually recollapse. An open universe expands relentlessly, thinning toward emptiness. Flatness means the universe balances on a knife's edge between eternal expansion and catastrophic collapse. How did it end up so precisely balanced? Gravity may hold the answer. When gravity interacts with dark energy, the most puzzling relationship in modern cosmology is the partnership between gravity and dark energy. Gravity pulls everything together. Dark energy pushes everything apart. They are opposites, but they coexist within the same universe, shaping its fate. We know that gravity dominated the early universe. Dark energy dominates the present universe. Their balance determines our cosmic future. If dark energy remains constant, the universe will drift toward a cold, lonely heat death. Galaxies will grow isolated. Stars will burn out. Black holes will evaporate. And eventually, only low-energy photons will remain. If dark energy strengthens, the fabric of spacetime may tear itself apart in a dramatic finale known as the Big Rip. If dark energy fades, gravity could once again gain influence, potentially leading to a big crunch, a reversal of the Big Bang. We stand at a moment in cosmic time where all three futures remain possible. And gravity is one of the central players in this unfolding drama. The gravity of stars we cannot see. By now, you've heard the term dark matter, the mysterious substance that makes up most of the universe's mass. But to understand how deeply gravity connects to the unseen, you must realize how we discovered dark matter in the first place. We didn't detect it through telescopes. We don't see it glowing. It doesn't interact with light. We found it through gravity. When astronomers observed the rotation of galaxies, they noticed something impossible: the outer stars were moving too fast. So fast that galaxies should have torn themselves apart. Something invisible was holding them together. The only explanation was mass, far more than the stars and gas could account for. This invisible mass doesn't emit light, doesn't absorb it, doesn't reflect it. But it exerts gravity. Dark matter is gravity without light. It surrounds galaxies in vast halos. It shapes galaxy clusters. It forms the backbone of the cosmic web. Without it, galaxies wouldn't exist at all. Gravity as the pathway to the unknown. Every mystery of the universe, dark matter, dark energy, black holes, the Big Bang, comes back to gravity. Gravity is the signpost, the guide, the message the universe leaves for us. We don't yet know what dark matter is made of. We don't know what dark energy really is. We don't know how to unify gravity with quantum mechanics. We don't know what lies inside a black hole. We don't know how spacetime emerges, or if it even does. But gravity gives us clues. It pulls galaxies in specific patterns. It bends light around massive structures. It ripples when black holes collide. It distorts time. It governs the evolution of everything. Gravity is not just one of the laws of physics, it is the storyteller of the universe. Your connection to the infinite. And now, let's bring this cosmic journey back to you. Your life is shaped by gravity more profoundly than you realize. The stability of Earth. The energy of the sun. The cycles of the moon. The chemistry of your body. The time that passes. The atoms within you. The stars that made them. You are a product of the same gravitational history that shaped galaxies. When you look up at the sky, you are not just seeing stars. You are seeing your lineage, your cosmic ancestry, written in light. Gravity binds your existence to the rest of the cosmos. You are not separate from the universe. You are one of its expressions. A moment of consciousness shaped by billions of years of gravitational evolution. And as your story unfolds, so too does the universe's. The story of gravity becomes even more compelling when we shift our perspective from the vastness of cosmic structures back toward the intimate scale of human existence. Because gravity is not merely a cosmic architect, it is the quiet force that shapes every moment of your life in ways both subtle and profound. Think about the simple act of standing up. Your bones push against the pull of gravity. Your heart works slightly harder to pump blood upward to your brain. Your muscles constantly make micro-adjustments to keep you balanced. Every second, your body negotiates with gravity, maintaining equilibrium through an elegant ballet of biological mechanics. Without gravity, your sense of up and down would vanish. Your vestibular system, inside your inner ear, the system responsible for balance, would lose its anchor. Astronauts in space often feel disoriented because they can no longer rely on the downward tug that grounds there. Perception. Gravity is not only a physical phenomenon, it is a sensory framework that shapes how your mind interprets the world. The human body under different gravities. Consider how profoundly life adapts to gravitational forces. On Earth, your skeletal structure is optimized to support your weight. But imagine living on Mars, with only 38% of Earth's gravity. You would leap higher, move more easily, and experience your own weight in a way that feels almost dreamlike. But over time, the consequences would be dramatic. Your bones would lose density. Your muscles would weaken. Your cardiovascular system would become more fragile. Your body would reshape itself to match the demands of a lower gravity world. And if you stayed long enough, returning to Earth could be overwhelming, even dangerous, because your physiology would no longer match Earth's gravity. Now imagine living on a super-Earth, a planet with gravity twice or 3 times that of ours. Movement would feel exhausting. Standing upright would require enormous effort. Over generations, humans might evolve shorter, sturdier bodies with thicker bones and stronger hearts. Gravity is an evolutionary sculptor. It shapes species, environments, and even the possibilities of life itself. Gravity and the human imagination. For centuries, gravity limited our dreams. It held us close to the ground, anchoring our ambitions to the earth. But one of the most remarkable achievements of human history is that we found ways to challenge gravity, not by eliminating it, but by understanding it. Airplanes fly by generating lift. Rockets escape Earth's pull by achieving sufficient velocity. Satellites orbit by falling around the planet faster than they fall toward it. Every spacecraft, every telescope, every step we take into space represents humanity's ongoing dialogue with gravity. And that dialogue is far from over. Gravity as a tool for exploration. Strangely enough, gravity is not only an obstacle, it is also a tool. The technique known as gravity assist or gravitational slingshot uses the gravity of planets to accelerate spacecraft. Without using additional fuel, Voyager 1 and Voyager 2, the first human-made objects to leave the solar system, used gravity assists to gain tremendous speed. They danced around planets, using their motion and pull to slingshot toward deeper space. Gravity became an ally, not an enemy. This idea, that a force once viewed as limiting could instead empower us, is symbolic of the human spirit. We transform obstacles into opportunities. We turn constraints into catalysts. Gravity is one of the greatest examples of this transformation. Gravity and the shape of human civilization. Beyond science and exploration, gravity has shaped human culture in subtle ways. Ancient architects built structures that respected gravity's demands. Temples, pyramids, cathedrals, all relied on the precise balance between weight and support. Art, too, reflects gravity. Sculptures balance mass with tension. Dancers express beauty through controlled defiance of gravity. Even our metaphors echo its influence. We speak of feeling grounded, carrying the weight of the world, or being uplifted. Gravity permeates language, thought, and creativity. The emotional weight of gravity. There is also a poetic dimension to gravity, something that transcends physics. Gravity mirrors the emotional forces in our lives. The things that matter most pull us the strongest. Relationships, memories, ambitions, fears, they all exert a kind of internal gravity. Just as celestial bodies curve spacetime, the experiences we carry curve the landscape of our inner world. They shape our decisions, guide our paths, and anchor us to meaning. It is no coincidence that we use the word gravity to describe seriousness, importance, depth. Gravity is both physical and metaphorical, both scientific and symbolic. Gravity and the mind. Consider how gravity shapes your sense of space. The architecture of your brain has evolved in a world where objects fall downward, not upward. Your visual system interprets depth, motion, and balance based on gravity's constant influence. Even your memory is linked to orientation. Studies show that people remember information differently depending on whether they are upright, lying down, or floating. Gravity doesn't just act on your body. It echoes through your cognition. The cosmic echo of human existence. Now imagine stepping away from Earth entirely, floating in the vacuum of space, far from any planetary surface. Your physiology adapts. Your perception changes. Your concept of weight vanishes. But even there, gravity continues its work. It pulls the moon around Earth. It pulls Earth around the sun. It pulls the sun around the galactic center. It pulls the Milky Way toward the Virgo cluster. It pulls clusters toward the Great Attractor. Your body may float freely, but you are still embedded in gravity's cosmic symphony. Even in apparent weightlessness, you remain inside a universe defined by gravitational relationships. Gravity and the story of humanity. When we observe the stars, we do not merely see distant suns, we see the history of gravity written in light. We see how the universe has unfolded over billions of years to make life possible. We see our past and our potential. Gravity connects us to everything. To the first stars that lit up the cosmos. To the atoms born in ancient supernovae. To the planets forming in swirling disks of dust. To the black holes merging in distant galaxies. To the expanding edge of the observable universe. And ultimately, gravity connects us to the future. Gravity and destiny. Humanity's destiny is tied to gravity's mysteries. The more we learn about it, the more capable we become of shaping our place in the cosmos. One day, understanding gravity at a deeper level may allow us to bend spacetime for rapid interstellar travel. Protect astronauts from the health effects of long-term microgravity. Harness gravitational energy in ways we cannot yet imagine. Peer beyond event horizons. Explore the foundations of quantum reality. Gravity may one day guide us to new worlds, or to new realms of understanding. We stand at the threshold of discoveries that could redefine what it means to be human. And all of it begins with the same force that holds your feet on the ground. The more we explore gravity, the more we realize it is not just a force, it is a story. A story that began long before humans existed and will continue long after the last star fades. Gravity is the thread that stitches together every chapter of the universe, from the smallest quantum fluctuations to the grand sweep of cosmic history. But there's a hidden dimension to gravity. Of the two greatest theories in physics, general relativity and quantum mechanics, each describes the universe beautifully in its own domain, yet the two refuse to merge. They speak different mathematical languages. They describe different realities. And gravity is the stubborn bridge between them. The quantum secret of gravity. Quantum mechanics governs the world of the very small. It describes electrons, photons, quarks, particles that flicker between states, that exist in probabilities rather than certainties. General relativity, on the other hand, governs the world of the massive stars, galaxies, black holes, the curvature of spacetime itself. And while the electromagnetic force, the weak force, and the strong force all obey quantum rules beautifully, gravity refuses to fit in. We can quantize almost everything, except spacetime. This makes gravity unique. It is the one force that cannot be fully explained within the quantum framework we use for everything else. Physicists have sought a quantum theory of gravity for nearly a century. String theory suggests that gravity emerges from vibrating strings in higher dimensions. Loop quantum. Gravity proposes that spacetime is not smooth but made up of discrete loops of geometry. Other theories imagine gravity as an emergent phenomenon, not fundamental at all, like temperature arising from molecular motion. Yet, despite decades of effort, no theory has unified the very small with the very large. Gravity stands at the boundary of knowledge, daring us to understand it more deeply. Gravity and the shape of reality. There is a tantalizing idea emerging in modern physics, that gravity may not be a fundamental force at all. Instead, it might be a consequence, a byproduct, of deeper laws of information and entropy. Consider the holographic principle. It suggests that the information contained inside a region of space can be described entirely by the information stored on its boundary. Like a hologram, where a two-dimensional surface can encode a three-dimensional image. If space itself operates like this, if the universe is a hologram, then gravity might emerge as a consequence of information arranging itself. In this view, gravity is not something woven into spacetime, but something that arises because of how information flows. This idea is radical. It turns gravity from a fundamental player into a secondary character, an effect born from deeper rules we haven't yet mastered. But whether gravity is fundamental or emergent, its influence is undeniable. Gravity and the nature of black holes. Black holes remain the most mysterious objects governed by gravity. They are places where physics, as we know it, unravels. Imagine standing at the edge of a supermassive black hole, the event horizon. The pull is enormous, but if the black hole is large enough, you wouldn't feel it immediately. You could drift through the boundary without even noticing. Light bends. Time warps. Perspective stretches. The outside universe fades behind you. Inside, the curvature deepens. Space narrows. Time distorts. The singularity awaits, a point of infinite density, infinite curvature, infinite mystery. But quantum mechanics insists that infinities cannot exist. Something must replace them. Something physically meaningful. Some scientists believe that singularities are portals to other regions of spacetime. Others think they are endpoints where quantum gravity takes over, smoothing out the infinite curvature. Others argue that singularities might not exist at all, that black holes have cores of exotic matter. And then comes the paradox that has shaken physics for decades, the information paradox. If information cannot be destroyed in quantum mechanics, what happens to information that falls into a black hole? Hawking radiation emits energy, but it seems random, without containing information about what fell in. If the black hole evaporates completely, where does the information go? Does it escape in subtle correlations? Is it stored on the horizon? Does the holographic principle encode it on the boundary? The search for answers has ignited entire fields of research. Black holes are not simply gravitational objects, they are the gateways to the ultimate questions of physics. Gravity and the illusion of the empty universe. Even when we look at the vast emptiness of space, gravity reveals that it is not empty at all. Quantum fields ripple constantly. Particle-antiparticle pairs flicker in and out of existence. Dark energy exerts a gentle but relentless push. Dark matter creates invisible scaffolding. Gravitational waves vibrate through spacetime from ancient cosmic collisions. The vacuum is alive. And gravity is sensitive to all of it. It responds to mass, energy, pressure, stress, even the energy of empty space. This sensitivity transforms gravity into the ultimate detector. It reveals what cannot be seen, measured, or touched. Everything that exists leaves a gravitational fingerprint. Gravity and the fate of the universe. Let's turn now to a question that has captured human imagination for centuries: how will the universe end? The answer depends on gravity. Or more precisely, on the balance between gravity and dark energy. If gravity, strengthened by dark matter, slows the expansion, the universe might eventually stop expanding and begin contracting. Galaxies would reverse course. Stars would collide. Temperatures would rise. Everything would collapse into a final, fiery singularity, a big crunch. If dark energy remains constant, expansion will accelerate forever. Galaxies will drift apart until they vanish from view. Stars will burn out. Black holes will evaporate. Eventually, only slow, cold photons will remain, a silent heat death. If dark energy grows stronger, the fabric of spacetime itself could tear apart. Galaxies would be ripped away. Solar systems would disintegrate. Planets would explode. Atoms would be pulled apart. Space would stretch faster than the speed of light, and the universe would end in a big rip. Gravity will determine which path we take. And for now, the outcome remains uncertain. Gravity as the storyteller of existence. Everything that has ever happened in the universe, from the first stars to the rise of civilizations, has unfolded under gravity's guidance. It shaped the earth. It stabilized the sun. It forged the moon. It orchestrated the tides that nurtured early life. It allowed planets to form. It governed evolution by setting environmental constraints. It pulled asteroids that triggered extinctions. It allowed complex ecosystems to flourish. It guided the trajectory of humanity itself. Even our myths and religions have echoes of gravity. Descriptions of heavens above and earth below. Stories of ascension, descent, balance, and weight. The symbolism of falling. The yearning to rise. These metaphors arise from gravity's quiet presence in human life. Gravity has shaped not only matter, but meaning. Your place in the gravitational story. And now, consider this: everything you are is part of gravity's long and winding narrative. Your atoms were forged in exploding stars. Your consciousness emerged on a world shaped by gravitational equilibrium. Your memories are formed in a brain tuned to Earth's downward pull. Your perception of reality depends on gravity's subtle influence. Your future, humanity's future, will be guided by our ability to understand gravity more deeply. You are not just an observer of the cosmos. You are a participant. A chapter. A moment in the grand gravitational symphony. The force that shapes galaxies also shaped you. And the more we learn about gravity, the more clearly we see that the universe is not a cold, indifferent machine, it is a story unfolding. A story with structure, mystery, tension, beauty, and possibility. You are part of that story. You always have been. And the journey continues. Gravity becomes even more extraordinary when we explore how it shapes not just the visible universe but the invisible architecture behind everything we know. Because as we push deeper into modern physics, one truth becomes undeniable. Gravity is not merely a phenomenon, it is the framework upon which reality rests. Picture the universe in its earliest moments. There was no Earth. No stars. No galaxies. No atoms. Just an unimaginably dense, hot ocean of energy and quantum fluctuations. In this chaotic landscape, forces were unified. There was no distinction between gravity and the other fundamental interactions. Everything was one. But as the universe expanded and cooled, this symmetry shattered. Forces separated. First the strong force, then the weak, then electromagnetism. And finally, gravity emerged as the weakest of them all. Yet this weakness is deceptive. Weak at small scales, yes, but unstoppable across cosmic distances. While the strong force binds nuclei and the electromagnetic force binds atoms, gravity binds worlds. It binds stars. It binds galaxies. It binds the fabric of existence into a coherent whole. Gravity is the force of structure. Why is gravity so weak? This question has troubled physicists for decades. Gravity is 10 superscript 3 times weaker than the electromagnetic force. Why? One idea proposes that gravity is not actually weak, it only seems weak because it spreads into dimensions we cannot see. If spacetime contains extra dimensions, curled up so tightly we cannot perceive them, gravity may naturally leak into those dimensions. In our observable three-dimensional world, it appears diluted, like a light shining through a curtain. This theory doesn't just explain gravity's weakness. It opens a startling possibility: black holes could be microscopic if formed in higher dimensions, and spacetime itself might be a multi-layered structure far more complex than we imagine. And that means our universe might be just one membrane, one brain, floating in a higher dimensional space. Gravity may be the only force capable of crossing between these brains, linking multiple universes together like pages in a cosmic book. We might not live in the universe, but in one chapter of a far greater multiversal library. Gravity and the memory of the universe. If gravity interacts with extra dimensions, it might also act as the carrier of cosmic memory. Imagine space as not simply a vacuum but a vast recorder of every event that has ever occurred. Every gravitational wave that passes through the universe, born from merging black holes or collapsing stars, carries information about its origin. These waves ripple across spacetime, forever preserving the echoes of cosmic history. We have only recently developed the technology to detect these whispers. When LIGO first captured a gravitational wave in 2015, it was as if the universe spoke to us directly for the first time. We were listening to an event that occurred 1.3 billion years ago, the merging of two black holes that once spiraled around each other before collapsing into a single entity. Gravity is the universe remembering itself. Light can be absorbed, scattered, blocked. But gravitational waves pass through everything. If we could detect all of them, from the beginning of time, nothing in the universe's history would remain hidden. Every collision, every collapse, every formation, every moment, all preserved in gravity's rippling tapestry. Gravity and the flow of time. Time is one of gravity's greatest mysteries. It doesn't just flow, it stretches, bends, and warps in response to mass. But consider something even more astonishing: gravity might be the reason time exists. Some theories suggest that time emerges from entanglement. How? Information is connected at the quantum level. Gravity could be the macroscopic manifestation of this entanglement, giving rise to the arrow of time. In other words, time might not be a fundamental dimension. It could be a consequence of how information is arranged in the universe. Gravity organizes that information by determining the structure of spacetime. If this is true, then gravity doesn't just shape time, it creates it. Gravity as the catalyst for life. Now, come back to Earth and look at life through gravity's lens. Life requires order, stability, cycles, Predictability. Gravity gives us a stable orbit around the sun, tides that shape ecosystems, seasons that guide evolution, a protective atmosphere, a magnetic field anchored by molten, gravitationally compressed metal, oceans that cling to the surface, pressure that shapes weather and climate. Gravity is the caretaker of life. If Earth's gravity were weaker or stronger, life would not simply look different. It might not exist at all. Even the biochemical processes inside your cells rely on gravitational conditions that have remained stable for billions of years. Life on Earth is not just adapted to gravity, it is built around it. The dance of planets and possibility. As we look beyond Earth, the importance of gravity becomes clearer. Exoplanets discovered by telescopes like Kepler and TESS show staggering diversity. Super-Earths, mini-Neptunes, rogue planets drifting in the darkness, gas giants hugging their stars, ocean worlds with no land at all, tidally locked planets with eternal daylight and eternal night. Each world is shaped by its gravity. How thick its atmosphere is, how fast it spins, how intensely it is heated, whether it can hold liquid water, whether its surface is calm or violent, whether moons orbit it or escape, whether its climate is stable or chaotic. Gravity determines habitability. The zones where life can exist, the so-called Goldilocks zones, are not just temperature ranges. They are gravitational sweet spots. Too little gravity, and the atmosphere escapes. Too much, and everything collapses under crushing pressure. A world's entire destiny is written in the strength of its gravity. Gravity and human ambition. Humanity stands now at the edge of a gravitational transformation. For the first time, we are building technology that will allow us to live away from Earth's comforting pull, on the Moon, on Mars, in orbital stations, perhaps even in rotating habitats that generate artificial gravity. But leaving Earth means leaving behind the gravitational environment that shaped our bodies, minds, and evolution. To survive long-term in space, we must learn to coexist with gravity in new ways. Artificial gravity may become a necessity, created through rotation or acceleration. We may need new diets, new forms of exercise, new medicines, new technologies to protect our bones, hearts, and brains. Our species is about to enter a new gravitational chapter in its evolution. We are transitioning from gravity-bound beings to gravity-adapted explorers. The spiritual dimension of gravity. As scientific as gravity is, it carries something poetic, something deeply human. Think of how many of our metaphors arise from gravity. We fall in love. We rise above challenges. We feel uplifted by hope. We are held down by the weight of the world. We seek to stay grounded. Gravity has become the language of emotion and meaning. And perhaps that's fitting. Gravity connects us to Earth, to each other, to the cosmos. We are bound to the universe by more than just mass and motion. We are bound by story, by ancestry, by time, by physics, and by wonder. Gravity and the ultimate question. All of this leads us to one of the most profound mysteries of all. What is gravity, really? Is it a force? A curvature? An emergent phenomenon? A fundamental interaction? A shadow of unseen dimensions? A property of information? A feature of quantum entanglement? We do not yet know. Gravity is the most familiar yet the most enigmatic feature of reality. It governs everything and reveals almost nothing. We know how it behaves. But not why. Not at the deepest level. Gravity is the question at the heart of existence. And understanding it might unlock the next era of human progress, advanced propulsion, interstellar travel, new states of matter, perhaps even control over spacetime itself. The future of humanity may depend on solving gravity's riddle. And so, the journey continues. Gravity pulls us onward, not just physically, but intellectually and spiritually. It guides us toward the next chapter of the universe's story. The story of gravity becomes even more remarkable once we realize that it is not only the architect of the universe, but also the quiet negotiator of balance, a balance so delicate that even the smallest change would have rewritten the history of everything you know. Think of the constants that govern gravity: the gravitational constant, the speed of light, Planck's constant. These values appear arbitrary, yet they are astonishingly precise. If gravity had been slightly stronger or weaker in the first moments after the Big Bang, the universe as we know it would not exist. If gravity were slightly stronger, the universe might have collapsed back into itself before stars could form. If it were slightly weaker, matter would never have gathered. No galaxies. No stars. No planets. No life. It is as if the cosmos is calibrated, balanced on a razor's edge, guided by a gravitational precision that defies randomness. This is what physicists call fine-tuning. Not in a mystical sense, but in a mathematical one. The deep laws of the universe appear tuned to allow structure, complexity, and ultimately consciousness. Gravity is not just a force, it is a symphony tuned to the perfect pitch for existence. Gravity and the birth of complexity. The universe began as simplicity, heat, energy, and symmetry. Complexity arose only when gravity took that simplicity and gave it direction. Without gravity, nothing would clump. Nothing would cool. Nothing would ignite. Nothing would evolve. Gravity creates stars that fuse elements, planets that stabilize environments, moons that regulate tides, climates that allow chemistry, ecosystems that flourish, minds capable of reflection. Gravity is the sculptor of complexity. Even the shape of the human brain, with its intricate folds and structures, owes its ability to exist to a world stabilized by gravitational equilibrium. Without the constant influence of gravity, biological evolution would have followed a radically different path, if it happened at all. Gravity and the symphony of orbits. Now picture the solar system. Each planet moves in a delicate gravitational dance, orbiting in ellipses calculated by celestial mechanics. Nothing is random. Everything is interconnected. Jupiter, for example, plays a far greater role than most people realize. Its massive gravity acts as a cosmic shield, diverting or capturing many asteroids that might otherwise strike Earth. Without Jupiter, life on Earth might never have had the opportunity to develop into its current complexity. Saturn, with its own gravitational influence, helps stabilize Jupiter. Together, they help maintain long-term orbital harmony. The Moon, too, is essential. Its gravitational pull stabilizes Earth's tilt, preventing chaotic shifts in climate. It shapes ocean tides, which may have been crucial for early life emerging from the seas. Every gravitational relationship in the solar system contributes to Earth's habitability. Gravity is the silent guardian of life. Gravity and chaos. But gravity is not always gentle. It also creates chaos, necessary chaos. Consider the early solar system, filled with collisions, impacts, and planetary migrations. The Earth itself was forged through violent impacts, including the colossal collision that created the Moon. Gravity caused destruction, but every destruction seeded creation. Chaos is not the opposite of order. Chaos is the mechanism through which gravity sculpts order. In this sense, gravity is not just a gentle, binding force. It is also the force that breaks, rearranges, and reshapes reality. It is the cosmic editor, rewriting the script whenever necessary. Gravity and the illusion of permanence. To us, mountains feel permanent. Oceans feel eternal. Continents seem immovable. But gravity, and the forces it influences, ensure nothing lasts forever. Mountains erode under gravity's pull. Rivers carve landscapes, driven by gravitational flow. Tides shift coastlines. Tectonic plates drift slowly across the Earth. Stars age and collapse. Galaxies collide and merge. Even spacetime itself stretches and warps. There is no permanence in the universe. There is only transformation. Gravity is the quiet conductor orchestrating this endless cycle. Gravity and the dreams of humanity. Yet, even as gravity shapes us, humanity has always dreamed of rising above it, literally. Flight, rockets, space exploration, all of it is a testament to our desire to transcend the boundaries gravity imposes. But here lies a paradox: without gravity, we would not have evolved the intelligence or physical form required to defy it. Humans dream of escaping gravity only because gravity made humans. Every spacecraft carries with it the legacy of billions of years of gravitational evolution, bones built to endure weight, muscles shaped by resistance, minds forged under the pull of the Earth. When astronauts float freely in orbit, they are not escaping gravity. They are dancing with it. Orbiting is simply falling continuously around Earth. They are caught in gravity's embrace even as they appear weightless. There is no escaping gravity. There is only learning to move with it. Gravity and the future of exploration. As humanity reaches for the stars, gravity will define the limits, and the possibilities, of our journey. To travel to distant worlds, we must understand gravitational wells. Launching from Earth requires escaping its deep well, consuming massive energy. But traveling on Mars, or its moons, would be far easier. Their gravity is gentler, allowing spacecraft to ascend with far less fuel. Future civilizations may choose to build settlements on low-gravity worlds like Ceres, Europa, Titan, or even artificial habitats where gravity is created through rotation. Our mastery of gravity, or our harmony with it, will define our future among the stars. Perhaps one day, humanity will learn to manipulate gravity directly. If that ever becomes possible, it would revolutionize everything. Transportation, energy, space travel, architecture, medicine, even the structure of society. To understand gravity is to understand the key to cosmic mobility. Gravity and the cosmic horizon. But for now, humanity stands on the shores of a vast ocean of mystery. We observe distant galaxies and wonder what lies beyond our cosmic horizon, the boundary beyond which light has not yet reached us. Gravity shapes that horizon. As the universe expands, distant galaxies move away faster than light can travel. Not because they are moving through space faster than light, but because space itself is expanding. One day, even the nearest galaxies will drift beyond our view. Gravity will lose its grip on the large-scale structure of the universe, while dark energy takes over completely. The observable universe will shrink not in size, but in visibility. And humanity, billions of years from now, should it endure, may find itself in a sky with only a few stars visible. Unaware that countless galaxies once existed. Gravity ensures that the universe has a visible story. Dark energy ensures that story has an ending. Gravity and the personal universe inside you. But no matter how large the cosmos becomes, gravity teaches us something profound on a personal level. You are connected. Connected to the earth that holds you. Connected to the sun that nurtures life. Connected to the galaxy that hosts your star. Connected to the cosmic web stretching across the universe. Connected to the first atoms forged in ancient stars. Connected to the gravitational ripples. Traveling through spacetime. Your life is not isolated. Your existence is not random. You are part of a gravitational continuum stretching back to the beginning of time. And this realization, this awareness, creates a sense of place in a universe otherwise too vast to comprehend. Gravity gives you context. Gravity gives you history. Gravity gives you belonging. You are not a spectator in the cosmic story. You are one of its expressions. And this story, your story, continues. Gravity's story becomes even more astonishing when we turn our attention to the places where it barely exists. Because despite its enormous influence across the cosmos, there are regions where gravity seems ghostly, so faint that objects drift for billions of years without ever meeting another star, another planet, or even a speck of dust. These vast cosmic deserts, interstellar and intergalactic space, are where gravity whispers instead of commands. And yet, even its whispers matter. The stillness between stars. Imagine drifting in the space between stars in our own galaxy. The darkness is overwhelming, but not empty. Tiny particles float here, remnants of ancient supernovae. Wisps of gas drift silently. The faint glow of distant suns appears as tiny pinpricks on a velvety black canvas. Gravity is faint here, so faint that you could travel billions of miles and never feel its pull change. But even this faint gravitational field is enough to shape the motion of everything. Stars orbit the galactic center not because they are pushed or pulled by nearby objects, but because they respond to the overall curvature of spacetime created by the galaxy's mass, most of which is dark matter. You might think you are drifting freely in isolation, but in truth, you are following a path carved by billions of stars. Gravity works even in silence. The Great Gravitational Bridges. One of the most astonishing features of the universe is the network of gravitational bridges, cosmic filaments connecting galaxies across unimaginable distances. These filaments are made mostly of dark matter. They act like invisible highways guiding galaxy clusters toward each other. Each cluster rests in a gravitational basin, like marbles in a shallow bowl, slowly drifting toward deeper wells shaped by dark matter. We cannot see these bridges with our eyes, but we can map them by observing the bending of light. When a distant galaxy appears stretched or distorted, it is because gravity from unseen structures, dark matter, has curved the space the light travels through. Light bends. Space curves. Matter flows. Gravity reveals what is invisible. The cosmic web is the universe's skeleton, and gravity is what draws its lines. Gravity and the ghosts of galaxies. Sometimes, gravity leaves behind remnants, galaxies so faint they seem almost unreal. These ghost galaxies contain almost no stars, only dark matter holding their structure together. They are dim, diffuse, and nearly transparent, barely visible even with the most powerful telescopes. How do such galaxies form? Gravity gathers dark matter first. Then baryonic matter, normal matter, follows. But in these ghostly galaxies, something prevents star formation. Perhaps supernova winds blew gas away. Perhaps they formed in regions too diffuse for collapse. Perhaps gravitational tide stretched them thin. Yet they exist. Silent. Empty. Ancient. Echoes of cosmic history shaped by gravity. They are the shadows of galaxies that almost were. Gravity and the secret lives of black holes. Black holes, the most extreme products of gravity, are not isolated monsters lurking in spacetime. They often live in pairs, orbiting each other in a gravitational embrace that can last billions of years. Two black holes spiraling inward create the most powerful gravitational waves in the universe, ripples so massive they literally stretch and compress space around them. When LIGO detected these waves, it was like listening to the universe speak in its native language. And if we could listen more deeply, across a broader spectrum of gravitational frequencies, we might hear The merging of supermassive black holes. The hum of the early universe. The silent birth of the first stars. The echoes of cosmic inflation. Gravity is not just a force. It is a messenger. Every wave carries a story. Gravity and the architecture of the multiverse. If gravity can leak into extra dimensions, then what we call the universe might be one membrane, floating in a higher dimensional space. Other membranes, other universes, might lie parallel to ours, separated by mere millimeters in a dimension we cannot perceive. If this is true, gravity might interact across universes, subtly pulling or warping spacetime in ways we don't yet understand. Some cosmologists even propose that the Big Bang was not the beginning of everything, but the collision between two brains, cosmic sheets whose encounter released the energy that became our universe. In this view, gravity links universes. Gravity creates universes. Gravity ends universes. It is not just a force within reality, it might be the engine of reality itself. Gravity and the hidden order. The deeper we explore, the clearer it becomes, gravity is the master. Architect not only of matter, but of order. Chaos, when shaped by gravity, becomes structure. Simplicity, amplified by gravity, becomes complexity. Noise, filtered by gravity, becomes harmony. Even galactic collisions, which appear violent and chaotic, eventually settle into stable formations. Stars rarely collide during these encounters because the spaces between them are enormous. Instead, the galaxies merge their stars, gas, and dark matter into a new, larger equilibrium. Gravity does not avoid chaos, it transforms it. Gravity and the cosmic perspective. Now picture Earth. From a great distance, not from orbit, not from the moon, but from millions of miles away. The planet fades into a pale blue dot, floating in the dark. Its atmosphere, held by gravity, becomes a thin glowing ring. Its oceans, sculpted by tides, reflect sunlight like shards of glass. Its continents shift slowly because the planet's heavy interior continues to convect under gravitational compression. Earth is beautiful not despite gravity, but because of it. Gravity shapes mountains and valleys, weather and climate, the flow of rivers, the rhythm of seasons, the stability of orbit. And from this tiny world, consciousness emerged, capable of looking back at the universe and wondering how it all fits together. Gravity and meaning. It may seem strange, even poetic, but gravity influences how we find meaning. People speak of heavy hearts, of being grounded, of falling apart, of rising above. Emotionally, psychologically, spiritually, gravity becomes a metaphor for life's struggles and transformations. And perhaps that's fitting. Because gravity shapes everything that endures. It holds things together. It governs cycles. It creates centers of stability. It defines what orbits what, both literally and symbolically. Life mirrors gravity. We orbit around what we care about. We are pulled by our desires. We fall into habits. We rise with effort. We collapse under pressure. We find balance through struggle. Physics and emotion are not the same, but the metaphors arise from lived experience in a gravitational world. You, a child of gravity. And now, as we return to you, yes, you sitting there, consider this. The iron in your blood was forged in the heart of a star. The calcium in your bones was born in a supernova. The hydrogen in your body has existed since the dawn of time. Every atom you contain fell together under gravity's guidance. You are literally assembled by the universe. You are made of collapsed stardust shaped by gravity's patient hand. You exist because gravity sculpted the conditions for life. You think because gravity allowed complexity. You dream because gravity created time. Your entire life is an echo of cosmic evolution. Gravity shaped the universe. Gravity shaped Earth. Gravity shaped you. And the story continues, because the universe itself is still becoming. As we continue our journey through gravity's vast domain, the story deepens into realms where science blends with imagination, where hard equations meet cosmic wonder, and where the boundaries of human understanding stretch almost as far as the universe itself. Because the truth is this, gravity is not just something we calculate. It's something we feel. Something we experience from the moment we're born until the moment we take our final breath. It shapes the way we move, the way we grow, the way we navigate the world. It is the constant companion we rarely acknowledge. Yet it defines the shape of our entire existence. But to grasp its full significance, we must look beyond the familiar and step into the frontier, the edge of all that is known. Where gravity meets the quantum world. In the quantum realm, the universe behaves like nothing we've ever experienced. Particles pop in and out of existence. Distances blur. Time flickers. Cause and effect become uncertain. Yet gravity, as Einstein described it, is smooth and continuous. It curves spacetime like a gentle hand pressing into a flexible sheet. It shapes the motion of planets, stars, and galaxies with sweeping elegance. These two worlds, quantum and gravitational, could not be more different. And yet, both must be true. This contradiction creates one of the greatest puzzles in the history of science, the quest for quantum gravity, the theory that would unite the small and the large into one harmonious description of reality. It is the holy grail of physics. String theorists imagine tiny vibrating strings of energy, their vibrations giving rise to particles, forces, and even spacetime itself. Loop quantum gravity envisions spacetime as made of discrete loops, like atoms of geometry. Other approaches suggest gravity might arise from thermodynamics or quantum information. But no experiment yet points clearly to the truth. The universe keeps its deepest secret close. Gravity is the last veil hiding the foundation of reality. Gravity and the architecture of the mind. Now let's pull focus back to something more intimate, your mind. Your awareness. Your sense of presence. Your inner world of thoughts, memories, dreams, fears, and hopes. Everything that defines your experience arises from biological processes, tiny electrical signals, chemical reactions, and molecular pathways. But all of this complexity evolves in a world defined by gravity. Neurons develop pathways because bodies have shapes. Bodies have shapes because skeletons bear weight. Skeletons bear weight because of gravity. Without gravity, life would have evolved differently. Intelligence may not have emerged in the same form, or at all. Gravity indirectly shaped the architecture of the human mind. Even your perception of movement, depth, spatial orientation, and balance is built around gravity. The vestibular system detects acceleration. The muscles sense tension. The brain reconciles signals from eyes, ears, and body to maintain equilibrium. Your very sense of here and now is grounded, literally, in Earth's gravitational pull. Imagine a species born in a world of weaker gravity. Their physiology might be more delicate, their movement more fluid, their bones lighter. Their culture might develop metaphors of drifting instead of grounding. Their sense of space might be broader, their perception less anchored. Now imagine a species from a high-gravity world. Their bodies would be compact, dense, powerful. Their architecture would cling tightly to the ground. Their myths might fear the sky. Their sense of aspiration might be shaped by the constant reminder that rising is difficult and falling is costly. Gravity shapes not only bodies, but culture. Not only culture, but imagination. Not only imagination, but the very metaphors we live by. Gravity and the secret of beauty. It may seem poetic to say gravity influences beauty, but in nature, beauty often arises from balance shaped by gravitational conditions. Galaxies take on spiral forms because of angular momentum and gravitational compression. Planets become spheres because gravity pulls equally in all directions. Stars shine with steady luminosity because gravity stabilizes fusion at their cores. Even the curve of a rainbow, the arc of a waterfall, the smoothness of dunes, all indirectly reflect gravitational influence. But beauty also emerges in the patterns of life. The branching of trees adapts to weight distribution. The posture of animals reflects gravitational tension. The symmetry of human bodies is shaped by balance and mobility. Gravity creates order, and order creates the conditions where beauty can emerge. Gravity and the destiny of stars. To understand the future of the universe, we must revisit the star, the furnace where matter is forged, where gravity's influence becomes both violent and breathtakingly creative. As a star exhausts its fuel, gravity determines its fate. A small star shrinks into a white dwarf. A massive star collapses into a neutron star. An even more massive one becomes a black hole. And between these paths lies a range of exotic possibilities: quark stars, boson stars, hypothetical objects more extreme than anything yet observed. All of them are sculpted by gravity. Yet gravity also ends stars in spectacular ways. When a star collapses, the shockwave of rebounding matter can ignite a supernova, a cosmic explosion so powerful it briefly outshines an entire galaxy. These explosions enrich space with heavy elements. They seed future planets. They enable the chemistry of life. Your body contains atoms born in these catastrophic gravitational collapses. Gravity destroys stars so life can exist. Gravity and the shadows of time. One of gravity's most intriguing features is how it interacts with time. Time slows near massive objects. The stronger the gravity, the slower the clock ticks. This leads to an unsettling idea. There is no universal now. Every point in the universe experiences time differently. Imagine two twins. One stays on Earth. The other travels near a black hole, barely above its event horizon, where time slows drastically. When the traveling twin returns, they may be decades younger than their sibling. Gravity creates time inequality. It's as if each massive object carves its own pocket of time, shaping reality in ways we are only beginning to understand. Now imagine them. Universe's early moments, when matter was packed so densely that time itself flowed differently, perhaps so differently that before and after became meaningless. Gravity shapes the timeline of the universe as much as it shapes its structure. Gravity and the infinite abyss. Let's descend now to the most extreme environments, places where gravity becomes so overwhelming that the fabric of reality itself tears. At the heart of a black hole, Einstein's equations break. Spacetime curves infinitely. Density becomes unbounded. Time and space switch roles. The laws of physics collapse. But perhaps the singularity is not an end. Perhaps it is a doorway. Or a seed. Or a boundary where new laws take over. Some theories propose that inside every black hole lies a new universe. That black holes might be the birthplaces of new cosmic expansions. That our universe may itself exist inside a black hole of a parent universe. If true, gravity is not merely a force within universes, it is a mechanism for creating them. Gravity might be the cosmic reproductive system. Gravity as the guide to human potential. We often think of gravity as something to overcome. We celebrate astronauts who escape Earth's pull, rockets that break free, engineers who learn to lift heavy structures. But perhaps our relationship with gravity is not adversarial. Perhaps gravity is a teacher, showing us the limits so we can expand them, showing us constraints so we can innovate. The entire field of engineering is shaped by the need to respect gravity. Architecture becomes art because it battles gravity elegantly. Sports become thrilling because human bodies challenge gravity's pull. Dance becomes expressive because it defies gravity with grace. Gravity gives us something to push against. It gives effort meaning. It gives movement purpose. Without gravity, there is no climb. No rise. No leap. No flight. And perhaps no progress. Gravity and the legacy of humanity. When future generations look back at humanity's earliest steps into space, our first rockets, our fragile capsules, our lunar footprints, they will see the story of a species learning to navigate the force that shaped its existence. They will see our struggle to understand gravity not only with equations, but with courage. Because to reach the stars is to reckon with gravity, to respect it, challenge it, and eventually transcend it. Humanity's destiny is intertwined with gravity in ways we are only beginning to see. Our future may include artificial gravity habitats, gravitational engineering, advanced propulsion using spacetime curvature, interstellar voyages using gravitational slingshots, quantum gravity technologies, wormhole, navigation, even the harnessing of black holes. These are not fantasies. They are possibilities, hidden in the physics we are still deciphering. And gravity is the key. Gravity is the lock, the door, and the path forward. We stand at the threshold of the next great era of exploration. And gravity is both the challenge and the guide. Gravity's story becomes even more profound when we explore how it connects not only objects in space, but events across time. Because gravity does not merely bind matter, it binds history. It binds memories of cosmic processes that unfolded billions of years before Earth existed. Everything we see today, every star, every galaxy, every cluster, is a chapter written by gravity across a vast timeline stretching to the edge of eternity. To understand gravity is to understand time travel, not the Hollywood kind, but the way the universe reveals its past through light and motion. When you look at a distant galaxy, you see it not as it is, but as it was millions or billions of years ago. The universe becomes a time machine, and gravity is the reason this time machine works. Gravity bends light, stretches it, delays it, redirects it. It allows us to peer into corners of the universe that would otherwise remain hidden. Gravity as a lens into the past. One of the most astonishing phenomena in astrophysics is gravitational lensing, where massive objects like galaxies bend the light behind them, magnifying distant sources like natural cosmic telescopes. Einstein predicted it. Observations confirmed it. Gravitational lensing is not a trick, it's geometry. It's spacetime curving, guiding photons along warped paths. Sometimes these lenses create arcs, rings, or mirrored images of galaxies billions of light years away. And because of this, we can see deeper into the universe than technology alone would allow. Gravity gives us eyes powerful enough to witness the universe's childhood. Gravity and the cosmic symphony. Beyond light, we now listen to the universe through gravitational waves, subtle vibrations in spacetime itself. Imagine spacetime as a vast ocean. When two black holes collide, they send ripples across that ocean. These ripples stretch and compress everything in their path. They are faint, so faint that they distort distances by less than the width of a proton. Yet we can detect them. This ability opens a new window, giving humanity an entirely new sense, an ability to hear the universe. Through this sense, we can detect events that light can never reveal. Black holes merging in total darkness. Neutron stars spiraling into catastrophic union. The violent birth of the universe itself. Gravity carries stories that light cannot tell. Gravity and the birth of meaningful questions. As we explore deeper, something remarkable happens. Gravity begins to shape not just scientific understanding, but philosophical reflection. Because gravity raises questions so profound that physics alone cannot answer them. Why does spacetime curve at all? Why does mass create influence? Why does the universe follow mathematical laws? Why does anything exist? Why are the laws of nature so precise, so elegant, so coherent? Gravity pushes us into the realm where science and meaning meet, where understanding evolves into wonder. The gravity of human curiosity. Curiosity itself could be seen as a gravitational force within the human mind, a pull toward the unknown, a desire to explore, to question, to discover. Every scientific breakthrough begins with a question pulled forward by the weight of human wonder. The first person to look at the sky and ask, why? The ancient navigators who followed the stars. The philosophers who wondered about falling objects. The mathematicians who sought patterns in planetary motion. The physicists who challenged old paradigms. The explorers who pushed beyond the horizon. The engineers who built rockets to escape Earth. The scientists who designed detectors sensitive enough to hear gravity itself. Human curiosity bends the trajectory of civilization. It is the gravity of the mind. Gravity and the dance of dimensions. Consider for a moment a universe with more dimensions than the four we know. It sounds abstract, but mathematically, it works. If extra dimensions exist, one so small we cannot detect, they could influence gravity subtly. Perhaps a particle of matter feels only 3 spatial dimensions, but gravity feels more. Perhaps gravity spreads across multiple layers of reality. Imagine space layered like a stack of transparent pages. On one page, our universe. On another, a sister universe. On another, a cousin. All invisible to each other, except through gravity. Gravity could be the thread sewing multiple universes together. What we call dark matter might simply be matter in another layer of reality, exerting gravitational influence across dimensions. What we call dark energy might be an effect of higher dimensional geometry. We may be living inside a multiverse bound by gravitational connections so subtle we have only just begun to detect them. Gravity and the fate of civilizations. Let's leap far into the future, thousands, millions, even billions of years ahead. Humanity may evolve into a multiplanetary civilization, eventually spreading to multiple star systems. But no matter how far humanity travels, gravity will guide its path. Gravity determines which planets will be habitable, which systems will support life, which stars are stable, which regions of the galaxy are reachable, which cosmic events must be avoided, which technologies will be necessary, which destinies are possible. Future civilizations may learn to manipulate gravity itself, using it to stabilize planets, harness black hole energy, or travel between stars via curved spacetime. Imagine ships propelled not by fuel, but by engineered gravitational gradients. Imagine civilizations anchored near black holes, harvesting their rotational energy. Imagine using wormholes as cosmic highways. Gravity might become humanity's greatest tool. Gravity and the end of time. At the far end of cosmic history, gravity will write the final chapter. Stars will burn out. Galaxies will darken. Black holes will evaporate. Particles will decay. Space will stretch into near emptiness. But for trillions upon trillions of years, gravity will persist, first as the force shaping the last galaxies, then as the keeper of black holes, then as quantum whispers of the last gravitational waves fading into darkness. Eventually, even those ripples may fade. But perhaps gravity does not end. Perhaps gravity is recycled into new universes, new expansions, new realities. Perhaps the end of one universe is the seed of another. Gravity and the human heart. And now, let's return not to stars or black holes, but to something smaller and infinitely closer, your life. Gravity may be the force shaping the cosmos, but it is also a metaphor woven into everyday experience. When you fall in love, you feel pulled toward someone. When you lose someone, the world seems heavier. When you face challenges, they weigh on you. When you overcome them, you rise. We describe emotions using gravity because it is the most constant and universal experience we have. Every step we take is a negotiation with gravity. Every dream we chase is an attempt to rise above something pulling us down. Physics and philosophy meet in gravity, because gravity beautifully mirrors the human condition. We fall. We rise. We orbit around people and passions. We collapse under pressure. We expand with hope. We stabilize through balance. Gravity shapes stars, galaxies, and universes. It also shapes stories, choices, and lives. You are a gravitational being. Your existence is not random. You are the product of billions of years of gravitational choreography. Your atoms were arranged by stars collapsing and exploding. Your planet coalesced in a gravitational disk. Your body stands upright because of gravity's pull. Your heart pumps against gravity every moment. Your mind evolved in a world sculpted by gravitational stability. You are a child of gravity. You are a chapter in its cosmic story. And by seeking to understand gravity, you are doing something profound. You are participating in the universe's own attempt to understand itself. Because consciousness, your consciousness, is the universe looking back at the forces that shaped it. Gravity connects everything, and that includes you. Gravity becomes even more extraordinary when we consider how deeply it shapes not just the physical universe, but the entire framework of cause and effect. Because gravity is not simply a force acting on objects, it is the foundation that makes motion predictable, time meaningful, and existence coherent. Without gravity, the universe would be a scattered, chaotic mist. Nothing would orbit. Nothing would collapse. Nothing would ignite. And nothing would endure. Gravity is the reason the universe has continuity. It's the reason structures form, processes unfold, and moments link together into a timeline that gives meaning to change. Gravity and the continuity of reality. Imagine a world with no gravity. Space would be flat and empty. Particles would drift endlessly, never forming patterns. Without gravitational wells, there would be no places where matter could gather long enough to create complexity. Complexity needs stability. Stability needs structure. Structure needs gravity. In this way, gravity acts as the spine of reality. It gives the universe a skeleton upon which everything else grows. Gravity and the rhythms of nature. Much of life's rhythm is dictated by gravitational patterns. The moon's pull creates tides, which shape marine ecosystems. These tides influence migrations, reproductive cycles, weather patterns, and even geological processes. Earth's tilt, stabilized by the moon's gravitational influence, creates seasons. Without this tilt, and without its stability, climate would fluctuate wildly. Ice ages and heat waves would come unpredictably. Life might struggle to adapt. Gravity gives Earth its balance. Balance gives Earth its seasons. Seasons give Earth its life. Every sunrise and sunset follows an orbital dance, choreographed by gravity. Even timekeeping, seconds, minutes, hours, is rooted in Earth's rotation and revolution. The flow of human civilization is synchronized with gravitational cycles. Gravity and the architecture of ecosystems. Gravity influences how environments form and how species adapt. Rivers flow downhill because of gravity, shaping valleys, carving canyons. depositing nutrients and creating fertile landscapes. Plants grow upright by sensing gravity, using specialized cells called statocytes. Without gravity, roots wouldn't know which direction to grow. Branches wouldn't know which way to reach. Forests wouldn't form canopies. Vines wouldn't climb. Animals develop skeletons to withstand gravitational load. Birds evolve wings to defy it. Fish evolve buoyancy organs to balance it. Humans develop posture, gait, and muscle coordination to live within its pull. Every ecosystem follows gravitational logic. Gravity and the voyage of planetary evolution. Planets themselves evolve under the influence of gravity. Earth's molten interior exists because gravitational compression produces heat. This heat drives plate tectonics. Tectonics create mountains, ocean basins, volcanoes, and continents. The magnetic field that shields Earth from cosmic radiation arises from molten metals swirling deep within, again powered partially by gravitational compression. Gravity shapes continental drift, volcanic cycles, mountain formation, atmospheric retention, ocean creation, climate stability. The entire history of Earth is a gravitational tale. Gravity and the fragility of orbits. Consider how fragile celestial orbits truly are. Earth orbits the Sun in a narrow zone, just the right distance to allow liquid water. Move Earth slightly closer, and temperatures soar. Move it slightly farther, and the planet freezes. Orbits must remain stable for billions of years to allow life to evolve. This stability comes from a delicate balance between gravitational pull and orbital velocity. If Earth moved faster, it would escape the Sun. If it moved slower, it would spiral inward. Life exists because Earth moves at precisely the right speed, at precisely the right distance, with precisely the right tilt. Gravity sets the stage for life by writing the rules of planetary motion. Gravity and the fragile balance of stars. Even stars obey a cosmic equilibrium. At their cores, fusion pushes outward. Gravity pushes inward. These opposing forces create a long-lasting balance, one that allows stars to shine steadily for millions or billions of years. If fusion overwhelms gravity, the star expands into a giant. If gravity overwhelms fusion, the star collapses. This balance is delicate enough that slight changes can rewrite the fate of a star. The Sun's stability is a gravitational gift, a perfect tuning that makes life on Earth possible. Gravity and the forge of elements. When stars eventually collapse or explode, gravity becomes a catalyst for creation. During supernovae, temperatures and pressures reach extraordinary levels, high enough to forge heavy elements like gold, uranium, platinum, iodine, silver, mercury. Every heavy element on Earth was created in gravitational collapse. Your blood carries iron from ancient supernovae. Your bones carry calcium created in dying stars. Every ring of gold on a finger was once blasted across the cosmos. Gravity is the universe's alchemist. Gravity and the interplay of fate. As galaxies drift through space, gravity guides their destinies. Some galaxies collide in slow, majestic mergers. Others swing past each other in gravitational dances lasting billions of years. These interactions are not random. They follow the deeper shape of the cosmic web, a structure created by dark matter and sculpted by gravity. Our own Milky Way is on a collision course with the Andromeda Galaxy. Billions of years from now, the two will merge into a giant elliptical galaxy. Stars will be thrown into new orbits. New regions will form. New gravitational landscapes will emerge. Gravity is not static, it is dynamic, reshaping the universe over cosmic timescales. Gravity and the last stars. One day, far into the future, star formation will slow as galaxies run out of cold gas. Gravity will still attract matter, but the reservoirs will be empty. The last stars will be long-lived red dwarfs, burning dimly over trillions of years. Eventually, even those will fade, leaving behind a dark universe filled with black dwarfs, neutron stars, and black holes. Gravity will then enter its final era, an age dominated by slow decay. Black holes will evaporate through Hawking radiation, releasing tiny bursts of energy over unimaginable timescales. When the last black hole evaporates, gravity will no longer act on massive bodies, because massive bodies will have dissolved. What remains will be a thin mist of particles and low-energy photons drifting through an ever-expanding void. Gravity will become a whisper, then a memory, then perhaps something that seeds the next universe. Gravity and the human condition. And yet, even as the universe heads toward cold eternity, gravity remains deeply tied to the human experience in ways that transcend physics. When you stumble, you feel the sharp pull of gravity reminding you of your body's fragility. When you stand tall, gravity anchors you, reminding you of strength. When you embrace someone, gravity holds you both to the same ground. When you let go of something heavy, physically or emotionally, you feel lighter. We talk about people having gravity, meaning presence, wisdom, depth. We talk about falling in love, because love is an irresistible pull. We talk about ideas gaining weight, meaning gaining meaning or importance. Gravity is not just a physical force, it is woven into the language of the soul. Gravity in you. You are a gravitational being in every way that matters. Your body lives in equilibrium with a constant force that shapes your bones, your posture, your movement, your perception, your biology. Your mind lives in a framework created by gravitational cycles, days, nights, seasons, years. Your existence is an echo of gravitational events that happened long before Earth existed. You are made of stardust from gravitational collapse. You think because gravity gave rise to stable environments. You exist because gravity allowed the universe to have shape rather than chaos. Gravity wrote the rules of the universe. And you are one of the outcomes of those rules. In a real sense, gravity is part of your ancestry. And just as stars evolve and galaxies merge, you too are part of an ongoing story, a story where gravity guides the greatest cosmic events and the smallest human moments. This story is not finished. It is still unfolding. And you are living inside it. As we journey deeper into gravity's story, something beautiful becomes clear. Gravity is not merely the invisible hand that shapes the cosmos, it is the quiet rhythm that underlies existence itself. It is the pulse of the universe, steady and unbroken, guiding matter, time, life, and destiny with a force so subtle and yet so absolute that everything depends on it. And yet, for all its familiarity, gravity remains elusive. We stand in its embrace every second of every day, but understanding its true nature still challenges the brightest minds in science. This paradox, familiar yet mysterious, simple yet infinite, is what makes gravity one of the most extraordinary aspects of the universe. Gravity and the symphony of motion. Everything moves because of gravity. Planets orbit stars. Stars orbit galactic centers. Moons orbit planets. Even the galaxies themselves drift along vast filaments shaped by dark matter, converging toward massive attractors millions of light-years away. Motion in the universe is not random. It's a cosmic symphony, every orbit, every trajectory, every spiral contributing to the harmony of celestial mechanics. Your own movement is part of this symphony. When you jump, gravity slows your rise, then pulls you back down. When you walk, each step is a controlled fall. When you breathe, your lungs expand and contract within a gravitational field that shapes how air behaves. Gravity orchestrates the dance of everything. Gravity and the invisible blueprint. Gravity doesn't only shape things we can see. It sculpts the unseen as well, the dark matter halos surrounding galaxies, the mysterious curvature that guides cosmic expansion, the invisible wells where spacetime dips and bends. In many ways, the visible universe, the stars, planets, nebulae, is just the decoration resting atop a vast, gravitational architecture. If you could turn off gravity's influence on dark matter, galaxies would unravel instantly. Spiral arms would fly apart. Stars would scatter into the void. There would be no structure at all, just isolated particles drifting without purpose. Gravity holds the blueprint of the cosmos. Gravity and the power of collapse. Collapse is one of gravity's greatest tools. Every major cosmic structure begins with collapse. A star is born when a cloud collapses. A planet forms from collapsing debris. A galaxy emerges from collapsing halos of dark matter. Gravity creates by compressing. But collapse isn't just creation, it's transformation. When stars run out of fuel, gravity takes over again, collapsing them into white dwarfs, neutron stars, or black holes. Each death triggers a rebirth, seeding space with heavy elements that eventually form new stars, new planets, new life. Gravity ensures that nothing is wasted. Everything is recycled. Everything becomes something else. In the universe, collapse is not failure, it is renewal. Gravity and the root of intelligence. Gravity shaped the evolution of intelligence in ways we rarely acknowledge. Brains evolved to navigate gravitational environments, detecting motion, predicting trajectories, maintaining balance. The very structure of human cognition is tuned to a world where objects fall downward, where balance requires effort, where movement demands energy. Without gravity, evolution would not have pushed species to develop complex motor control. Brains might not have grown as sophisticated. And intelligence as we know it might never have arisen. Gravity created the challenge that made learning necessary. Every leap of human understanding, every work of art, every scientific idea owes something to the gravitational world that shaped our ancestors. Gravity and human stories. Stories themselves often reflect gravitational themes, even if we rarely notice it. Heroes rise against adversity. Villains fall from grace. Life moves through ups and downs. Moments carry weight. Dreams lift us. We use gravity to describe emotion, morality, transformation, ambition. Gravity echoes through languages across cultures, suggesting that the human psyche instinctively mirrors the physical world it grows within. Our stories, personal and collective, are gravitational metaphors. Gravity and the limits of freedom. There is something deeply philosophical about gravity's role in shaping freedom and constraint. On Earth, you are free to move, but only within gravity's boundaries. You cannot float unless supported. You cannot leap indefinitely. Every step you take is a negotiation with gravity. Even freedom exists within gravitational context. In space, freedom becomes more literal. Astronauts float effortlessly, bodies moving with the gentlest push. But this freedom comes with a cost. Without gravity, muscles weaken. Bones shrink. Balance deteriorates. Hearts pump differently. Freedom from gravity requires new forms of adaptation, new disciplines, new technologies. Gravity teaches us that freedom always comes with conditions. And that conditions create meaning. Gravity and time's uneven river. The deeper we study gravity, the more astonishing its relationship with time becomes. Near massive objects, time slows. Far from massive objects, time accelerates. Time is not universal, it's relative, elastic, shaped by gravitational fields. Imagine two clocks, one on a mountain, one in a valley. The mountain clock moves faster. Time literally flows differently based on altitude. Now magnify this difference near something massive, a neutron star or a black hole. Time stretches dramatically. Hours near a black hole might equal years far away. Gravity sculpts time as much as it sculpts space. This means your life, your every moment, your aging, your perception, are all influenced by gravity. You are not just living in time. You are living in curved time. Gravity and the exhale of the universe. The universe is expanding. Galaxies drift apart. Space stretches. And yet, gravity resists this stretching at every scale where mass is concentrated. Stars form where gravity resists expansion. Galaxies survive because gravity holds them. Clusters remain bound despite the universe's growth. Gravity is the force that refuses to let go, even as the cosmos continually pulls itself apart. Dark energy drives expansion. Gravity counters contraction. Together, they choreograph the universe's fate. Gravity and the edge of understanding. With every discovery, gravity draws us closer to the ultimate mystery. Why does mass curve spacetime? Why does gravitation propagate at the speed of light? Why does gravity unify with nothing else? Why is it so weak and yet so essential? Why does the universe follow geometric laws? These questions won't be answered by simple experiments. They demand a new kind of thinking, a new kind of physics, something that merges information theory, quantum mechanics, geometry, and perhaps consciousness itself. Gravity is not merely a force. It is a clue. A marker pointing toward deeper truth. The universe is whispering something through gravity. And humanity is slowly learning to listen. Gravity and you, a final reflection. Before we move to the next chapter, pause and consider what gravity truly means to your life. Gravity holds your feet on the ground. It keeps your body oriented. It shapes your heartbeat. It guides your movement. It forms the world around you. But it also shapes your inner world. You feel pulled toward what matters. You feel weighed down by burdens. You rise above challenges. You fall into memories. You orbit routines, relationships, dreams. Gravity is both literal and symbolic. Scientific and poetic. Cosmic and personal. It is the cosmic force that holds galaxies together, and the quiet metaphor that holds your life in balance. You are not separate from the universe. You are woven into it. You are part of gravity's story. A story billions of years in the making. Still unfolding. Still expanding. Still becoming. And the journey continues. As we move further into gravity's story, we begin to realize that the more we learn, the more the universe challenges us with deeper and more intricate questions. Gravity is simple enough to explain the fall of an apple, yet profound enough to govern the motion of entire galaxies. And somewhere between those two extremes lies a vast landscape of mysteries waiting for human curiosity to uncover. What makes gravity truly unique is that it acts as both a physical phenomenon and a philosophical bridge, connecting the known to the unknown, the observable to the unimaginable. Gravity and the deep structure of reality. The idea that space itself can bend, twist, and ripple alters everything we thought we understood about reality. Space is not empty, and time is not passive. They are dynamic ingredients of the universe, molded by mass and energy. Einstein's insight wasn't just scientific. It was revolutionary. It revealed that reality is not a static stage, it is the active medium through which matter and energy interact. Gravity is not a pull. Gravity is geometry. And we live inside that geometry. Your body rests on a curved surface of spacetime without sensing the curve directly, the same way a fish swims in water without realizing the ocean has currents and tides. We exist inside a cosmic fluid, one so vast and so subtle that only recently have we begun to understand its structure. Gravity and the cosmic fabric. The universe is often described as having a fabric, a kind of grid-like foundation that defines distances, directions, and the flow of time. But this fabric isn't rigid, it behaves like a flexible sheet. Place a star on this sheet, and it dips. Place a galaxy, and it stretches. Place a black hole, and it tears. But the fabric doesn't tear in the way cloth does. Instead, it stretches into regions where time slows almost to a standstill, where light struggles to escape, where the rules of the known universe begin to unravel. When gravitational waves ripple across the cosmos, they stretch and squeeze this fabric in. Rhythmic pulses, tiny distortions that have traveled for billions of years. Through gravity, the universe becomes not just a place, but an instrument playing a silent, continuous song. Gravity and quantum paradox. One of the greatest puzzles in modern physics is the incompatibility between general relativity, the theory that explains gravity, and quantum mechanics, the theory that explains everything else. They are both correct. They are both precise. And they completely disagree with each other. Relativity describes the universe on cosmic scales, planets, stars, black holes, galaxies, spacetime itself. Quantum mechanics describes the universe on microscopic scales, atoms, particles, waves, probabilities. To unify them, to create a single theory that explains all forces, scientists must understand gravity at the quantum level. But at quantum scales, gravity behaves strangely. Does it come in particles called gravitons? Does spacetime itself become granular? Does geometry fluctuate like a quantum wave? Does information survive inside black holes? Does reality have a minimum unit of distance or time? These aren't just scientific questions, they are existential ones. They ask what the universe is made of at its most fundamental level. Gravity stands at the threshold where classical understanding dissolves and quantum truth begins. Gravity and the shadow of the black hole. Of all gravitational phenomena, black holes are the most extreme and enigmatic. They represent the ultimate triumph of gravity over matter, over light, over time. Inside a black hole, gravity is so intense that spacetime curves to a degree where escape becomes impossible. Even light, the fastest thing in the universe, cannot resist. Yet black holes are not simply destructive. They are engines of creation, powering some of the brightest and most energetic phenomena in the cosmos, such as quasars and relativistic jets. Around them, matter spirals inward, heating to millions of degrees, shedding light that can be seen billions of light years away. But the true mystery lies at their centers, in the singularity, a point where density becomes infinite and the known laws of physics break down. Singularities are the universe's way of telling us, you've reached the limit of your understanding. And yet, we push forward. Gravity and information. One of the deepest puzzles in theoretical physics is whether information is truly lost in a black hole. According to classical understanding, anything that falls into a black hole disappears forever. But according to quantum mechanics, information cannot be destroyed. This conflict, known as the information paradox, has obsessed physicists for decades. If gravity destroys information, the universe becomes unpredictable. If information is preserved, the universe must be storing it in ways we don't yet understand. Some theories propose that information is encoded in the event horizon. Others suggest that black holes are holographic entities, projecting deeper dimensions onto a surface. Some propose that spacetime itself stores information at the smallest scales. Whatever the truth is, it will reshape everything we think we know about gravity, reality, and existence. Gravity and the cosmic horizon. The universe has its own horizon, an invisible boundary beyond which we cannot observe. Not because objects beyond it don't exist, but because their light has not yet had time to reach us. This horizon expands as the universe expands, revealing new regions and new galaxies as time goes on. Gravity plays a central role in shaping how this horizon evolves. It slows cosmic expansion on small scales, while dark energy accelerates it on large scales. This tension, between gravity pulling inward and dark energy pushing outward, defines the long-term fate of the cosmos. Will the universe expand forever? Will expansion slow and reverse? Will everything rip apart? Will spacetime stretch so far that gravity becomes irrelevant? The answer depends on the balance between these two forces. Gravity dominates the early universe. Dark energy dominates the future. We live in the brief moment in cosmic history when they are nearly equal. Gravity and the human imagination. What is perhaps most extraordinary is how humans, creatures living on a small, fragile planet, have been able to understand gravity so deeply. Through imagination, mathematics, curiosity, and perseverance. Humanity has lifted its perception from apples falling to galaxies spinning. Gravity inspires dreams of travel across the stars, dreams of exploring exoplanets, dreams of building civilizations that exist on multiple worlds. The human imagination is a force unto itself, another kind of gravity, pulling us toward wonder, toward ambition, toward the unknown. In that sense, gravity is not only a scientific phenomenon, it is a muse. Gravity and the continuation of the journey. As we conclude this section, remember that gravity is not a closed chapter. It is a doorway. Every answer we uncover reveals new questions. Every discovery opens new mysteries. Gravity asks us to look upward. It asks us to think beyond our limits. It asks us to explore deeper, farther, bolder. It anchors us to the earth, yet inspires us to leave it. It holds us down, yet teaches us how to fly. It binds the universe, yet invites us to break our boundaries. You, too, are part of this journey, this vast cosmic exploration that humanity has only just begun. And the universe still has so much left to tell. As the story of gravity unfolds further, we begin to realize that the universe isn't just governed by gravity, it expresses itself through gravity. Every movement, every transformation, every cycle reveals how the cosmos communicates through the language of attraction, curvature, and motion. And while we've mapped the worlds we can see, a vast portion of the universe remains hidden, not because it is far away, but because gravity hints at things we cannot observe directly. Gravity and the hidden universe. When astronomers study galaxies, they find something astonishing: the stars in the outer regions orbit too fast. Based on visible matter alone, these galaxies should fly apart. They don't. Something unseen holds them together. That something is dark matter. We cannot see it, touch it, or detect it with traditional instruments. But gravity reveals its presence. It tugs on stars, bends light, shapes galaxies, and weaves vast cosmic structures. Dark matter does not emit light, yet its gravitational signature is unmistakable. Imagine walking into a room blindfolded. You cannot see the furniture, but you can feel its presence when you bump into it. Gravity is the bump, the clue that gives away the invisible. Dark matter forms halos around galaxies. It shapes the large-scale cosmic web. It determines where stars form and where galaxies grow. The invisible universe is larger than the visible one. Gravity and the mystery of dark energy. If dark matter pulls the universe inward, dark energy pushes it outward. This mysterious component, discovered only recently, accelerates the expansion of the cosmos. This means the universe is not slowing down, it's speeding up. Gravity, at cosmic scales, is losing the battle against something that repels. This tension is one of the greatest mysteries in all of science. Imagine dropping a ball and watching it fall upward. That's what cosmic expansion is doing. Dark energy is not just a force, it's an unknown ingredient in the cosmic recipe. It affects the fate of everything, from the formation of galaxies to the ultimate future of spacetime. Will the universe stretch endlessly? Will everything freeze in isolation? Will galaxies become unreachable islands, drifting into darkness? Gravity tells us part of the story, but dark energy writes the ending. Gravity and the architecture of the cosmic web. Zoom out far enough, beyond stars, beyond galaxies, beyond clusters, and a pattern emerges. The universe is not random. It is structured like a vast, interconnected web. Filaments spanning hundreds of millions of light-years connect galaxy clusters. Like bridges. Between these filaments lie cosmic voids, enormous regions of near-empty space. This web is not created by matter alone. It is shaped by gravity pulling on dark matter, guiding normal matter into threads and nodes. Galaxies are not isolated. They are beads on cosmic strings. These patterns resemble neural networks, rivers, tree branches, highways. Everything follows a gravitational logic that repeats across scales. The universe seems to use the same blueprint everywhere. Gravity and the spine of time. As the universe grows older, gravity continues to refine and reshape it. Stars age and die. Galaxies collide and merge. Clusters drift through the web like massive ships navigating invisible tides. But gravity also anchors time. It gives history a direction, and evolution a path. Without gravity, events would not unfold in a coherent sequence. Time would be meaningless without the processes gravity governs. Think of a timeline. The collapse of the first gas clouds. The ignition of the first stars. The birth of galaxies. The merging of clusters. The formation of planets. The rise of life. The evolution of intelligence. The awakening of curiosity. Each of these milestones arises because gravity creates the conditions for change. Gravity doesn't just shape space, it shapes time itself. Gravity and the cosmic conversation. When gravitational waves were detected for the first time, humanity gained a new sense. We could finally listen to the universe, not just observe it. Each wave is the echo of a colossal event. Two black holes spiraling. Two neutron stars colliding. A cosmic explosion. A ripple from the early universe. These waves carry messages millions or billions of years old. When we detect them, we are hearing vibrations that began before Earth even existed. Gravity is the universe speaking across deep time. And we are finally listening. Gravity and the threshold of origin. One of the most compelling questions in science is this: did gravity exist before the Big Bang? If spacetime was born in the Big Bang, then gravity, as the curvature of spacetime, must have emerged with it. But some theories propose that our universe arose from a previous one, or from a higher dimensional reality where gravity already existed. If gravity predates the universe, then gravity is not just a physical law, it is primordial. Gravity could be the bridge between universes, the common thread linking one cosmic era to another. Some theories suggest our universe could be a bubble in a multiverse. Gravity may leak between dimensions. Black holes might create new universes inside. The Big Bang could be the rebound from a previous collapse. If these ideas are true, gravity may be the heartbeat not of one universe, but of infinite universes. Gravity and the boundaries of imagination. Humanity stands at a remarkable point in history. We understand enough to ask profound questions, but not enough to answer them completely. Gravity is the gateway to these questions. Is spacetime continuous or discrete? Is gravity a particle or a curvature? Does information survive in black holes? Is dark matter real or a sign of new physics? Is dark energy constant or evolving? Is the universe infinite or finite? Are we alone? Every question leads back to gravity. Every breakthrough pushes us further. Gravity challenges the limits of imagination. Gravity and the role of consciousness. Some physicists explore an astonishing idea: consciousness itself may be tied to the nature of spacetime. If spacetime is information-based, and the mind is an information processor, then consciousness and gravity may share deeper roots than we realize. Of course, this remains speculative. But it reflects something important: the human desire to see unity in the universe, to find meaning in the forces that shape existence. And gravity, being the most universal force of all, naturally invites such reflection. Gravity and the echo within you. Every heartbeat pushes blood upward against gravity. Every breath expands your lungs within a gravitational framework. Every bone in your body has developed to withstand gravitational load. Every step you take is a dance with gravity. And yet, beyond the physical, gravity shapes your inner world as well. Your memories have weight. Your choices have momentum. Your relationships have pull. Your fears and dreams orbit your consciousness like moons around a planet. You are not separate from the universe. You are a gravitational system. A center of mass. A web of connections. A body moving through curved spacetime. A mind shaped by cosmic laws. When you reflect on your place in the universe, you are participating in the grand narrative gravity has been writing for billions of years. Gravity and the unfinished story. The universe is still evolving. Gravity is still sculpting. Dark matter is still shaping. Dark energy is still stretching. Stars are still forming. Black holes are still merging. And you, standing here, wondering about your origin, are part of that unfolding story. The story is far from over. And the universe still has chapters to reveal. Gravity is still whispering. The cosmos is still expanding. And the journey continues. As we journey further into gravity's realm, we begin to understand that this force is not just a feature of the universe, it is the universe's identity. Gravity is the framework, the foundation, the underlying logic behind everything that has ever existed and everything that ever will. And yet, gravity remains humble, invisible, silent, a force that never demands attention, even as it shapes entire galaxies with effortless grace. There is something deeply poetic about that. The most powerful influence in existence is also the quietest. Gravity and the universe's hidden memory. One of the most profound ideas in modern physics is that gravity might store memory. Not memory in the human sense, no emotions, no images, no stories, but a record of events. In the curvature of spacetime itself, every mass that moves, falls, accelerates, or collides leaves a faint imprint on the universe. These imprints become part of spacetime's shape, carried forward like subtle echoes. Gravitational waves, for example, are literally memories of cosmic events vibrating through the fabric of reality. They are not just signals, they are histories. When we detect a gravitational wave, we are witnessing something that happened long ago, at unimaginable distances. We are hearing the universe remember. And in that sense, the cosmos is a storyteller, using gravity as its pen. Gravity and the cosmic balancing act. If the universe were slightly different, if gravity were even a little stronger or weaker, everything would change. If gravity were stronger, stars would burn hotter and die faster. Planets would be crushed. Black holes would dominate. Life might never emerge. If gravity were weaker, matter would fail to collapse. Stars would never ignite. Galaxies would not form. The cosmos would be a thin, cold fog. Gravity sits at the perfect strength, a strength that allows structure, complexity, and life. This fine-tuning is one of the great mysteries of existence. Why should gravity be exactly right for a universe capable of awareness? It is as if the cosmos is designed for evolution, not just biological evolution, but cosmic evolution. Gravity and the birth of new worlds. Every planet begins as dust drifting through a protoplanetary disk. Gravity is the matchmaker, bringing particles together, forming clumps, then stones, then boulders, then kilometer-wide planetesimals. These grow into worlds through endless collisions, destructive but creative. Gravity is both architect and referee, deciding which bodies survive and which shatter. Some planets form with oceans, some with volcanoes, some with ice, some with atmospheres too thin or too toxic for life. Some become barren deserts, some become frozen wastelands, and some, very few, become cradles for consciousness. Gravity doesn't decide which will flourish. It simply provides the conditions for possibility. The rest is chemistry, chance, time, and perhaps something deeper, something woven into the nature of existence. Gravity and the pulse of galactic life. Galaxies are not static islands. They are living systems, constantly changing, merging, evolving. Gravity guides every stage of their life cycle. Young galaxies are chaotic, filled with turbulent gas clouds, unstable clusters, and rapid star formation. Over time, gravity calms them. Stellar orbits stabilize. Spiral arms appear. Cores grow dense. But gravity also brings galaxies together. Collisions are inevitable. These mergers are slow, cosmic dances lasting billions of years. Sometimes galaxies pass through each other like ghosts, stars spaced too far apart to collide. Sometimes their central black holes spiral inward and merge, creating gravitational waves that ripple across the cosmos. Galactic life follows gravity's arc, from birth to evolution to transformation. Gravity and the quiet power of the ordinary. What often goes unnoticed is that gravity is not just a cosmic phenomenon, it shapes everyday life in ways we rarely appreciate. The rise and fall of tides created tidal pools, places where early genetic complexity may have evolved. The shape of mountains and valleys influences climate and ecosystems. Rain falls because water droplets grow heavy enough to succumb to gravity. Rivers carve paths because gravity pulls water downhill. Agriculture works because gravity keeps soil grounded and water flowing. Even your sense of balance, your ability to stand, walk, run, arises from millions of years of evolutionary adaptation to gravity. Without gravity, life would have no anchor. Without gravity, ecosystems would have no structure. Without gravity, landscapes would have no meaning. The ordinary is cosmic. The everyday is gravitational. The familiar is extraordinary once we see it clearly. Gravity and the rise of technology. Exploration of gravity has shaped technology in profound ways. Satellites orbit Earth by constantly falling around it. GPS works only because engineers correct for gravitational time. Dilation, time moves faster at satellite altitudes. Your phone's navigation depends on Einstein's equations. Your bank transactions rely on atomic clocks adjusted for gravity. Your weather forecasts depend on satellites suspended in gravitational balance. Human civilization is now intertwined with gravity at technological levels our ancestors could hardly imagine. When you check the time on your phone, you are using relativity. When you look at satellite images, you are seeing gravity's choreography from above. When rockets launch into orbit, every calculation is a negotiation with gravity's pull. Gravity is not just a scientific concept, it is a technological foundation. Gravity and the future of exploration. Humanity's future depends on our ability to work with gravity, not against it. Long-distance space travel requires understanding gravitational slingshots, using planetary motion to accelerate spacecraft without fuel. These maneuvers allow probes to reach the outer planets, saving decades of travel time. One day, we may build gravitational engines, devices capable of manipulating space-time curvature to create propulsion without fuel. If such technology becomes real, interstellar travel becomes possible. Imagine spacecraft riding gravitational waves like surfers on cosmic tides. Imagine stations orbiting black holes to harness their energy. Imagine journeys to exoplanets using spacetime itself as a highway. Gravity may one day be the key to humanity's expansion into the stars. Gravity and the boundary of the possible. Every major leap in human understanding has come from challenging assumptions. Gravity invites us to question everything, including the nature of reality itself. Is spacetime fundamental? Or is it emergent from deeper principles? Is gravity an illusion, a byproduct of some information field? Is the universe holographic? Are we living inside a simulation? These ideas may sound abstract, but they emerge from serious attempts to understand gravity's true nature. Some theories propose that spacetime is made of tiny quantum bits, like pixels, that become smooth only at large scales. Others propose that gravity arises from thermodynamics, like heat flowing from hotter to colder regions. If these theories are correct, gravity is not a force at all, it is the outcome of statistical patterns inside a deeper layer of reality. Understanding gravity may be the key to unlocking everything. Gravity and the human spirit. Despite all the cosmic grandeur, it is perhaps the human spirit that reveals gravity's most unexpected beauty. We learn to stand in a world that pushes us down. We learn to climb despite weight pulling us back. We learn to reach for things above us, literally and metaphorically. Gravity challenges us, and through that challenge, we grow. Your resilience is a kind of internal gravity, the pull that brings you back, the force that gives you strength. The anchor that keeps you grounded when life becomes overwhelming. In this way, gravity becomes a metaphor for the journey of every person. You rise. You fall. You orbit. You learn. You grow. You change. The universe is not just outside you. It is reflected in you. Gravity and the story yet to be told. Even after centuries of discovery, humanity has only glimpsed a fraction of gravity's truth. The force that governs everything still holds secrets far beyond our understanding. But that's the beauty of it. The universe is not finished surprising us. Gravity is not finished revealing its layers. And humanity is not finished exploring. The story continues, with new questions, new journeys, new discoveries. And you are part of that unfolding narrative. As we travel deeper into the vast narrative shaped by gravity, one truth becomes undeniable: gravity is not only a force, it is a storyteller, weaving together the past, present, and future of the cosmos into one continuous tale. It binds distant galaxies and silent atoms, colossal superclusters, and the fragile human heart, merging all existence into a single unfolding journey. The deeper we look, the more interconnected everything becomes. Gravity and the cosmic direction of time. One of the strangest things about the universe is that time flows in one direction. Clocks tick forward, never backward. Stars burn through fuel. People age. Galaxies evolve. Entropy increases. But gravity plays a subtle role in shaping this arrow of time. In the early universe, matter was spread out almost uniformly. Over billions of years, gravity gathered it into clusters, galaxies, and stars. This process increased complexity, forming structures capable of creating life, consciousness, and thought. Gravity gives time its narrative. Without gravitational clumping, the universe would be static, no evolution, no story, no future. Gravity is the driving force that transforms chaos into order, and order into possibility. Gravity and the dynamic heart of every galaxy. At the center of nearly every major galaxy, including our own, lies a supermassive black hole. These giants contain millions or billions of solar masses compressed into regions smaller than a star. How did they form? Why are they so massive? Why do galaxies seem to grow around them? Gravity again holds the answers. As matter falls inward over billions of years, gravitational collapse feeds these central black holes, helping them grow. In turn, these black holes influence the growth of galaxies, regulating star formation with powerful jets and winds. This relationship is so precise that astronomers have found a direct link between the mass of a galaxy's central black hole and the mass of its surrounding stars. It is as if black holes and galaxies grow together, dancing through cosmic time as partners bound by gravity. Gravity and the cosmic recycling process. One of gravity's most elegant roles is its participation in the eternal cycle of creation and destruction. Stars form, burn, collapse, and explode. Planets condense from leftover material. Elements heavier than iron can only be forged in dying stars. When a star dies, gravity compresses its core. What happens next depends on mass. Less massive stars become white dwarfs. Heavier stars become neutron stars. The heaviest collapse into black holes. Each of these endpoints becomes a new beginning. White dwarfs cool over trillions of years into black dwarfs, dark, cold remnants. Neutron stars collide, creating gravitational waves and heavy elements. Black holes merge, shaping spacetime with titanic energy. The universe recycles everything. Gravity is the cosmic recycler. Nothing is wasted. Every atom in your body was once inside another form. You are built from the universe's leftovers, its ancient memories. Gravity and the human race's next leap. When humans first looked at the stars, they saw gods, patterns, and stories. But with greater understanding, we realized we were part of something larger, something governed by universal laws. And now, gravity is guiding us toward our next great transformation. We have mastered fire, electricity, atomic energy, and digital information. But gravity remains the final frontier. To travel to the stars, to build interplanetary civilizations, to explore deeper into space, humanity must learn to harness gravity itself. Future breakthroughs may allow us to create artificial gravity for long-term space habitats, manipulate gravitational fields for propulsion, use black holes as energy sources, navigate using gravitational waves, access hidden regions of spacetime, build wormholes or shortcuts in the cosmic fabric. Each of these ideas sounds like science fiction, but gravity has made impossible ideas possible before. And it may do so again. Gravity and the silence between the stars. Despite the immensity of the cosmos, interstellar space is quiet, almost impossibly silent. Sound cannot travel through a vacuum, and light weakens over vast distances. But gravity maintains its reach. Even across millions of light-years, gravitational pull remains. This subtle influence allows astronomers to detect planets orbiting distant stars. A small wobble reveals a massive world tugging on its host star. From this faint motion, we learn of planets with oceans, atmospheres, storms, and perhaps someday, life. Gravity is how we sense the unseen. It allows us to discover worlds we cannot yet visit. Gravity and the intricate symphony of motion. Every object in motion follows a Path influenced by gravity. These paths are not random, they form a cosmic choreography. Planets tracing ellipses. Moons wobbling in resonance. Asteroids dancing in chaotic patterns. Comets looping in dramatic arcs. Stellar nurseries spiraling with newborn suns. Even the smallest details matter. A moon slightly out of place can change a planet's climate. A comet's trajectory can alter its ice. Composition. A star's motion can shape the future of entire planetary systems. Motion is the universe's heartbeat. Gravity is the rhythm behind the beat. Gravity and the edge of black hole. Physics. As we examine gravity's most extreme environments, we encounter some of the deepest mysteries in physics, places where our current knowledge breaks down. Approaching the event horizon. Time slows dramatically. Inside the horizon, spacetime curves infinitely. Approaching the singularity, the known laws of physics crumble. These places are laboratories for future breakthroughs. If humanity can decode the nature of black holes, we will unlock truths about quantum gravity, the origin of spacetime, the nature of information, the birth of the universe, possibly even the multiverse. Gravity guards the gateway to the greatest secrets of existence. Gravity and the eternal cosmic drift. On the largest scales, galaxy clusters drift slowly through the cosmic web toward massive attractors, regions so dense that thousands of galaxies move toward them over billions of years. We are part of this drift. Our Milky Way, along with its neighbors, is moving toward a gravitational anomaly known as the Great Attractor. We don't fully understand what it is. We can't see it clearly, dust clouds block our view. But gravity reveals its presence through motion. Even at cosmic scales, the universe continues to drift, shift, evolve, and transform. Nothing is fixed. Everything is in motion. And gravity conducts the symphony. Gravity and the meaning of connection. Perhaps the most beautiful metaphor gravity offers is the idea of connection. Gravity is attraction. At every scale, from atoms to galaxies, it pulls things together. Stars form because particles are drawn inward. Planets form because dust binds to dust. Galaxies form because matter converges. And people, too, are shaped by connection, drawn toward others, forming families, communities, civilizations. Just as gravity binds the universe, relationships bind humanity. The invisible forces in our lives, love, empathy, curiosity, dreams, mirror the invisible force that shapes the cosmos. Gravity is both physical and symbolic. It teaches us that everything is connected, even across impossible distances. Gravity and the endless chapter. The universe is still writing its story. Galaxies continue to collide. Stars continue to ignite. Black holes continue to merge. Space continues to expand. And somewhere within that vastness, humans continue to wonder. The cosmos is unfinished. Gravity is unfinished. Your story in this universe is unfinished. And as long as the universe expands, new chapters will always emerge. The journey does not end. We are only in the early pages. Gravity's narrative deepens as we explore the smallest scales of existence. Up to this point, we've followed gravity across galaxies, stars, and the grand landscapes of the cosmos. But to truly understand gravity, we must shrink ourselves down, far beyond atoms, beyond particles, into a realm where space and time lose their meaning. Gravity and the quantum veil. At quantum scales, gravity becomes elusive, almost shy. The other fundamental forces dominate the subatomic world: electromagnetism, the strong nuclear force, the weak nuclear force. Gravity seems almost irrelevant at this level, so faint that it can be ignored in everyday particle interactions. But scientists know this must be an illusion. Gravity cannot simply disappear at the smallest scales. It must exist in some fundamental form. It must interact with particles in ways we haven't yet perceived. But how? Where? In what shape? Some theories propose that gravity operates through hypothetical particles called gravitons, massless, spin, two quanta that ripple through spacetime. Others propose that spacetime itself is a quantum object, composed of discrete atoms of geometry. If true, the smooth fabric of spacetime is just an illusion. Zoom in close enough, and you might find it pixelated, like digital information. This suggests a radical idea. Gravity may be a byproduct of information, not matter. Gravity and the holographic universe. One of the boldest theories in modern physics is the holographic principle, the idea that the entire universe might be encoded on a distant surface, like a cosmic hard drive. According to this model, we live in a 3D world. But the information describing everything exists on a 2D boundary. Gravity, in this scenario, emerges from the way information is stored and processed on that boundary. The bending of spacetime might not be physical curvature at all, it may be the result of calculations occurring at the universe's edge. If this is true, the universe is a hologram, not an illusion, but a projection. Gravity would then be the stitching between dimensions, the mechanism that makes the projection feel real. This is not science fiction. It is a serious theoretical framework supported by mathematics and black hole physics. If gravity is holographic, reality is far stranger than we imagined. Gravity and the cosmic tapestry of information. What if the universe is, at its core, an information processing system? Black holes appear to store information in their surface area, not volume. Quantum fields seem to exchange information constantly. Entropy, the measure of disorder, is tied directly to the flow of information. And gravity appears wherever information density changes. This leads to an extraordinary possibility. Gravity might not be a fundamental force at all, it might be a consequence of how information organizes itself in the universe. Where information is dense, spacetime curves inward. Where information is sparse, spacetime relaxes outward. In this view, gravity is not an actor in the universe, it is the script. Gravity and the multidimensional frontier. Some theories propose that gravity is weak because it leaks into extra dimensions, hidden spatial directions curled up too small for us to perceive. Imagine shining a flashlight through a thin sheet of paper. Most of the light is blocked, but some escapes through the fibers. Gravity, in this analogy, is the light. The fibers represent dimensions beyond our perception. If gravity travels through more dimensions than the other forces, that would explain its weakness. It might also explain why gravity behaves differently in extreme conditions, such as inside black holes or near the Big Bang. These extra dimensions might be microscopic loops, parallel universes, higher dimensional surfaces, alternate timelines, or even entire realms of physics we have yet to imagine. Gravity could be the only force that connects all these dimensions. Gravity and the birth of consciousness. Scientists rarely speak about consciousness when discussing cosmic forces. Yet some researchers are beginning to explore whether gravity might influence the emergence of awareness. The brain operates through electrical and biochemical signals, but these signals exist within a gravitational environment. Some theories propose that quantum processes in the brain, if they exist, might be influenced by gravitational fluctuations. Could gravity, in some subtle way, play a role in how consciousness arises? It's an open question, but it reveals something profound. The boundary between physics and experience may not be as wide as we think. If gravity shapes the structure of the universe, and consciousness arises within that structure. Perhaps gravity indirectly shapes the mind. Gravity and the responsibility of knowledge. The more we understand about gravity, the more responsibility we inherit. Human beings are no longer passive observers of the universe. We are explorers, creators, architects of the future. We have become a species capable of leaving our planet, building machines that orbit Earth, landing on other worlds, probing distant planets, listening to gravitational waves, mapping the cosmic web. This gives us power, and with that power comes obligation. Gravity teaches us that everything is connected. Nothing exists in isolation. What happens in one region of spacetime affects others, even across unimaginable distances. This interconnectedness mirrors the interconnectedness of human civilization. Just as gravity links stars and galaxies, empathy and cooperation link societies and generations. The universe is not just a place, it is a lesson. And gravity is one of its greatest teachers. Gravity and the threshold of tomorrow. We are living in a rare moment in cosmic history. Humans exist at a time when stars are abundant, galaxies are active, planets are plentiful, black holes are merging. The universe is young enough to explore, but old enough to understand. Billions of years from now, this era will end. Stars will fade. Galaxies will dim. Even black holes will evaporate. But we, here, now, have the chance to witness gravity in its prime. We stand at the threshold of discovery. What we learn today may define the future of science, exploration, and civilization. We may one day manipulate gravity. We may one day understand its quantum structure. We may one day create technologies that reshape spacetime. We may one day travel across gravity's pathways to other stars. Gravity is the universe's oldest master, but humanity is just beginning its apprenticeship. Gravity and the journey inward. After exploring the vastness of the cosmos, it's worth pausing and turning inward once again, to reflect on what gravity means in the most personal sense. You stand on Earth because gravity holds you. You feel the weight of your own life, your choices, your memories, your dreams, like a gravitational pull inside your mind. You navigate relationships, ambitions, fears, and hopes through forces just as invisible yet just as powerful. Gravity becomes a metaphor for every force that shapes your path. Everything you're drawn toward. Everything that anchors you. Everything that challenges you to rise. Everything that keeps you balanced. The universe is not out there, it is in you. Gravity is not outside you, it is reflected within you. You are not a visitor in the cosmos, you are a participant. Your existence is part of the gravitational story that began long before Earth formed and will continue long after the last star fades. And the story still isn't over. At this point in our journey, gravity reveals something even more astonishing. It is not only the architect of the cosmos, it is the agent of transformation. Wherever gravity acts, change follows. It creates structures, drives evolution, shapes landscapes, and even influences the emergence of complexity itself. Gravity is the requirement for growth, the catalyst for collapse, and the silent sculptor that turns randomness into pattern. And the deeper we explore gravity's reach, the clearer it becomes that we are living in a universe designed for transformation. Gravity and the energetic landscape of the cosmos. Every galaxy, every star, every planet exists because gravity provides an energy map, regions where motion slows, where matter collects, where temperature and pressure build until new forms of existence emerge. Without gravity's constant pull, energy would disperse evenly, leaving the universe smooth and sterile. But gravity gathers matter, creating pockets of intense energy that fuel everything from nuclear fusion to the birth of life. Stars ignite because gravity compresses hydrogen until it transforms into helium. Planets develop molten cores because gravity builds pressure deep within. Moons form when gravity collects debris that once wandered aimlessly. Gravity takes chaos and turns it into engines of creation. Gravity and the power of imperfection. The universe is not perfect. And that is its genius. The early cosmos contained tiny irregularities, minute fluctuations in density. These imperfections created gravitational imbalances, which allowed matter to gather into the first stars and galaxies. If the universe had been perfectly uniform, with no gravitational seeds of structure, nothing would have formed. No stars. No planets. No life. Imperfection is the cosmic spark. Gravity amplified these tiny variations, turning microscopic ripples into immense structures stretching across billions of light years. What begins as the smallest difference becomes the greatest pattern. The same lesson applies to life. We grow because of imperfection. We evolve because of pressure. We change because of imbalance. Gravity teaches us that imperfection is not a flaw, it is the beginning of possibility. Gravity and the orchestration of planetary harmony. Planets do not orbit randomly. They follow rhythms, harmonies, and resonances that often resemble music. Jupiter's moons move in a perfect 1:2:4 ratio. Saturn's rings contain gaps formed by gravitational notes played by nearby moons. In the solar system, gravitational resonance creates stability, preventing collisions and chaos. These harmonic patterns are not coincidences, they are gravity's way of organizing motion into order. Even Earth's climate depends on gravitational cadence. The Milankovitch cycles, changes in Earth's tilt, orbit, and wobble, are driven by gravitational interactions with the Sun and Moon, shaping ice ages and warming periods. Gravity composes the rhythms of worlds. Gravity and the strength of weakness. One of gravity's strangest qualities is its weakness. Compared to electromagnetism or the nuclear forces, gravity is astonishingly faint. A simple refrigerator magnet can overpower the entire gravitational force of Earth. Yet gravity's weakness is precisely what allows the universe to look the way it does. If gravity were stronger, stars would burn out too quickly. If gravity were weaker, stars would never ignite. Because gravity is weak, stars shine for billions of years, long enough for life to develop. Long enough for planets to stabilize. Long enough for intelligence to arise. Gravity's weakness is its greatest strength. Gravity and the cosmic scaffold of life. Life requires stability, temperatures that remain within a narrow range, chemical cycles that repeat, energy sources that endure. Gravity makes all of this possible. It holds atmospheres around planets. It keeps water liquid at the surface. It creates tides that stir the oceans. It shapes climate patterns. It holds Earth just close enough to the Sun. Without gravity, biology would not have a stage to perform on. And when life emerged, it adapted to gravity's demands. Bones strengthened. Muscles evolved. Balance organs developed. The nervous system learned to coordinate movement in a gravitational world. Even your heartbeat is designed to pump blood upward against gravity's pull. Gravity is part of biology's blueprint. Gravity and the unseen architecture of civilization. Human society itself is influenced by gravity in ways we rarely consider. Geography, mountains, rivers, valleys, shapes where people live, how cultures form, and how nations evolve. Mountains form because tectonic plates are forced upward by gravity-driven convection. Rivers flow downhill because water seeks the lowest gravitational potential. Valleys become fertile because gravity carries nutrient-rich soil downward. Cities emerge near rivers, coasts, and flatlands because gravity shapes the land into places. Ideal for human life. Civilization is built on the contours that gravity has carved. Gravity and the threshold of interstellar travel. When we look to the future, gravity becomes both a challenge and a key. To leave Earth, we must escape its gravitational pull, an endeavor that requires immense energy. But once in space, gravity becomes the ultimate free resource. We use gravitational slingshots to propel spacecraft across the solar system, extending missions by decades and reaching worlds otherwise out of reach. Future technologies may use gravity more directly, manipulating spacetime curvature to create propulsion, bending gravity waves to accelerate travel, or even forming artificial gravity to sustain human life beyond Earth. Gravity will not only shape our past and present, it will shape our destiny. Gravity and the blueprint for cosmic habitability. Scientists now know that Earth is not unique. Planets orbit nearly every star. Many fall within habitable zones. Some likely have oceans. Some may host life. Gravity plays a central role in determining which planets are stable, which climates endure, which orbits allow for long-term habitability. A planet's mass determines its gravity, its atmosphere, its ability to hold water, its geological activity, its potential for life. In every case, gravity acts as a gatekeeper, deciding which worlds flourish and which fail. Gravity and the search for companions in the universe. As we discover exoplanets, we use gravity as our primary tool. Stars wobble. Light dims. Space bends. Through these tiny signatures, we detect massive planets, rocky worlds, water-bearing moons, even entire planetary systems with architectures unlike anything in our solar system. Gravity becomes our eyes. Gravity becomes our guide. Each new discovery brings us closer to answering one of humanity's oldest questions. Are we alone? Gravity helps us search. Gravity and the grand paradox of existence. Gravity is the weakest force, yet the most influential. It is the simplest equation, yet the deepest mystery. It creates stars, but also collapses them. It binds galaxies, but also curves time. It makes life possible, but challenges it constantly. Gravity is full of contradictions, contradictions that define the universe itself. And perhaps that is the true nature of existence. Light and darkness. Creation and destruction. Order and chaos. Freedom and constraint. Expansion and collapse. Beginning and ending. The universe is not one or the other, it is both. Gravity is the thread weaving dualities into unity. Gravity and you, a moment of reflection. As you sit wherever you are right now, gravity holds you gently to Earth. It keeps your world stable. It gives your body meaning, form, and direction. It is the reason you can walk, breathe, sleep, dream. And yet, gravity also binds you to the histories of ancient stars, to galaxies millions of light years away, to a cosmos vast beyond imagination. It connects you to everything that has ever existed. You are not separate from the universe. You are a gravitational being. A product of cosmic curvature. A collection of stardust held together by gravity. A mind emerging from a long chain of gravitational events. And your story continues forward, just like the universe's own story. There are still chapters left to uncover. As our exploration of gravity continues, we begin to notice a quiet truth. Gravity is not only the force that shapes the universe, it is the force that shapes direction. Without gravity, there would be no up or down, no stable sense of orientation, no consistent pathways for planets, stars, or even thoughts to follow. Gravity provides context. It gives meaning to movement. And in a deeper, more symbolic sense, gravity gives meaning to existence. Gravity and the direction of meaning. Direction is something we often take for granted. We wake up, we stand, we walk in a world where down is always down and up is always up. But imagine a reality without that anchor, no stable ground, no consistent frame of reference. No sense of balance. Life could not develop in such chaos. Structures could not stand. Organisms could not adapt. Gravity gives order to direction, and direction gives purpose to motion. In this way, gravity is not just a physical force, it is the foundation of meaningful action. Every journey has a starting point because gravity defines one. Every step is possible because gravity provides resistance. Every challenge, physical or emotional, carries weight for a reason. Weight grounds us, reminds us that effort has direction and outcome. Gravity is the silent guide behind every purposeful movement. Gravity and the cosmic art of stability. Stability is one of gravity's greatest gifts. Without stability, the universe would be nothing more than scattered dust and chaotic motion. But gravity creates pockets of calm, regions where systems endure long enough for complexity to emerge. Star systems remain stable for billions of years because gravity balances orbital motion. Planets maintain orbits that fluctuate only slightly, creating stable climates. Moons lock into rhythms that become essential for tides and biological cycles. Stability forms the backbone of life. Even at the scale of galaxies, gravity creates long-term equilibrium. Spiral arms maintain their shape through density waves. Central black holes keep stars bound through a delicate gravitational tension. Stability is not the absence of motion, it is the balance of forces. Gravity is the artist behind that balance. Gravity and the scale of human thought. When humans first contemplated the universe, gravity was invisible to them. They saw the motions of stars, the falling of objects, the cycles of tides, yet the underlying cause remained hidden. And in this intellectual mystery, gravity became the fuel for curiosity. Curiosity is a gravitational force of the mind. It draws us toward questions, challenges, and discoveries. It pulls us into the unknown, compelling us to explore ideas beyond our immediate reach. Every scientific revolution, from Newton to Einstein to the physicists of today, was powered by this internal pull. Gravity shapes thought. Not through physics, but through metaphor. It reminds us that the pursuit of understanding is always a journey towards something deeper, something larger than ourselves. Gravity and the boundary of the observable. The universe is incredibly vast, but our ability to observe it is limited by time and light. Light travels at a finite speed. That speed defines a cosmic horizon, the boundary beyond which we cannot see. But gravity provides clues about what lies beyond. We cannot see distant regions of space, but we can detect the gravitational pull they exert on visible structures. We cannot observe dark matter directly, but we can see how it bends starlight. We cannot observe the full shape of the universe, but we can infer its curvature from gravitational interactions. Gravity allows us to perceive the unobservable. It gives us a method to peer into the universe's hidden chapters, revealing what light alone cannot tell us. Gravity and the slow dance of cosmic drift. Galaxies drift through space in a slow, graceful ballet. This motion is not chaotic, it follows threads of dark matter stretching across unimaginable distances. Our Milky Way is moving toward a gravitational anomaly known as the Great Attractor, a region so massive that it draws entire galaxy clusters toward it. This drift is slow on human timescales, but across cosmic ages it becomes a powerful migration. We are passengers in this drift, carried by gravity across time and space. Even now, as you read this, you are moving around Earth, around the Sun, through the galaxy, toward the great attractor. Into the future of the universe. Gravity is not only a force, it is a journey. Gravity and the quiet pull of belonging. Humans feel the desire to belong, socially, emotionally, spiritually. We form communities, relationships, traditions, and identities. This need for connection mirrors the behavior of matter in the universe. Atoms rarely exist alone. They form molecules. Molecules form cells. Cells form organisms. Organisms form societies. Everything is drawn towards something greater than itself. Gravity is the universe's metaphor for belonging. Just as matter clusters into stars and galaxies, people cluster into families, friendships, and cultures. And just as gravitational bonds can be strong or fragile, so too can human connections. We are gravitational beings in both physics and feeling. Gravity and the cosmic patience of time. Gravity operates on timescales far longer than human consciousness can easily comprehend. Stars take millions of years to ignite. Planetary systems take billions of years to stabilize. Galaxies evolve over tens of billions of years. Human lifetimes are brief flickers by comparison. Yet the brevity of life does not diminish its meaning. Instead, it highlights something profound. Humans possess the ability to grasp the long arc of cosmic time, even though they experience only a fraction of it. This is one of humanity's greatest gifts. The ability to imagine beyond its lifespan. Gravity teaches patience, persistence, and perspective. It shows that profound change requires time, and time requires endurance. Gravity and the search for balance. Every system shaped by gravity seeks balance. Stars balance pressure and gravity. Planets balance motion and pull. Even galaxies balance inward collapse with outward rotation. Humans, too, search for balance, between work and rest, ambition and contentment, attachment and independence. Balance is a gravitational principle. When life feels overwhelming, it is often because something has fallen out of equilibrium. When life feels meaningful, it is because forces are balanced, effort and rest. Challenge and comfort, gravity and lift. The physics of balance reflects the psychology of well-being. Gravity and the echo of human legacy. Human civilization is young, but already gravity has played a central role in shaping the stories we tell. The myth of Icarus flying too close to the sun. The idea of falling in love. The concept of rising to greatness. The heavy weight of responsibility. The uplifting feeling of hope. Gravity is woven into language, symbolism, and culture. Even when humanity eventually leaves Earth, building habitats on Mars, orbiting stations around moons, generation ships crossing star systems, gravity will continue to shape who we are. Whether artificial or natural, gravity will define how future humans live, grow, and evolve. Our legacy will stretch into space, guided by the same force that once guided drops of water, grains of sand, and primordial dust. Gravity and the unwritten chapters ahead. Everything we know about gravity points to one undeniable truth: the universe is still in its early chapters. There are forces we haven't discovered. Dimensions we haven't explored. Particles we haven't detected. Cosmic structures we haven't seen. Humanity stands at the first steps of an infinite journey. As we continue our exploration, gravity will remain our compass, guiding us through the visible and the invisible, the known and the unknowable. You are part of this journey. Your curiosity fuels it. Your awareness expands it. The universe evolves through gravity, but it also evolves through consciousness, through beings who dare to ask questions, seek truth, and imagine what lies beyond. The story continues, and the next chapters are waiting. As our journey unfolds, gravity begins to feel less like a distant cosmic principle and more like a kind of quiet companion, a presence that has been with the universe since the first moment of existence. It guides stars, shapes worlds, influences life, and even touches the deepest parts of human experience. And yet, for all of its familiarity, gravity remains profoundly mysterious. It is both known and unknown, both intuitive and elusive. In every direction we explore, physics, cosmology, philosophy, even human emotion, gravity appears as the central thread that ties everything together. Gravity and the silent sculpting of worlds. Planets, moons, and asteroids may seem static from a distance, but up close they tell a dynamic story, a story written by gravity across billions of years. Mountains rise because tectonic plates shift beneath the weight of gravitational pressure. Valleys deepen as rivers carve downward, guided by gravity's pull on flowing water. Volcanoes erupt because molten rock, compressed by gravitational heat, forces its way upward. Every landscape is a gravitational artwork. Even the shapes of planets depend on gravity. A world must have sufficient mass to pull itself into a sphere. Smaller objects, asteroids, small moons, remain jagged and irregular because gravity isn't strong enough to smooth them. A sphere is gravity's signature. And wherever you see that shape, you are witnessing the power of gravity to define form. Gravity and the long memory of planetary motion. The solar system looks peaceful today, but in its youth, it was a battlefield of collisions, migrations, and gravitational chaos. Jupiter may have once drifted inward toward the Sun, pulling smaller bodies with it. Mars may have lost much of its atmosphere due to weak gravity. Earth's tilt may have changed over millions of years due to gravitational nudges from other planets. Even today, subtle gravitational interactions slowly alter the lengths of days, the shapes of orbits, the rhythms of tides. Nothing in the solar system is truly still. Gravity remembers every encounter, storing those memories in long-term motion. Your calendar, your seasons, your climate, all of these depend on delicate gravitational balances refined over cosmic time. Gravity and the cosmic web of influence. Gravity is often described as universal, but that doesn't just mean it acts everywhere. It also means it acts on everything. Every object in the universe influences every other object, no matter how distant. You are attracted to the sun. The sun is attracted to the galactic center. The galaxy is attracted to the Virgo cluster. The cluster is attracted to the great attractor. And beyond that, everything is drawn toward a vast region known as the Shapley concentration. The universe is a network of mutual influence. Even your body exerts gravitational pull on everything around you. It's small, far too small to notice, but it exists. You have a gravitational presence in the world, just as stars and galaxies do. You are part of the gravitational conversation. Gravity and the cosmic migration of stars. Stars don't remain in one place. They wander through the galaxy in slow but graceful orbits lasting hundreds of millions of years. Sometimes they pass near other stars, disturbing planetary systems and triggering comet showers. Occasionally, rogue stars enter or leave the galaxy entirely. Gravity guides these migrations, determining not only where stars go, but what they encounter. Our sun is not stationary, it is moving at incredible speed through the Milky Way, pulling its planets along like a cosmic caravan. One day, far in the future, our solar system will drift into a completely different region of space. Gravity is the shepherd guiding stars across the galaxy's vast plains. Gravity and the slow birth of habitability. For a planet to support life, it needs more than liquid water and the right chemistry. It needs billions of years of stability. Gravity provides that stability through constant orbital motion, consistent climate patterns, steady stellar luminosity, long-term geological activity. Earth has been blessed with a remarkably stable orbit. This stability has allowed life to evolve from microbes into complex organisms, and finally into beings capable of contemplating the universe that created them. Life is fragile. Habitability is rare. Stability is precious. Gravity is the guardian of habitability. Gravity and the echoes across time. Black holes, once feared as cosmic destroyers, are now understood as deep wells of information, storing the history of what they consume in subtle patterns on their event horizons. This idea, that information cannot be lost, has reshaped physics. Gravity is not just a force. It is a memory system. Every gravitational wave is an ancient message. Every orbit is a long-term record. Every curved region of spacetime is a diary of what passed through. The universe remembers itself through gravity. Gravity and the interdependence of all things. What makes gravity so astonishing is that it requires no contact. It works across empty space, linking objects that never meet, binding together systems that may never collide. This interdependence mirrors the structure of life on Earth. Ecosystems rely on balance, predators and prey, oceans and atmosphere, climate and terrain. Human societies also depend on invisible forces, trust, cooperation, communication. Gravity becomes a metaphor for interdependence. Just as galaxies cannot exist alone, humans cannot thrive in isolation. The universe teaches this lesson repeatedly. Connection is the foundation of stability. Gravity and the human desire to rise above. Perhaps the most beautiful contradiction of gravity is that it inspires us to defy it. Birds evolved to overcome gravity's pull. Humans invented airplanes, balloons, rockets, space stations. Writers imagined flight long before it was possible. Explorers dreamed of reaching the stars. Gravity pulls us down, but the desire to rise is stronger. It is gravity that challenges us, and gravity that motivates us to transcend our limits, literally and figuratively. Every achievement that lifts humanity higher, scientific, technological, emotional, exists because gravity gave us something to rise above. Gravity and the future of human civilization. In the future, humanity may become a multi-planet species. But wherever we go, gravity will shape our existence. On Mars, humans will walk with 1/3 of Earth's gravity. Bones will adapt. Muscles will change. New generations will grow differently. Cultures may emerge with unique physical characteristics shaped entirely by gravity. In rotating space habitats, artificial gravity will simulate weight through centrifugal force, allowing long-term human life in orbit. On moons with lower gravity, architecture will evolve. Tall, sweeping structures impossible on Earth may become common. Gravity will become part of our identity, part of our art, part of our future biology. We will not escape gravity, we will adapt to new forms of it. Gravity and the final fate of everything. Far in the future, beyond human imagination, gravity will continue its slow, patient work. Galaxies will merge. Stars will fade. Black holes will dominate. Eventually, even black holes will evaporate through Hawking radiation. In that distant epoch, gravity will be the last storyteller, whispering through the final ripples of collapsing spacetime. And then, when the universe reaches its quiet twilight, gravity may trigger something extraordinary. The birth of a new universe. Some theories suggest that black holes create new cosmic regions inside them, pocket universes with their own physical laws. If true, gravity is not only the force that shapes worlds, it is the force that births new ones. Gravity and you, a cosmic reflection. You are standing on a planet held together by gravity. You are breathing air held by gravity. Your bones resist gravity. Your heartbeat pumps against gravity. Your dreams, struggles, and hopes rise in spite of gravity. You are part of the universe's gravitational story. Not separate. Not accidental. Connected. Integrated. Meaningful. Gravity tells us we belong, to Earth, to the cosmos, to each other. The universe continues. And so does your part in its unfolding narrative. As we move even deeper into gravity's grand narrative, we begin to recognize something quietly profound. Gravity is the universe's most patient force. It does not rush. It does not hurry. It unfolds its influence slowly, across billions of years, sculpting structure and meaning with a calm persistence unmatched by anything else in nature. This patience is not a limitation, it is a virtue. Through its slowness, gravity gives time the chance to create wonders. Gravity and the long arc of creation. Think of a star forming from a cloud of gas. It begins as nothing more than scattered particles drifting through nearly empty space. But over millions of years, gravity gently pulls these particles inward. The cloud compresses, heats, and eventually ignites into the glowing sphere we know as a star. What begins as cold darkness transforms into burning light because gravity refuses to let matter drift apart. This process is so slow that if you watched it in real time, you would see nothing happening at all. The change is invisible until, all at once, a star is born. This is how gravity works, quietly, consistently. Without spectacle, until the moment creation becomes undeniable. Gravity and the dance of planetary systems. Planetary systems are not simple, they are elaborate ballets shaped by countless influences. Gravity choreographs everything, determining not just orbits but also the interactions that give rise to moons, rings, and even catastrophic collisions. In the early solar system, Earth was struck by a Mars-sized object. The debris from this impact coalesced into the Moon. Today, the Moon shapes tides, stabilizes Earth's tilt, and influences climate cycles, all because of that ancient gravitational encounter. Gravity writes drama across cosmic time. Some collisions are violent. Others are delicate. All are meaningful. Gravity and the lines of invisible architecture. We tend to think of space as empty, but gravity fills it with structure. Dark matter halos, filaments, voids, and clusters form an invisible architecture that holds galaxies in place. These structures resemble neural pathways or the branching of rivers, patterns repeated across scales from the microscopic to the cosmic. This fractal-like repetition hints at something extraordinary. Gravity follows simple rules that create endlessly complex outcomes. It teaches us that simplicity can give rise to beauty, and that the universe's elegance is not random, it is the product of deep underlying order. Gravity and the strength of connection across distances. Unlike other forces, gravity weakens slowly. That is why it can reach across galaxies, binding stars to spirals, clusters to superclusters, and superclusters to the cosmic web. Even when objects are millions of light-years apart, they still feel each other's pull. This long-range influence reveals a powerful truth. Distance does not diminish connection. What is far away can still affect what is close. What seems isolated is still part of a larger whole. What appears separate is actually held within the network of everything else. Gravity is the universe's reminder that separation is an illusion. Gravity and the emergence of order from chaos. Chaos theory tells us that small differences can create unpredictable outcomes. Yet gravity, despite its simplicity, often creates remarkably stable structures. It moderates chaos. It refines randomness. It shapes turbulence into systems that last billions of years. Consider Saturn's rings. They may appear chaotic, billions of rocks, ice fragments, and dust swirling at high speed. But the rings are arranged with incredible precision. Influenced by gravitational resonances with moons. Within the seeming chaos lies deep harmony. Gravity does not eliminate disorder, it channels it into form. Gravity and the quiet fragility of life. Life exists because Earth's gravity is perfectly balanced. If it were slightly stronger, the atmosphere would collapse. If slightly weaker, the atmosphere would drift into space. Gravity also influences biology in subtle ways. Trees grow roots downward and branches upward. Blood flows through the body in specific patterns. Cells orient themselves based on gravitational cues. Animals evolve skeletal structures to resist weight. Even consciousness is indirectly shaped by gravity, because our brains evolved in response to bodies navigating gravitational environments. When astronauts spend long periods in microgravity, their bones weaken, muscles atrophy, and balance organs become confused. The body is a biological contract written with gravity in mind. We are not just shaped by gravity, we are calibrated to it. Gravity and the boundaries of human perception. Humans evolved to sense light, sound, and chemical signals. But gravity is invisible and silent. Our senses cannot detect it directly. So we invented tools. Telescopes that detect light bending around galaxies. Instruments that feel the faint rumble of gravitational waves. Satellites that track minuscule changes in Earth's gravitational field. Each tool expands our perception, allowing us to see gravity's influence in ways our biology never could. Through these tools, we transformed an invisible force into a source of knowledge. This ability, the transformation of the unseen into understanding, is one of humanity's greatest achievements. Gravity and the future of understanding. The next frontier of physics will revolve around gravity. Scientists seek a theory that unifies the large-scale world of relativity with the small-scale world of quantum mechanics. If this unified theory is discovered, it could explain the true nature of spacetime, the origin of the universe, what lies inside black holes, whether time can loop, stretch, or fracture, whether gravity emerges from deeper principles, whether multiple universes exist, whether consciousness interacts with gravity in subtle ways. Such a breakthrough would be one of the greatest moments in human history. We may be closer than we realize. We may be further than we imagine. But the pursuit continues. Gravity and the inner gravity of human experience. While gravity shapes the external universe, humans experience an internal gravity, an emotional pull that guides them through life. People feel drawn to places, ideas, goals, and each other. They feel anchored by values, memories, relationships. They feel weighed down by responsibilities or lifted by hope. This inner gravity is not mathematical, but it is just as real. It shapes identity. It influences decisions. It defines purpose. Just as planets orbit stars, humans orbit dreams, connections, and beliefs that give their lives structure. In this way, the universe reflects the human spirit. The cosmos is outside us, but also within us. Gravity and the ever-expanding story. As we approach the boundaries of what gravity can reveal, one realization becomes clear: there is no final chapter. The universe is expanding. Knowledge is expanding. Human potential is expanding. Gravity pulls things inward, but it also pushes us outward, toward exploration, innovation, imagination. The story of gravity is also the story of becoming. The story of the universe learning to understand itself. The story of humanity stepping into a cosmic role. The journey continues, and gravity is both guide and companion. There are still mysteries ahead, wonders waiting to be discovered, and truths waiting for those who seek them. If there's one truth that the universe continues to whisper through every star, every orbit, every ripple of spacetime, it is this: gravity is far more than a physical law. It is a storyteller. A silent architect. A cosmic philosopher. It is the thread that sews together the past, the present, and the possible. And as we stand on a tiny planet in a vast ocean of darkness, we begin to understand that gravity is also a bridge, a connection between what we can see and what we have yet to imagine. Gravity and the cosmic language of curvature. Einstein's theory of general relativity didn't just redefine gravity. It introduced a completely new way of understanding reality. Instead of treating gravity as a force, Einstein proposed that gravity is geometry, curvature in spacetime caused by mass and energy. Imagine placing a heavy ball on a stretched fabric. The fabric bends. Smaller balls roll toward the indentation. That curvature is gravitational attraction. But here is the extraordinary part: this isn't a metaphor. This is the universe's actual behavior. Planets orbit the sun not because they are pulled, but because spacetime curves around the sun. And planets follow the natural paths within that curvature. Light bends near massive objects for the same reason. We often think of spacetime as a static stage, but in reality, it is alive with shape, responding to everything that exists. Gravity is the universe's handwriting, etched into the geometry of existence. Gravity and the unexpected places it appears. We normally associate gravity with massive objects, stars, planets, black holes. But gravity appears in surprising places, tiny, quiet interactions that reveal how interconnected everything truly is. When you stand still, Earth pulls you downward, but you also pull Earth upward. When you raise your hand alters the gravitational environment around it. Even a single grain of sand contributes to Earth's gravitational field. These effects are small, almost impossible to detect, but they are real. Gravity does not discriminate by size. Every mass matters. Every atom contributes. This principle mirrors something deeply human, that every action, every person, every choice influences the larger whole. Gravity and the symphony of tides. Earth's tides are a living example of gravity's elegance. The moon pulls on Earth's oceans, creating two bulges, one facing the moon, and one on the opposite side. As Earth rotates, coastlines pass through these bulges, creating predictable cycles of high and low tides. But the sun also contributes. The alignment of Earth, Moon, and Sun creates spring tides. When they form right angles, neap tides appear. The tides are a cosmic duet, too. Massive bodies playing a gravitational melody across the surface of Earth. This rhythmic rise and fall has shaped ecosystems, migration patterns, and even the evolution of life. Without tides, the world would be radically different. Gravity conducts this symphony with perfect timing. Gravity and the hidden stories in human history. Ancient civilizations built monuments aligned with celestial patterns influenced by gravity. The movement of stars, their slow drift across the sky, shaped calendars, agriculture, religion, and navigation. The tides guided fishermen and traders. Seasons guided planting and harvest. The sun's path guided rituals and architecture. Even though ancient people did not know the word gravity, they lived their lives in harmony with its rhythms. It has always been part of humanity's story. Gravity and the new age of exploration. Humanity now stands on the threshold of a new age, one in which our understanding of gravity may lead us beyond traditional boundaries. Gravitational wave detectors have opened a new window into the universe. Space telescopes can now observe light bent around distant galaxies. Quantum physicists are probing the smallest gravitational effects ever measured. Each discovery brings us a step closer to something revolutionary. The ability to control, manipulate, or engineer gravitational environments. Artificial gravity in space habitats could allow humans to live long-term on moons, asteroids, or deep space stations. Gravitational navigation may one day allow spacecraft to surf along naturally curved paths, conserving fuel and expanding reach. Understanding quantum gravity may unlock new forms of energy or new methods of propulsion. Gravity, once seen as a constraint, may become a tool, a domain of innovation. Gravity and the essence of perspective. Perhaps the most powerful lesson gravity offers is perspective. It forces us to confront extremes, from the unimaginable density of black holes to the delicate balance that keeps a droplet of water hanging from a leaf. Gravity shows us both the grand and the intimate. It reminds us that our planet is not static, it is part of a larger system, orbiting, rotating, drifting. It teaches us that stability is temporary, and change is inevitable. It reveals that beauty emerges from balance. And balance emerges from opposing forces. Perspective allows humans to step back and see themselves within the tapestry of the cosmos. You are not small, you are connected. Gravity and the quiet. Philosophy of why things fall. Objects fall because spacetime tells them how to move. But falling is not a failure. It is the natural path through curved reality. Humans experience a similar truth. Sometimes we fall into uncertainty, into loss, into new chapters we did not expect. But falling is not always breaking. Sometimes falling is moving towards something waiting beyond our view. Gravity teaches that falling is simply a change in direction. Every descent contains the potential for ascent. Every path downward leads to a new horizon. Every collapse, cosmic or personal, paves the way for transformation. Stars collapse and become brighter. Galaxies collide and become more beautiful. Black holes form and reshape spacetime. In the universe, falling is part of growth. Gravity and the human desire to reach beyond limits. Despite gravity's pull, humans dream of reaching the stars. And that dream matters, because every step forward in science begins with imagination. Gravity does not crush dreams. It challenges them. It gives them something to rise against. Every launch, every rocket, every spacecraft, every rover, every telescope, each is a declaration that humans are willing to meet gravity's challenge with courage and creativity. Gravity writes the rules. Humans rewrite the possibilities. Gravity and the eternal conversation of existence. All things that exist participate in gravity's ongoing dialogue. Nothing is silent. Nothing is isolated. Every movement, from the falling of a leaf to the orbit of a galaxy, adds a note to the cosmic conversation. And amid that conversation, humanity has found its voice. We observe. We question. We measure. We imagine. We build. We become more than observers, we become storytellers. When humans study gravity, the universe is, in a sense, learning about itself. Conscious thought becomes part of the cosmic process. Perhaps that is the greatest revelation of all. Gravity connects not only matter, but meaning. The story continues, shaped by curiosity, guided by wonder, and bound together by the invisible force that holds everything in its embrace. As our journey deepens, gravity begins to feel less like a distant cosmic phenomenon and more like a quiet thread woven through every part of existence. It is the silent scaffolding behind the world. We know, the unseen architect shaping the architecture of galaxies and the experiences of human lives. Yet for all its familiarity, gravity remains a frontier, an invitation to explore not only the universe, but our own sense of meaning within it. Gravity and the cosmic patience of formation. Every structure in the universe, from tiny grains of cosmic dust to immense superclusters of galaxies, owes its shape and existence to gravity's patience. A single speck of dust drifting through interstellar space might seem insignificant. But under the right conditions, gravity nudges particles together. They clump, collide, stick, and grow. Over millions of years, those grains become rocks, the rocks become planetesimals, and eventually, if time is kind, planets emerge. The universe does not rush creation. It allows things to unfold slowly, steadily, almost imperceptibly. This patience offers a powerful reflection. Great things rarely emerge quickly. They require time, pressure, and persistence, just like worlds do. Gravity and the symphony of orbits. Orbits are among gravity's most elegant creations. They are not static loops but dynamic conversations between motion and pull. A planet moves forward, trying to escape into space. Gravity pulls inward, trying to draw the planet closer. The result is neither escape nor collapse but a perfect compromise, a stable orbit. This delicate balance exists everywhere. Electrons orbit atomic nuclei. Moons orbit planets. Stars orbit galactic centers. Galaxies orbit within clusters. Orbits are agreements between forces, not victories of one over the other. In a way, they resemble the balance humans seek in their own lives, between ambition and rest, exploration and comfort, independence and belonging. Gravity and the interplay between light and darkness. One of gravity's most poetic interactions is with light itself. Light, weightless and untouchable, seems immune to influence. Yet gravity bends it, shifts it, reshapes it. When a massive object like a galaxy sits between Earth and a distant star, gravity warps the light around it, creating multiple images, arcs, or rings, a phenomenon known as gravitational lensing. This cosmic distortion reveals hidden galaxies, amplifies faint signals, and exposes structures too distant for telescopes to capture directly. Gravity turns darkness into a lens through which light becomes visible. It shows that even in the vast silence of space, cooperation emerges in unexpected ways, matter guiding light. Curves shaping clarity. Gravity and the bridges between cosmic eras. Time in the universe is divided into eras, each defined by different physical conditions. Gravity spans all of them. In the radiation era, gravity was too weak compared to the density of light to form structure. In the matter era, gravity pulled matter together to form galaxies and stars. In the dark energy era, the one we live in now, gravity competes with the accelerating expansion of space. Gravity is the only force that has influenced every epoch of the universe. It serves as a bridge between beginnings and endings, holding history together as time unfolds. Gravity and the ephemeral nature of weight. Weight is something humans experience every moment, yet it's not a fundamental property. Weight is simply the force you feel as gravity pulls your mass toward Earth. But remove Earth, remove the environment, and weight disappears. Astronauts on the International Space Station float not because gravity is gone, but because they are in continuous freefall around Earth, falling and missing the surface again and again. This teaches a surprising truth. Gravity is constant, but weight is contextual. This mirrors human experience. Pressure depends on circumstances, not inherent worth. The things that weigh on us, stress, expectation, fear, can feel absolute. But in reality, they depend on environment, perspective, and trajectory. Change your orbit, and the weight changes too. Gravity and the architecture of landscapes. Every mountain range on Earth was lifted by tectonic forces working against gravity. Every canyon was carved by water pulled downhill. Every cliff, dune, and valley owes its shape to gravitational tension interacting with weather, wind, and time. Even the flow of rivers obeys the subtle guidance of gravity, tracing paths downward until they reach the ocean. Earth's landscapes are the result of gravity sculpting matter across eons. But landscapes are not static, they evolve. So do humans, sculpted by internal and external forces across the years. Gravity and the hidden order of chaos. Space might appear chaotic, asteroids tumbling, comets drifting, stars exploding. But underlying this apparent disorder is a profound gravitational order. Galaxies rotate with precision. Cluster formations follow predictable patterns. Stars evolve within narrow mass ranges. Even black holes, the most extreme gravitational objects, obey strict rules. Area cannot decrease, information cannot vanish, spin and charge follow exact limits. Gravity transforms chaos into structure. It provides shape where there was none. It imposes laws where randomness once ruled. In this way, gravity mirrors the human search for order and meaning amid the unpredictability of life. Gravity and the cosmic solitude of black hole horizons. Black holes represent gravity pushed to its absolute limit. Their gravitational pull is so intense that not even light can escape once it crosses the event horizon, a one-way boundary that separates here from forever. Inside this horizon lies a region inaccessible to the outside universe. No message, no signal, no clue can escape. Yet black holes are not voids. They are dynamic systems that influence galaxies, regulate star formation, and anchor cosmic structures. Even in their silence, they shape the world. And in this silence lies a metaphor. Some experiences are so intense that they become internal universes, felt deeply but invisible to others. But just as black holes radiate energy through Hawking radiation, humans radiate resilience through transformation. Gravity and the echo of time's arrow. One of the most intriguing mysteries in physics is why time flows forward. Gravity provides part of the answer. As matter clumps, collapses, and forms structure, entropy increases. The universe becomes more complex. This increase in entropy creates the directionality of time, the sense of past, present, and future. Gravity drives the arrow of time by shaping structure from disorder. Every star that forms, every galaxy that spins, every planet that cools is part of this temporal journey. Humans also live within time's arrow. We grow, change, learn, and experience the world as a sequence of irreversible moments. Gravity ties us to time, and time ties us to the story of existence. Gravity and the universe becoming self-aware. The most extraordinary realization is that gravity helped create beings capable of understanding gravity. Stardust coalesced through gravitational attraction. Planets formed in stable orbits. Life emerged under steady conditions. Brains evolved within gravitational constraints. Consciousness arose from biological complexity. And now, here we are, creatures of matter, guided by curiosity, attempting to comprehend the force that shaped us. In a sense, the universe is observing itself through our awareness. Gravity shaped the stars that forged the elements in our bodies. It shaped the world that allowed life to flourish. It shaped the brains that now reflect, wonder, and question. We are gravity's observers. We are gravity's storytellers. We are gravity, made self-aware. The story continues, deeper, broader, more connected than ever. Gravity's story is not confined to the vast stretches of interstellar space or the dense hearts of collapsing stars. It permeates everything, every moment, every breath, every quiet movement of life on Earth. The deeper we look, the more we realize that gravity is not merely a force of nature, it is the framework of experience. It shapes not only what exists, but what can exist. Gravity and the gentle architecture of everyday life. The scenes of daily existence, walking on a path, water flowing from a faucet, leaves drifting to the ground, may feel trivial, but each is a tiny miracle of gravitational balance. A raindrop forms in the sky because gravity gently pulls moisture together. It falls, accelerating, until air resistance balances the downward pull. It lands softly, completing a journey shaped entirely by curvature and motion. Every raindrop is a miniature story of gravity at work. Even the simple act of standing upright is an interaction between muscle, bone, and gravitational tension. Every step forward requires shifting your center of mass, catching yourself from falling, and transferring motion through your frame. Walking is controlled falling, gravity guiding each movement. Gravity and the hidden patterns of celestial rhythm. The universe follows rhythms far older and slower than any human melody. These rhythms, gravitational cycles, shape everything from climate to cosmic evolution. Earth's orbit wobbles over tens of thousands of years in cycles known as Milankovitch cycles, influencing ice ages and global climate patterns. The solar system moves through dense and sparse regions of the galaxy, affecting comet activity and possibly even the history of life. These cycles are so vast that no single generation can observe them. Yet they sculpt the destiny of species, ecosystems, and planetary eras. Gravity conducts these cosmic rhythms with subtlety and precision. Gravity and the quiet story told by every falling object. When something falls, it follows the shape of spacetime itself. A dropped apple, a drifting feather, even a shard of ice tumbling from a glacier, all are following the straightest possible path through curved spacetime. To an outside observer, the path looks like acceleration. But to the falling object, it is simply the natural route carved by the fabric of the universe. The insight is profound. What looks like effort is often just nature following its geometry. Humans experience this too. Sometimes life feels like falling, losing control, or changing direction unexpectedly. But often, those moments are part of a larger curvature, an unseen shape guiding you toward transformation. Gravity teaches that falling is not always failing. Sometimes it is alignment with a deeper path. Gravity and the future maps of exploration. As humanity prepares for greater ventures into space, understanding gravity becomes essential. Our bodies, minds, and technologies were shaped under Earth's gravity. When we travel beyond it, we enter an environment our biology never evolved to handle. Long-term missions in low gravity cause muscle weakness, bone loss, and changes in brain structure. The heart becomes more spherical. Blood redistributes. Vision can blur due to changes in intracranial pressure. Gravity has shaped us so deeply that leaving it requires re-engineering what it means to be human. Future explorers will rely on new forms of artificial gravity, rotating habitats, centrifugal rings, gravitational shielding concepts, and more, to maintain health and performance. Gravity will guide the design of starships, orbital colonies, lunar bases, and Martian cities. To explore the universe, we must collaborate with gravity, not escape it. Gravity and the strange horizon of exotic matter. The universe contains not only matter and energy, but theoretical forms of exotic matter that challenge imagination. Negative mass, if it exists, would behave in bizarre ways. Push it, and it would accelerate toward you. Pull it, and it would retreat. In spacetime, it could create gravitational repulsion. Dark energy, the mysterious force behind the universe's accelerating expansion, is another form of cosmic strangeness, an unseen property of empty space that opposes gravity. If gravity brings things together, dark energy pushes them apart. These opposing influences suggest the universe is a negotiation between contraction and expansion, attraction and dispersal, being and becoming. Human life mirrors this balance, between drawing close and letting go, creating stability and embracing change. Gravity and the doors to hyperspace. Some theories suggest that gravity may hold the key to faster-than-light travel. If spacetime can be curved enough, bent, folded, or tunneled, then distant points might become adjacent through extradimensional pathways. Wormholes, warp bubbles, and higher dimensional shortcuts are theoretical possibilities rooted in gravitational manipulation. These ideas may seem like science fiction today. But so did black holes and gravitational waves. Once. Human innovation often begins with imagination, and imagination begins with wonder. Gravity, through its complexity, challenges us to think beyond conventional limits. Gravity and the shaping of human imagination. Gravity is not only a scientific concept, it is a cornerstone of myths, stories, dreams, and aspirations. Cultures throughout history have imagined beings that fly, ascend, or dwell among the stars. Every leap of imagination toward the heavens is a response to gravity's presence. We dream of flight because we are grounded. We dream of space because we are bound to Earth. We dream of transcendence because gravity gives us something tangible to rise above. The tension between staying and soaring defines human creativity. Gravity and the tides within the human heart. Just as the moon pulls on Earth's oceans, there are tides within human experience, cycles of emotion, seasons of life, gravitations toward people, passions, and dreams. You are drawn to certain memories, anchored by certain beliefs, shaped by certain forces you cannot see but always feel. These inner tides ebb and flow. They rise and fall. They reveal that humans, too, live within a landscape of invisible pulls. Gravity outside shapes stars. Gravity within shapes stories. Gravity and the philosophy of connection. At its core, gravity is a principle of unity. Nothing escapes its influence. Everything is linked through it. It ensures the universe is not a collection of isolated fragments but a continuous, connected whole. That continuity is echoed in human existence. Despite distances, physical, cultural, emotional, humans gravitate toward belonging, toward meaning, toward each other. Gravity is not the force that keeps us down. It is the force that keeps everything together. And perhaps that is the most beautiful truth of all. The more we explore gravity, the more we begin to recognize that its reach extends far beyond physics. It influences how stars shine, how planets form, how galaxies swirl, but it also shapes how we think, how we understand time, and how we find meaning in the vastness of existence. Gravity becomes the bridge between the tangible and the abstract, a reminder that every force in the universe carries a lesson for those who pay attention. Gravity and the silent blueprint of the cosmos. If the universe had no gravity, matter would drift endlessly apart. There would be no stars, no planets, no galaxies, and no life. Gravity is the blueprint that organizes chaos into structure. The cosmic web itself, those giant filaments stretching across billions of light-years, is sculpted by gravity acting on dark matter. These filaments are the highways along which galaxies migrate, forming clusters and superclusters. The universe resembles a grand tapestry, with gravity as the loom weaving threads of matter into intricate patterns. Even the empty regions, cosmic voids, are shaped by gravity pushing matter outward from low-density zones toward higher-density filaments. Nothing is random. Everything follows an underlying pattern written in the mathematics of curvature and motion. Gravity and the rise of complexity. The universe began in simplicity, a hot, uniform expanding cloud of energy. Over time, tiny fluctuations amplified through gravity. Slightly denser regions pulled more matter inward, growing into stars, planets, and galaxies. From simplicity emerged complexity. From uniformity emerged diversity. From cosmic dust emerged consciousness. This process is not limited to physics, it reflects the journey of human life as well. People begin in simplicity, newborns without history, without complexity. Over time, experiences accumulate. Choices shape identity. Challenges deepen character. Gravity shows that complexity grows when environments allow things to gather, interact, and evolve. Gravity and the unseen tension between order and chaos. Wherever gravity creates structure, opposing forces attempt to break it apart. Stars push outward with radiation pressure, balancing gravitational collapse. Planets hold atmospheres with gravity while solar winds try to strip them away. Galaxies rotate with such speed that they should fling themselves apart, yet gravity, amplified by dark matter, holds them together. The universe thrives on this tension. It is the interplay of stability and disruption that allows creation to flourish. Human lives unfold through similar tensions, between control and unpredictability, comfort and challenge, certainty and the unknown. Growth happens when forces push against each other. Gravity teaches that harmony emerges not from the absence of tension, but from the balance of it. Gravity and the sculpting of time. We often think of time as fixed and universal, ticking the same everywhere. But gravity bends time. Clocks run slower in stronger gravitational fields and faster in weaker ones. On a mountaintop, time moves slightly faster than at sea level. Near a black hole, time slows dramatically, approaching a standstill at the event horizon. This means that time is not absolute, it is woven into spacetime, influenced by mass and energy. Gravity becomes the sculptor of temporal experience. Even on Earth, time dilation has real consequences. GPS satellites adjust their clocks to compensate for weaker gravity in orbit, otherwise, navigation systems would drift unpredictably. Gravity reminds us that time is flexible. Not rigid, dynamic, not static. It also parallels human experience. Our perception of time bends under memory, emotion, and circumstance. Moments of joy feel fleeting, moments of suffering feel endless. Time is shaped not only by physics but by perspective. Gravity and the fragile balance of habitability. Life on Earth depends on a precise gravitational relationship between planet, star, and moon. If Earth's gravity were slightly weaker, our atmosphere would slowly leak into space. If it were stronger, the atmosphere might become too dense for life to breathe. If the moon were smaller, Earth's tilt would wobble wildly, creating chaotic climate shifts. The exact balance required for life is extraordinary. This balance is not accidental, it is the product of billions of years of gravitational sorting, collisions, and cosmic refinement. The fragility of habitability teaches a powerful truth. Everything that sustains us, air, water, climate, seasons, depends on invisible balances we rarely notice. Gravity and the deep connection between motion and memory. Every object in the universe carries a history encoded in its motion. A comet's trajectory tells the story of ancient gravitational nudges. A galaxy's spin narrates eons of cosmic mergers. Even Earth's 23.5-degree tilt carries the memory of a colossal impact billions of years ago. Gravity is the historian of the cosmos. It remembers through motion. It records through orbits. It preserves through curvature. In human lives, memory plays a similar role, shaping behavior, influencing choices, guiding future paths. Gravity reminds us that nothing moves without a story behind it. Gravity and the emerging frontier of quantum mystery. Quantum mechanics describes the smallest scales of reality, probability fields, virtual particles, uncertainty. Gravity describes the largest, black holes, galaxies, cosmic expansion. Yet these two frameworks do not fit together smoothly. At quantum scales, gravity becomes almost immeasurably weak. At gravitational extremes, quantum rules break down. The universe behaves as if two different operating systems are running simultaneously, overlapping but not yet unified. Physicists search for the bridge, quantum gravity, a theory that would merge these two realms and reveal the deeper truth beneath them. Possible candidates include loop quantum gravity, string theory, holographic duality, causal set theory, emergent spacetime models. But no answer has yet prevailed. This mystery suggests that reality is layered, complex beyond current understanding. Humans live in the middle scale, unable to directly sense the quantum realm or the cosmic vastness, yet somehow capable of imagining both. Gravity and the human drive to find meaning. Why do humans look up at the sky? Why do they build telescopes, write theories, explore space, ask questions that stretch the limits of comprehension? Because curiosity is gravity of the mind, an invisible pull drawing attention toward the unknown. Knowledge, like mass, attracts more knowledge. Questions generate more questions. Wonder deepens with discovery. Gravity shapes the universe. Curiosity shapes humanity. Both forces guide their respective realms toward greater complexity. Gravity and the final horizon of understanding. Even if humans unlock the full mathematical structure of gravity, there will always be more to learn. Every answer leads to new questions. Every discovery opens a new frontier. Gravity is not a mystery to be solved once, it is a conversation to be continued across generations. In a way, gravity is an invitation. An invitation to explore. To imagine. To understand. To participate in the unfolding of cosmic knowledge. And as humanity continues forward, developing new technologies, venturing deeper into space, asking bolder questions, gravity will remain both a challenge and a companion. It is the first force we ever felt. And it may be the last force the universe ever expresses. The story is far from finished. It grows richer with every insight, deeper with every discovery, more human with every attempt to comprehend it. The more we travel through gravity's vast narrative, the clearer it becomes that gravity is not simply a force. It is a framework of relationships, a universal principle of connection, shaping both the grandest cosmic structures and the smallest subtleties of human existence. Gravity is the unseen architecture beneath reality, pulling everything into patterns that reveal themselves only with time, perspective, and patience. And in this unfolding pattern lies one of the most profound truths of all: everything in the universe is in conversation with everything else. Gravity and the hidden pulse of the universe. Though space appears silent, it vibrates with a subtle heartbeat, a faint rhythm produced by gravitational waves rippling across spacetime. These waves originate from cataclysmic events, black hole mergers, neutron-star collisions, the spiraling deaths of massive systems. For billions of years, these waves have traveled through the cosmos, carrying with them the ancient signatures of their origins. Only recently have humans constructed instruments sensitive enough to detect them, giant interferometers capable of measuring distortions thousands of times smaller than a proton. When the first detection occurred, it marked a turning point in history. For the first time, humanity was not just observing the universe. It was listening to it. Gravity became not just a curve in spacetime, but a voice across eternity. Gravity and the story of elemental creation. Every atom in our bodies, every carbon, oxygen, calcium, and iron, exists because gravity forged them in the hearts of stars. Without gravity compressing hydrogen into fusion, stars would remain inert, unable to shine or create heavier elements. The story of your existence begins with gravitational collapse. A cloud of gas compresses. A star ignites. Fusion produces carbon, nitrogen, oxygen. Massive stars explode, scattering these elements into space. Gravity gathers them again into new systems. And eventually, into life. The universe recycles itself through gravitational cycles, turning stardust into planets, oceans, trees, animals, and human beings capable of contemplating their own origins. You are not simply in the universe. You are of the universe, literally assembled through gravity's patience. Gravity and the fragility of cosmic harmony. Stability in the universe is never permanent. Orbits drift. Stars age. Galaxies collide. Black holes merge. Gravity is always negotiating, always balancing, always adjusting. The harmony we observe, the elegance of spiral galaxies, the predictability of planetary orbits, is the result of countless gravitational struggles resolved over eons. Even now, our Milky Way is moving inexorably toward the Andromeda Galaxy. In about 4 billion years, the two galaxies will collide, merging into a new, larger structure. Stars will weave new paths. Planetary systems will be disrupted. Black holes will unite in spectacular gravitational waves. This future event is not a catastrophe. It is part of the natural evolution of galaxies. Gravity does not fear change, it shapes it. Gravity and the concept of cosmic responsibility. As humans gain the ability to alter their environment on planetary and cosmic scales, a profound responsibility emerges. Gravity has shaped the universe for billions of years with no intention, no agenda, no bias. But humans do have intention. They possess awareness, foresight, imagination. These capabilities give humanity a role that no other species on Earth has ever held, the ability to influence the future of their planet and perhaps, one day, their solar system. This responsibility mirrors gravity's role in maintaining balance. Humans, too, must find balance, between use and preservation, curiosity and caution, exploration and respect. The universe is not fragile, but life is. Gravity provides structure, but humans must provide stewardship. Gravity and the edge of black hole secrets. As objects approach a black hole, strange things happen. Time stretches. Light bends. Space becomes distorted. The closer one gets to the event horizon, the more extreme these effects become. But what lies inside remains one of the greatest mysteries in science. Does the singularity exist as a point of infinite density? Are the laws of physics rewritten inside? Does information survive, encoded on the event horizon? Is the interior a passage to another region of spacetime? Black holes are the testing grounds for quantum gravity, the places where Einstein's theory and the quantum world collide. They are cosmic laboratories, storing secrets that could rewrite our understanding of reality. And gravity is the keeper of those secrets. Gravity and the illusion of separation. Humans often feel separate from the cosmos, small beings on a small planet, dwarfed by the vastness of space. But gravity reveals that separation itself is an illusion. Everything affects everything else. Every particle has gravitational influence. Every motion sends ripples through spacetime. You influence the universe just by existing. Just as the universe influences you by creating the conditions that allow you to exist at all. There is no isolation in a gravitational universe, only interconnectedness. Gravity and the search for the unified truth. The quest to unify gravity with the quantum world is not simply a scientific challenge. It is a search for a deeper truth, a single framework that explains the smallest particles and the largest cosmic structures. This search is not driven by necessity alone, it is driven by a human desire for understanding, coherence, and completeness. A unified theory would do more than explain black holes or the Big Bang. It would reveal the underlying blueprint of reality. It would show how existence emerges from fundamental principles. And perhaps, it would offer a glimpse into realms beyond our universe. Gravity and the human journey toward the stars. As technology advances, humanity steadily approaches the dream of becoming an interplanetary, and eventually interstellar, species. Gravity will shape that journey. It governs rocket launches, orbital mechanics, interplanetary transfers, and planetary landings. It shapes the physiology of astronauts, affects the design of habitats, and determines the paths of future starships. Gravity is not an obstacle to overcome, it is a landscape to navigate. As humanity explores deeper into the cosmos, gravitational knowledge will become as essential as navigation, communication, and life support. The future of exploration depends on learning to dance with gravity. Gravity and the meaning of the cosmic story. In the end, gravity is not merely a scientific phenomenon. It is a metaphor for connection, persistence, and the invisible forces that guide our lives. Just as stars form through pressure and collapse, humans grow through challenge and change. Just as galaxies cluster through attraction, humans gravitate toward companionship and belonging. Just as the universe expands and evolves, so do human dreams and possibilities. Gravity teaches that everything is connected, everything is evolving, and everything has meaning within the grand tapestry of existence. The story of gravity is the story of relationship, between matter and spacetime, between past and future, between the cosmos and those who dare to understand it. As we move further into gravity's story, it becomes increasingly clear that gravity is not just an influence woven through the universe. Gravity is the very context in which all existence unfolds. Without it, there would be no continuity, no structure, no unfolding narrative of time. Gravity is both the stage and the script, the setting and the theme. Yet the closer we look, the more gravity reveals itself not as a single phenomenon, but as a tapestry of interconnected mysteries, threads that run through every level of reality. Gravity and the emergence of shape. Everything that takes shape in the universe does so through the guiding hand of gravity. Stars, planets, moons, galaxies, all round not by coincidence, but by gravitational insistence. Gravity pulls matter inward in all directions equally, sculpting spheres from chaos. Even mountains and continents obey gravity's artistic demands. They rise where forces push upward, but they stop rising where gravity resists. There is always a negotiation. Shape is the signature of gravity. This principle extends beyond physical objects. Human identity, too, takes shape under invisible pressures, experiences compressing inward, choices forming boundaries, relationships creating contours of character. The architecture of a person's life is sculpted through inward and outward forces, finding balance just as planets do. Gravity and the pulse of cycles. In a universe ruled by gravity, cycles are inevitable. Everything repeats in patterns, like cosmic breathing. Planetary orbits create rhythms of seasons. Lunar cycles shape tides and nocturnal habits. Star life cycles, birth, fusion, collapse, repeat endlessly across galaxies. These cycles form a cosmic metabolism. Even the universe itself may be cyclic, expanding and contracting in vast epochs beyond human comprehension. Cycles in human experience mirror these cosmic rhythms. Emotions ebb and flow. Relationships rise and fall. Challenges return in new forms. Understanding deepens through recurring lessons. Gravity teaches that repetition is not stagnation, repetition is refinement. Gravity and the entanglement of motion. In the vacuum of space, nothing is still. Motion is everywhere, constant, relentless, beautiful. Yet gravity ensures that this motion is not chaotic but organized. A planet moves forward at just the right speed to avoid spiraling into its star. A moon dances around its planet, always falling, yet never landing. Stars orbit the galactic center, held in place by luminous mass and unseen dark matter. Motion becomes harmony. Harmony becomes structure. Structure becomes story. Gravity transforms the universe into an endless choreography, where every object performs its part in the cosmic dance. Human lives also exist in constant motion, intellectual, emotional, spiritual. People move through phases, relationships, ambitions, setbacks, and revelations. When life feels chaotic, gravity reminds us that every motion has context, every orbit has purpose. Gravity and the invisible bridges through time. Gravity is one of the few forces that connects the present with the distant past. Light can only show us what existed when it was emitted, but gravity reveals the mass of structures formed billions of years ago. We know where dark matter is not because we see it, but because we feel its gravitational pull. On visible galaxies. We map cosmic history by studying gravitational ripples left behind by ancient collisions. We detect the remnants of early cosmic structure through gravitational influence. Not light. Gravity is a time machine, a record keeper of cosmic evolution. Human memory functions similarly. The emotional gravity of past experiences shapes present choices. The unspoken influence of old moments guides current perspectives. What is unseen still exerts force. The past, like gravity, never truly disappears. It curves the trajectory of what comes next. Gravity and the architecture of dreams. Dreams of flying, of weightlessness, of soaring effortlessly above landscapes, these universal fantasies arise because gravity defines the boundaries of waking life. We dream of freedom because we understand limitation. We imagine rising because we feel the constant pull downward. We long for transcendence because gravity grounds us. In this way, gravity inspires imagination. It creates contrast. It gives the concept of up its meaning, and with that, the idea of aspiration. Even human ambitions behave like gravitational trajectories, starting G from a grounded point, gathering momentum, pushing against resistance, and rising beyond previous boundaries. Gravity shapes dreams as much as it shapes worlds. Gravity and the puzzle of cosmic expansion. One of the most surprising revelations of modern cosmology is that the universe is expanding and accelerating. This acceleration is driven by something that opposes gravity. Something mysterious and pervasive, dark energy. This raises profound questions. How can the universe be held together by gravity yet pushed apart by dark energy? What does it mean that two opposite forces shape the same cosmos? Is the universe destined to expand forever, or will gravity eventually overcome dark energy? This tension between contraction and expansion is universal. Humans feel it too. The desire to stay grounded and the desire to explore. The instinct to protect and the urge to transform. The need for stability and the craving for change. The universe operates through opposing forces, and so do we. Gravity and the unfinished symphony of the cosmos. If the universe had a soundtrack, it would be a long, slow symphony, quietly evolving. Influenced by gravity's unseen tempo. The formation of stars is a crescendo. A supernova explosion is a dramatic chord. A galaxy collision is a powerful, sweeping movement. Black hole mergers create the deepest bass notes ever heard. And through it all, gravity conducts. Humans are part of this cosmic symphony. Every heartbeat, every breath, every moment of awareness is a measure in this vast composition. Human consciousness adds melody to the universe, an emergent layer of meaning. The universe shapes us physically through gravity. We shape the universe conceptually through thought. This interplay, matter influencing mind, mind interpreting matter, is perhaps the most remarkable relationship gravity has enabled. Gravity and the whisper of purpose. When we look at how gravity organizes the cosmos, a subtle question emerges: is gravity simply a mechanical consequence of mass and energy, or is it pointing toward a deeper principle? Why does matter attract? Why does structure form instead of dissipate? Why is the universe not just chaotic randomness? Gravity suggests that connection is fundamental. That unity is natural. That the universe gravitates toward complexity, structure, and emergent intelligence. If existence were purely random, nothing would hold together, not stars, not planets, not life. Gravity reveals that the universe leans toward coherence, toward meaning, toward evolution. It hints at purpose, not in a human sense, but in a cosmic sense. The purpose of becoming. Gravity is the mechanism through which the universe unfolds, assembles, and knows itself. And that story is still continuing. Endlessly. Quietly. Magnificently. As our journey into the nature of gravity deepens, a remarkable realization emerges. The more we try to define gravity, the more it expands beyond definition. It behaves like a force, yet it is not exactly a force. It shapes matter, yet it is also shaped by matter. It governs motion, yet it is inseparable from time itself. Gravity is not just one thing, it is a relationship, a conversation, a continuum that binds existence from the smallest quantum fluctuation to the largest cosmic structure ever observed. And now, as we step further into this story, we begin to understand something even more profound. Gravity may be the bridge between what the universe is and what the universe could become. Gravity and the rise of cosmic consciousness. Consciousness did not emerge in a vacuum. It emerged inside a universe shaped, at every level, by gravity. Stars had to form first. Heavy elements had to be forged in stellar cores. Planets had to condense from protoplanetary disks. Stable climates had to persist long enough for molecules to combine and evolve into living systems. Every step in this chain is governed by gravity. Consciousness is not separate from gravity, it is one of its many consequences. If gravity compresses hydrogen into plasma hot enough to fuse, and fusion creates the elements of life, and planetary gravity builds oceans and atmospheres, and stable orbits allow ecosystems to flourish, then consciousness is a gravitational phenomenon. Not caused by gravity, but impossible without it. In this sense, humanity is not merely observing gravity. Humanity is gravity made aware of itself. Gravity and the symphony of galactic evolution. Galaxies are not static islands of stars, they are living ecosystems constantly changing through mergers, collisions, star births, star deaths, and gravitational interactions. The spiral arms of galaxies are density waves, slowly rotating patterns that compress gas and trigger new star formation. Even supermassive black holes at galactic centers play a role. They regulate the rate at which stars form, ejecting jets of energy when galaxies grow too dense, preventing runaway collapse. Everything inside a galaxy participates in a gravitational feedback loop. Gravity is not only the creator of galaxies, it is their regulator, their sculptor, their long-term caretaker. And in the same way, humans live inside feedback loops of their own. Thoughts shape actions. Actions shape environments. Environments shape future thoughts. Human life is a galactic model in miniature. Gravity and the mystery of dark matter's hidden hand. Most of the universe's mass is invisible. Dark matter does not emit light, reflect it, or absorb it, but gravity reveals its presence with absolute clarity. Stars orbit far too quickly at the edges of galaxies for visible mass to hold them. If dark matter were not there, galaxies would tear themselves apart. Dark matter forms halos, the giant, invisible structures that every galaxy sits inside. These halos determine where galaxies can form, how they rotate, how they merge, and how they survive collisions. Without dark matter, there would be no galaxies. Without galaxies, there would be no stars. Without stars, there would be no planets. Without planets, there would be no life. Dark matter is gravity's silent partner, the unseen sculptor of cosmic architecture. And this hidden influence mirrors something deeply human. Often, the most important forces shaping a life are unseen: memories, assumptions, beliefs, hopes, fears. What is invisible still has weight. Gravity and the unlikely gift of stability. It is easy to forget how rare Earth's stability is. The planet's orbit is nearly circular, maintaining a steady energy balance. Its tilt, stabilized by the moon, creates predictable seasons. Its gravitational pull is strong enough to hold an atmosphere but weak enough to allow complex life to move freely. This stability is not guaranteed. It is a cosmic privilege. Most planets orbit in elongated, chaotic paths. Many worlds are tidally locked, with one side scorched and the other frozen. Some have gravity too weak to sustain air. Others have gravity so strong that life would be crushed under its pull. Earth exists in a gravitational Goldilocks zone, not just in distance from the Sun, but in physical structure, rotational dynamics, and orbital consistency. Humanity lives on a rare world shaped by a rare balance. And gravity is the quiet guardian of this fragile perfection. Gravity and the horizon of human potential. Humans have already begun altering gravitational environments in profound ways. Spacecraft escape Earth's pull. Satellites orbit in precise gravitational wells. Space stations exist in microgravity. Future missions will navigate the gravitational landscapes of Mars, Europa, Titan, and beyond. To go farther, humanity must understand gravity at a deeper level, not just as a limitation, but as a resource. Gravity assists slingshot maneuvers around planets. Gravity stabilizes lunar orbits, Lagrange points. Gravity protects planetary magnetic fields shielding life. Gravity inspires artificial gravity systems for long-term spaceflight. Gravity will be the foundation of future civilizations beyond Earth. Entire cities may one day rotate to simulate gravity. Interstellar ships may bend spacetime around them. Human bodies may evolve differently on low-gravity worlds. Gravity is not just a law of physics, it is a frontier of engineering, biology, and imagination. Gravity and the paradox of immensity and intimacy. Gravity acts across galaxies, yet it also shapes the fall of a single leaf. It binds superclusters, yet it also holds your feet to the floor. It anchors planets, yet it also keeps your bones strong and your muscles functional. No other force in the universe spans such extremes. Human experience mirrors this paradox. People live both in vast, abstract futures and in quiet, intimate moments. They dream of galaxies while sitting under a tree. They imagine eternity while holding fleeting seconds in their hands. Gravity unifies immensity and intimacy, reminding us that scale is relative and significance is not limited by size. Gravity and the future of discovery. The next century of science will likely reveal more about gravity than all centuries before it combined. We may learn the nature of dark matter. We may uncover the essence of dark energy. We may develop quantum theories of spacetime. We may discover particles, dimensions, or fields that rewrite physics. We may detect gravitational waves from the earliest moments after the Big Bang. And each discovery will not only expand human knowledge, it will expand human identity. Humanity grows every time it sees the universe more clearly. Gravity is not just a subject of study, it is a ladder to understanding reality itself. Gravity and the reflection of meaning. When we look at gravity's role in shaping everything, stars, planets, galaxies, life, consciousness, time, we begin to see a pattern, not of randomness but of unfolding. Gravity does not just create structure. It creates opportunity. It creates progression. It creates a universe capable of knowing itself. And in that revelation lies a deeper question. Is gravity simply a law of physics, or is it the mechanism through which meaning emerges in the universe? Gravity gathers atoms. Gravity gathers worlds. Gravity gathers life. Gravity gathers minds. Gravity gathers stories. Perhaps gravity is the universe's way of bringing things together, not just physically, but conceptually. Perhaps gravity is the foundation of connection. And connection, in all its forms, from galaxies bonding to humans bonding, is the foundation of meaning itself. Gravity holds the universe together. Connection holds humanity together. Meaning emerges from both. As our exploration continues, gravity no longer feels like a distant cosmic rule but something far more profound, an ever-present thread weaving together the visible and invisible architecture of existence. It becomes increasingly clear that gravity is not simply a force acting on matter, but a principle shaping relationships, between objects, between events, between eras, and even between ideas. Gravity is the silent grammar of the universe, defining how everything relates across time and space. Gravity and the formation of cosmic identity. Every galaxy has a personality, its own shape, rhythm, and gravitational imprint. Spiral galaxies swirl in elegant arms, elliptical galaxies stretch into glowing spheres, and irregular galaxies scatter their stars like cosmic brushstrokes. These identities aren't arbitrary, they are sculpted by gravitational histories. A quiet galaxy suggests a calm cosmic childhood. A chaotic galaxy reveals violent mergers. A warped galaxy hints at past collisions or encounters. Gravity encodes biography into structure. Just like galaxies, human identities form through interactions, some gentle, some chaotic, some transformative. People are shaped not only by what they gather, but by what they collide with, what they lose, and what they survive. Gravity teaches that identity is the accumulation of encounters. Gravity and the interstellar highways. Space is not empty, it is filled with gravitational pathways. These paths, natural curves in spacetime, allow spacecraft to move using minimal fuel by surfing along gravitational contours. These gravity highways link planets, moons, and asteroids into a network that future civilizations will navigate like oceans. They will become the trade routes of the solar system. Understanding these pathways means understanding how to cooperate with gravity rather than fight it. In the same way, human progress often comes from learning to work with the forces around us, social, emotional, environmental, rather than resisting them. Movement becomes easier when aligned with natural currents. Gravity and the anatomy of collapse. While gravity builds structures, it also dismantles them. Stars collapse when they exhaust their fuel. Massive stars implode into supernovae, leaving behind neutron stars or black holes. Planets can collapse inward if internal heat fades. Even galaxies merge and collapse into new formations. Collapse is not failure, it is transformation. A collapsing star does not die, it evolves into something denser. More extreme, more capable of reshaping spacetime. The collapse releases elements into the cosmos that seed future worlds. In life, collapses, moments of loss, endings, breakdowns, are often the prelude to breakthroughs. Something denser emerges, resilience, perspective, maturity. Gravity shows that collapse is a doorway, not a dead end. Gravity and the deep silence between stars. Space is quiet, but not empty. The darkness between stars is filled with gravitational whispers, tiny pulls, delicate tugs, faint interactions that stretch across light years. This silence is not isolation. It is connection at a distance. Even stars millions of miles apart influence each other through gravity. Galaxies communicate through gravitational tides. Clusters respond to mass shifts that occur across unimaginable distances. In human life, silence also connects. A pause in conversation. A moment of stillness. A quiet understanding between two people. Just as stars are connected in silence, so are human beings. Gravity and the philosophical paradox of direction. Direction feels objective, up, down, left, right. But direction is defined by gravity. Up is simply away from the center of mass. Down is toward it. Without gravity, up and down lose meaning. This reveals something subtle. Direction is contextual, not absolute. Humans often think of life direction in absolute terms: success versus failure, progress versus regression. But gravity teaches that direction changes depending on environment, perspective, and position. There is no universal up in space. Likewise, there is no universal measure of human direction. Each path is relative to one's own story, one's own gravitational landscape. Gravity and the cosmic dance of resonance. Resonance occurs when objects share synchronized rhythms. Moons in the solar system often fall into gravitational resonances, locked orbital patterns that stabilize their paths. Jupiter's moons Io, Europa, and Ganymede follow a perfect 1:2:4 pattern, like cosmic percussion. These resonances maintain tidal heating, which keeps Europa's subsurface ocean warm enough to potentially harbor life. Resonance is a form of gravitational communication. Humans experience resonance too, between ideas, between people, between events. Creativity often arises when thoughts synchronize. Collaboration emerges when minds orbit in complementary rhythms. Gravity teaches that harmony arises when rhythms align. Gravity and the hidden architecture of fate. Some events seem inevitable. The Milky Way's collision with Andromeda. The death of stars. The expansion of space. The cooling of planets. These outcomes are gravitationally scripted by the mass, motion, and energy of the universe. But inevitability in physics does not imply rigidity. Gravity sets boundaries, but within those boundaries, infinite variation is possible. Life works the same way. People cannot control everything: time, origin, the external world, but within these boundaries lies vast freedom of choice. Gravity reveals a paradox. Fate exists, yet within fate lies possibility. Gravity and the ancient light of gravitational lensing. Gravitational lensing reveals the oldest light in the universe, light bent around massive objects, arriving from eras close to the dawn of time. These distorted arcs and rings act like cosmic magnifying glasses, showing galaxies far beyond the reach of ordinary telescopes. Gravity allows us to see deeper into the past than light alone ever could. It amplifies, reveals, uncovers. Humans also see more clearly when they learn to bend perspective, looking at hardships through new angles, reframing memories, reevaluating assumptions. Gravity shows that perspective is not fixed. Change the curve, and the view expands. Gravity and the future of terraforming worlds. If humanity one day terraforms planets, moons, or asteroids, gravity will dictate what is possible. A world too small cannot hold atmosphere. A world too large may crush human physiology. Low gravity changes biology, bones weaken, muscles shrink. High gravity limits mobility, growth, and transportation. Terraforming isn't just chemistry and climate, it is gravity engineering. Future generations may design habitats with artificial gravity, shape environments to mimic Earth's pull, or even modify biological structures to adapt to new gravitational conditions. Humanity's future will be written not only in technology but in our evolving relationship with gravity. Gravity and the secret dialogue between order and entropy. Entropy tends to increase, disorder is the natural direction of time. Yet gravity moves in the opposite direction, gathering matter into stars, planets, and galaxies. Gravity creates order out of chaos. This tension between entropy and gravity shapes cosmic evolution. Stars fight collapse through fusion, balancing order and disorder. Galaxies maintain structure through dynamic equilibrium. Humans also live between order and chaos. Too much rigidity stifles growth. Too much disorder prevents stability. Gravity teaches that the most complex structures emerge from the balance point. Gravity and the Great Cosmic Migration. Everything in the universe is moving, nothing is permanent or fixed. Our solar system is drifting around the galaxy. The galaxy is falling toward the Virgo cluster. The cluster is rushing toward the Great Attractor. Space itself is stretching. We are travelers in a grand journey, whether we know it or not. Life is the same. Even staying still, we move forward in time. Even standing in place, we change. Even without effort, we drift along invisible currents. Gravity's migrations remind us that everything evolves. Gravity and the thread that outlives stars. One day, our sun will swell into a red giant, then collapse into a white dwarf. Our solar system will change dramatically. Moons may drift. Orbits may shift. Worlds may freeze or burn. But gravity will remain. It will shape the white dwarfs. Slow cooling. It will hold planets in altered orbits. It will guide the sun's final whispers of light. It will eventually merge the remains into new cosmic material. Gravity outlives the objects it shapes. And perhaps meaning, too, outlives the individuals who carry it. Gravity and the ever-expanding horizon of wonder. The more humanity learns about gravity, the more wondrous the universe becomes. Every discovery opens 10 new mysteries. Every answer expands the frontier of questions. Gravity humbles us. Gravity inspires us. Gravity challenges us. Gravity connects us. And through this force, this quiet, invisible sculptor, the universe continues its infinite process of becoming. As our journey deepens into the nature of gravity, the universe begins to look less like a collection of separate objects and more like a vast ecosystem, interdependent, interconnected, and in many ways alive. Gravity is the invisible architecture supporting this cosmic ecosystem, shaping its rules, its patterns, and its possible futures. Yet gravity is not rigid. It is dynamic, fluid, capable of weaving countless variations of structure and story. And in understanding this flexibility, we begin to uncover a deeper truth. Gravity might be the universe's way of experimenting with itself, exploring endless permutations of form, motion, and meaning. Gravity and the threads that bind cosmic memory. Every object in the universe carries a gravitational fingerprint, a record of where it has been, what forces have acted upon it, and which encounters shaped its path. Asteroids show scars from ancient collisions. Planets wobble from past gravitational nudges. Stars drift in families that share ancestral origins. Even the cosmic microwave background, radiation, left over from the Big Bang, bears the faint imprint of primordial gravitational waves. Gravity is the historian of the cosmos. It encodes memory not in words but in motion. Not in archives but in curvature. Not in symbols but in the orbits of worlds. In life, memories shape us in similar ways, guiding our trajectories, bending our choices, curving our futures. Just as gravity leaves imprints on matter, experience leaves imprints on the mind. The universe remembers through gravity. Humanity remembers through consciousness. Together they form a continuum of evolving memory. Gravity and the architecture of cosmic tension. The universe is built on tension, between expansion and contraction, heat and cold, creation and annihilation. Gravity plays the role of the balancing force, the moderator between extremes. When stars try to collapse, nuclear fusion pushes back, creating starlight. When galaxies spin too fast, gravity invisibly tightens the structure. When dark energy accelerates expansion, gravity resists on local scales. This delicate balancing act allows complexity to emerge. Human lives also unfold through tension, between desire and responsibility, dreams and reality, stability and risk. Without tension, there is no growth. Without gravity, there is no form. Tension is not a flaw in existence, it is the engine of evolution. Gravity and the cosmic bridges between scales. One of the most fascinating truths about gravity is its consistency across vastly different scales. It governs atoms gathering into dust, dust gathering into planets, planets gathering into systems, systems gathering into galaxies, galaxies gathering into clusters, clusters gathering into the cosmic web. The same principle, repeated across unimaginable scales, creates a universe that is both infinite and coherent. Humans also experience life across scales, from the microscopic to the societal to the cosmic. Decisions made in seconds can influence decades. Small acts can ripple into large consequences. Everything is nested within something larger. Gravity shows that scale does not limit significance. Gravity and the sculpting of cosmic beauty. Beauty is not always subjective, sometimes it is embedded in structure itself. The universe is filled with astonishing forms, spirals, rings, pillars, arcs, filaments, shaped by the persistent whisper of gravity. The pillars of creation in the Eagle Nebula are shaped by gravitational collapse and stellar winds. The rings of Saturn are carved by resonances with moons. The hexagon at Saturn's pole results from atmospheric dynamics under gravitational rotation. The arcs of the cosmic web trace dark matter skeletons shaped by gravitational attraction. These patterns are not random, they are expressions of cosmic order. Gravity is the universe's artist, carving elegance into emptiness. Gravity and the evolving language of time. Time is not universal, it stretches, compresses, and warps depending on gravity. In a stronger gravitational field, time passes more slowly. Near a black hole's event horizon, time nearly stops. This means that time is a living dimension, elastic, responsive, sensitive to context. A clock on a mountain runs faster than one at sea level. Astronauts age differently than those on Earth. Particles moving at near light speed experience time almost frozen. Time is shaped by gravity, and in turn, time shapes the evolution of everything. Human experience mirrors this relativity. Moments of joy feel short. Moments of pain feel long. Years feel different depending on perspective, emotion, and memory. Gravity teaches that time is not a constant, neither in physics nor in life. Gravity and the dream of interstellar civilization. If humanity reaches the stars, gravity will determine how, and where, it thrives. Different worlds offer different gravitational landscapes. A high-gravity planet would create strong, compact beings with dense bones and powerful muscles. A low-gravity world might produce taller, lighter bodies with broader movement ranges. Low gravity could reshape architecture, allowing massive, airy structures that would collapse on Earth. Gravity would influence culture, art, transportation, biology, and psychology. Humanity might diversify into gravitationally adapted branches, new subcultures, subspecies, or even entirely distinct civilizations. The force that shaped galaxies could one day shape the evolution of humanity. Gravity and the secret motions of black holes. Black holes are often imagined as simple, silent voids, but they are among the most dynamic objects in existence. They spin. They wobble. They merge. Their event horizons fluctuate like living surfaces. Their gravitational pull influences matter for light years. They release jets traveling at near light speed. Inside them, beyond the event horizon, spacetime collapses to a region so extreme that current physics cannot describe it. Some theories propose an ultra-dense core, a ring-shaped singularity, a bridge to another region of spacetime, a new bubble universe, or a quantum structure avoiding collapse. Black holes may be the universe's archives, preserving information in ways we don't yet understand. Gravity is the key to unlocking these secrets. Gravity and the dance of stars across ages. Stars evolve through a delicate gravitational choreography. Nebula protostar main. Sequence red giant white dwarf. Or nebula massive star supernova neutron star/black hole. Each phase teaches a lesson about balance. Gravity compresses. Fusion expands. Temperatures rise and fall. Elements are forged. Worlds are destroyed and created. Stars are not static, they are stories unfolding across billions of years. Human lives are the same. They move through phases, each shaped by internal and external pressures. Each stage produces new forms of understanding, resilience, and identity. Gravity is the author behind the story of stars, just as pressure, experience, and emotion author the story of human lives. Gravity and the hidden symmetry of the universe. One of the universe's deepest mysteries is symmetry. Why do fundamental particles follow mathematical patterns? Why do physical laws remain consistent across space and time? Why do stars and galaxies follow similar structures regardless of where they form? Gravity appears to participate in this symmetry. Its equation, simple, elegant, universal, remains constant across the entire universe. This raises profound questions. Does gravity emerge from symmetry, or does symmetry emerge from gravity? Is the universe constructed around mathematical elegance? Is existence rooted in beauty? Human creativity follows similar patterns: art, music, architecture, narrative. Beauty appears not only in the cosmos but in human expression. Perhaps beauty is not a human invention. Perhaps it is a cosmic truth. Gravity and the infinite dialogue between being and becoming. At its deepest level, gravity expresses one timeless idea: everything is constantly becoming something else. Nebulas become stars. Stars become supernovas. Supernovas become elements. Elements become planets. Planets become homes. Homes become civilizations. Civilizations become stories. Stories become meaning. Gravity is the thread running through this chain of becoming. It reminds us that nothing is static. Everything evolves. Everything transforms. Everything participates in an unfolding narrative that spans cosmic time. And within this vast process, humanity occupies a unique position, not as passive observers, but as conscious participants capable of understanding the story, shaping it, and continuing it into the future. The universe becomes through gravity. Humanity becomes through understanding. Both forces, physical and intellectual, move the story forward. As we continue descending into the mysteries of gravity, something astonishing becomes clear. The deeper we go, the more gravity transforms from a physical phenomenon into a philosophical lens. It becomes a way to see not only the universe, but our own lives with greater clarity. Gravity is motion, but it is also meaning. It is structure, but it is also story. It is law, but it is also metaphor. And precisely because gravity intertwines the physical and the conceptual, it gives us the language to understand everything from the birth of galaxies to the rise of consciousness. Gravity and the unseen geometry of the cosmic web. The universe is not a random scatter of stars, it is a vast, interconnected web stretching across billions of light-years. This web is made of filaments of dark matter, strands of galaxies, and voids where almost nothing exists. Astronomers have discovered that the largest structures in the universe resemble neuronal networks in the human brain. They branch, cluster, and distribute matter in patterns that mirror neural pathways. The same invisible logic appears in two vastly different scales: the cosmic and the biological. But what shapes this structure? Gravity. Gravity pulls matter into long filaments. Gravity drains empty regions into fuller ones. Gravity sculpts nodes where galaxies gather. Gravity creates the universe's skeleton. This cosmic web resembles thoughts in motion, connections forming, ideas branching. It hints at something profound. Structure arises from interaction. Meaning arises from connection. The universe is woven together by gravity, just as the mind is woven together by experience. Gravity and the story of planetary destinies. Every planet carries a destiny written in its gravity. Earth's gravity allowed mountains to rise, rain to fall, and oceans to stay. Mars' weaker gravity allowed its atmosphere to escape, drying its once flowing rivers. Venus' strong gravity trapped a suffocating blanket of carbon dioxide, turning it into a furnace. Gas giants' immense gravity compressed hydrogen into metallic forms unknown on Earth. Gravity writes the script of each world. It determines how fast time flows, how thick atmospheres become, how oceans form, how climates stabilize, how life may emerge. Gravity is the architect of planetary fate. And in a symbolic way, humans experience gravitational destinies too, forces of origin, circumstance, and environment that shape what futures are possible. Yet, like planets influenced by orbital interactions, people can shift their paths, refine their trajectories, redefine their outcomes. Gravity sets the stage, choice writes the story. Gravity and the thresholds of impossible worlds. Some worlds in the universe push gravitational extremes so far that they challenge the limits of imagination. On ultra-dense neutron stars, 1 teaspoon of matter weighs billions of tons. Walking on their surface would be impossible, just one step would generate enough gravity to crush atoms. On super-Earths with twice Earth's diameter, humans would barely be able to lift their arms. On rogue planets drifting without stars, weak gravity barely holds a thin atmosphere in the cold eternity of space. There are even hypothetical, diamond planets, formed under crushing gravitational pressure, and lava worlds, where gravity locks planets so tightly to their stars that one side burns eternally while the other is trapped in darkness. Gravity determines what worlds can exist, and what stories they can tell. This diversity mirrors the diversity of human experiences. The conditions people find themselves in shape their possibilities, challenges, and identities. And yet, life, whether planetary or human, always finds ways to adapt to its gravity. Gravity and the architecture of equilibrium. Every star, every planet, every object in space survives because it maintains equilibrium, a delicate balance between outward forces and gravity's inward pull. Stars balance nuclear fusion pushing out with gravity pulling in. Planets balance rotation against collapse. Galaxies balance centrifugal force against gravitational binding. This balance is dynamic, never static, constantly adjusting. Human beings also live through equilibrium. Emotion versus reason. Stability versus change. Self-interest versus compassion. Fear versus courage. Ambition versus contentment. Life becomes most powerful where the balance is strongest. Gravity teaches that balance is not stillness, it is a dance. Gravity and the symphony of tidal forces. Tides on Earth are gentle reminders of the moon's gravitational influence. But tide is universal. Stars, planets, moons, even black holes experience tidal distortion. Tidal forces can stretch galaxies into beautiful streams. They can tear apart stars too close to black holes. They can heat the interior of moons like Io, driving volcanic activity. They can stir oceans beneath Europa's icy shell. Tides are gravitational conversations, subtle, rhythmic exchanges of energy. Humans also feel tides, emotional, psychological, personal. Relationships stretch and tighten. Challenges pull and reshape. Life events oscillate like cosmic tides. Gravity reveals that tides are not disruptions, they are natural expressions of connection. Gravity and the nature of choice. The universe may feel deterministic, but gravity reveals degrees of freedom embedded within structure. A comet influenced by the sun's gravity still chooses its angle of approach, its arc, its interactions with planets. A star cluster bound by gravity still allows individual stars to drift, migrate, or escape. A galaxy interacting with another still retains countless unique stellar trajectories. Gravity provides boundaries, not limitations. Possibilities, not prescriptions. Humans live the same way, within constraints, but never without agency. Even in systems of immense pressure, gravity leaves room for motion. Even in lives shaped by circumstance, there is space for change. Choice exists within structure, not outside it. Gravity and the paradox of expansion. The universe is expanding, and accelerating, driven by dark energy. Yet gravity tries to pull everything inward. This cosmic tug-of-war defines our future. If expansion wins, galaxies drift apart until darkness dominates. If gravity wins, a big crunch could reverse the cosmos back into a singular point. If balance persists, the universe will expand forever but gradually slow. These competing forces mirror the human condition. The instinct to expand, dream bigger, explore farther, evolve faster. And the instinct to hold on, preserve stability, protect identity, stay grounded. Both are necessary. Both create tension. Both shape destiny. Gravity teaches that growth and stability must coexist. Gravity and the illusion of isolation. Even the most distant galaxies influence us through gravity. Even the smallest particle interacts gravitationally with the entire universe. Isolation is an illusion, everything participates in everything else. Human isolation is equally deceptive. People feel alone even though they are woven into families, cultures, ecosystems, histories, and futures. Every action ripples outward in ways unseen. Every life touches countless others. Gravity silently reminds us. Nothing stands alone. Nothing exists without connection. Nothing is without influence. Gravity and the future of human evolution. As humans venture deeper into space, gravity will become a sculptor of the human form. In microgravity, eyesight changes, fluid shifts, muscles weaken, and bones demineralize. In long-term low-gravity environments, children might grow taller with differently shaped spines. On high-gravity planets, humans may develop stronger connective tissues, denser skeletal structures, and compact body shapes. Human evolution will no longer be tied to Earth's gravity. New branches of humanity will emerge, gravity-adapted civilizations, each shaped by the worlds they inhabit. The future human story is a gravitational story. Gravity and the mirror of meaning. Ultimately, gravity reflects something deeply human, the desire to hold things together. Families stay together through shared history. Communities stay together through shared values. Societies stay together through shared vision. Civilizations stay together through shared truth. Gravity is the universal metaphor for connection, belonging, and purpose. It is the invisible force that allows complexity to exist and persist. It is the reason stars shine, planets orbit, galaxies swirl, and consciousness emerges. Gravity holds the universe together. Connection holds humanity together. Meaning arises where both forces meet. We are, in every sense, gravitational beings, pulled by curiosity, anchored by relationships, shaped by forces both visible and invisible. Gravity is the universe's quiet way of telling us that nothing meaningful exists without connection. As our exploration deepens, gravity begins to feel less like a scientific concept and more like a universal principle woven into every corner of existence. It becomes a quiet, steady presence, guiding, shaping, influencing, and anchoring the cosmos with a patience so profound it feels almost sentient. And with each layer we peel back, we discover that gravity is not merely something the universe has, but something the universe is. Gravity is relationship. Gravity is structure. Gravity is memory. Gravity is continuity. Gravity is the language through which the cosmos speaks itself into form. And this understanding opens a new vista. Perhaps gravity is the most honest storyteller the universe has ever known. Gravity and the dawn of the first stars. In the earliest moments after the Big Bang, the universe was a dark ocean of hydrogen and helium, the simplest elements drifting through expanding space. No stars. No planets. No light. Just endless darkness. What broke this darkness? Gravity. Tiny fluctuations in density, mere imperfections, allowed gravity to gather atoms into clumps. These clumps grew into larger clouds. Pressure mounted. Heat intensified. And eventually, deep within these primordial furnaces, the first stars ignited. These first stars were enormous and short-lived. They burned fast, died young, and exploded into supernovae that scattered heavier elements, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen, iron, into the vastness. Every atom in your body comes from this cycle of gravitational gathering and stellar death. Gravity lit the universe. Gravity forged the ingredients of life. Gravity turned darkness into possibility. It didn't merely create stars, it created the conditions for everything that would follow. Gravity and the echoes of ancestral light. When we look into the night sky, we are not seeing stars as they are, we are seeing stars as they were. Light from distant galaxies began its journey long before humans walked the earth, long before Earth even existed. Gravity bends that light, stretches it, distorts it, magnifies it. This distortion, gravitational lensing, allows us to glimpse galaxies billions of years old. Through gravity, we see the universe's childhood. Through gravity, we glimpse the past encoded in the present. In a deeper sense, gravity teaches us something profound: nothing ever truly disappears. Every influence persists. Every interaction leaves its mark, every event shapes the unfolding of what comes next. Human life is a similar tapestry. Our decisions echo across years. Our actions ripple beyond sight. Our memories bend the trajectory of who we become. Gravity reminds us that influence is eternal. Gravity and the birth of order from chaos. At first glance, the universe seems chaotic, random, sprawling, uncentered. But look closer, and patterns emerge. Spirals, clusters, orbits, resonances, networks. These patterns are not accidental, they are the natural consequence of gravity seeking. Equilibrium. Gravity organizes. Gravity optimizes. Gravity aligns energy into stable configurations. In physics, this process is simple: systems tend toward the lowest energy state. In life, the principle is the same: people tend toward balance, authenticity, and meaning, even through struggle. Chaos is not the enemy of order, it is its raw material. Gravity teaches that structure is the art of shaping chaos into coherence. Gravity and the worlds that should not exist. The universe contains planets that defy expectations, worlds that seem impossible but exist because gravity permits endless creativity at cosmic scales. There are worlds where diamonds blanket the surface. Worlds where glass rains sideways in 1,000-mile-per-hour winds. Worlds locked so close to their stars that oceans vaporize. Worlds with frozen continents and boiling skies. Worlds where skies glow neon blue or deep crimson. Worlds floating alone in darkness, warmth powered by gravitational compression alone. Gravity allows these extremes because it is not a single rigid rule, it is a flexible framework, accommodating endless experimentation in the architecture of existence. In the same way, human lives follow no predetermined script. The improbable becomes possible. The unexpected becomes real. The unimaginable becomes ordinary. Existence thrives when variation is allowed. Gravity and the hidden dance of binary stars. More than half the stars in the universe have partners. Binary star systems, where two stars orbit their shared center of mass, are astonishing. Examples of gravitational harmony. Some binaries dance gently in wide, slow arcs. Others spin rapidly, locked together like cosmic figure skaters. Some exchange mass, one feeding the other. Some merge in spectacular explosions that seed galaxies with new elements. These dances are not chaotic, they are deeply choreographed by gravity, as if stars themselves know how to move in. Relationship. Human relationships follow similar patterns. Some steady. Some volatile. Some transformative. Some short-lived. Some life-changing. Gravity teaches that even in the vastness of space, companionship is common. Gravity and the curvature of destiny. Einstein revealed that objects do not move because they are pulled by a force, they move because the fabric of spacetime curves around mass. Planets orbit stars not because they are being dragged by invisible strings, but because spacetime itself is shaped into pathways that planets naturally follow. Your life also moves along trajectories shaped by invisible curves. Your childhood, your environment, your culture, your memories, your values, your fears, your hopes. These intangible elements bend your path. Just as mass bends spacetime. Gravity teaches that destiny is not force, it is curvature. We move along the shapes carved by experience, just as planets follow the curves carved by stars. Gravity and the unfinished story of the universe. The universe is not static, it is still evolving, still expanding, still changing. New stars are forming. Old stars are dying. Galaxies are merging. Dark energy is stretching space at accelerating rates. Gravity remains the steady companion, holding structure even as expansion increases. What does the future hold? Clusters of galaxies may drift so far apart that they lose contact with each other. Stars will eventually exhaust their fuel. Planets will lose their warmth. Black holes will dominate the cosmic landscape. And after unimaginable time, even black holes will evaporate slowly through Hawking radiation. Yet even in this distant future, gravity continues the story. When the last black holes fade, gravity's memory of the universe will echo in the fabric of spacetime itself. The universe will not end in silence, it will end in echoes. Gravity and the reflection of human purpose. When we study gravity deeply, we begin to see a mirror held up to human nature. Gravity pulls things together, humans seek connection. Gravity shapes systems, humans build cultures. Gravity creates structure, humans create meaning. Gravity turns chaos into order, humans turn life into story. Gravity binds the universe, and humans bind their experiences into identity. Perhaps the greatest revelation is this. We understand gravity not because we are separate observers, but because we are participants in its story. Human consciousness is a product of stardust. Stardust is a product of stars. Stars are a product of gravity. And gravity is a product of the universe's unfolding design. To understand gravity is to understand ourselves. To follow its mysteries is to follow the path toward deeper meaning, deeper awareness, and deeper unity with the cosmos. Gravity does not merely hold the universe together, it invites us to belong to it. As our journey into gravity stretches forward, It becomes clear that we are no longer simply exploring a force, we are exploring the foundation of reality itself. Gravity is the first principle behind architecture, motion, order, and even the potential for intelligence to arise. And the more we unravel it, the more it feels like a profound message encoded into the universe, a message about how complexity emerges, how connection persists, and how meaning forms out of silence. Gravity is the universe's way of saying, nothing stands alone. Gravity and the ritual of galactic mergers. Galaxies do not remain isolated forever. Over billions of years, they drift toward each other, collide, merge, and transform. These cosmic encounters are not violent catastrophes as we might imagine, they are slow, graceful dances that unfold over hundreds of millions of years. When galaxies merge, their stars rarely collide directly. Instead, gravity weaves the stars into new orbits, new arms, new structures. Gas clouds compress and ignite, giving birth to bursts of star formation, celestial nurseries glowing with newborn suns. The Milky Way is currently on a slow-motion collision course with the Andromeda Galaxy. In 4 billion years, the two will merge into a new, larger galaxy, a cosmic rebirth shaped entirely by gravity. The universe continuously rebuilds itself through these encounters. Human lives mirror this pattern. People meet, intertwine, influence each other, merge paths, and become new versions of themselves. Connections reshape futures. Encounters spark new growth. Collective forces transform individuals into something larger. Gravity reveals that creation often happens through union. Gravity and the tension between fragility and immensity. The universe is immense beyond comprehension, yet its structures are fragile. A slight change in mass distribution, a small shift in gravitational balance, a subtle difference in density, each can completely alter the evolution of a star, a planet, or an entire galaxy. Fragility and immensity coexist. A star can collapse from the loss of equilibrium. A planet can tilt by a few degrees and freeze or burn. A galaxy can warp through a passing gravitational tide. In human life, fragility and strength also coexist. A single decision can change a decade. A brief encounter can reshape a lifetime. A small insight can redirect a destiny. Gravity teaches that the most powerful systems often hinge on delicate balances. Strength is not the absence of vulnerability, it is the harmony between forces. Gravity and the emotional weight of existence. When we speak of gravity in human terms, we use it as a metaphor for seriousness, importance, or emotional weight. But what if this metaphor is deeper than language? What if the emotional gravity we feel is a reflection of the physical gravity that shaped our evolutionary journey? Life evolved under Earth's gravity. Every cell, every organ, every biological system developed within this constant downward pull. Even the vestibular system, our inner sense of balance, is built around gravitational orientation. Our brains associate groundedness with safety, falling with danger, and weightlessness with disorientation. These associations are biological echoes of gravity's influence. In this sense, emotional weight and physical weight share a common origin. When we feel pulled by responsibility, or grounded by clarity, or lifted by hope, we are using ancient metaphors shaped by the physics of our home world. Gravity shaped our bodies. It shaped our minds. It shaped our metaphors for existence. Gravity and the network of celestial conversations. Stars and planets aren't silent, they constantly communicate through gravitational waves, tidal interactions, and orbital fluctuations. Every shift in mass sends ripples across spacetime, tiny vibrations that travel endlessly. These gravitational signals carry information about colliding black holes, exploding stars, orbiting neutron stars, Merging galaxies. The structure of spacetime itself. Though faint, they form a universal conversation, a cosmic language that stretches across the void. Humans communicate through words, gestures, emotions, ideas. Stars communicate through gravity. Both expressions carry meaning. Both preserve memory. Both shape the future. Gravity reveals that communication is fundamental to structure. Gravity and the threshold between light and shadow. Some of the universe's most fascinating phenomena exist at the edge of what gravity allows. Black holes form the most extreme boundary, the threshold between the known and the unknowable. At the event horizon, gravity becomes so strong that not even light can escape. Time slows dramatically. Space folds inward. Information becomes paradoxical, lost, preserved, distorted, or transformed depending on the theory. Black holes are the universe's most intense storytellers. They challenge physics. They reveal the limits of understanding. They force us to confront the mystery at the heart of reality. But gravity also creates the opposite of black holes, cosmic voids. Vast regions nearly empty of galaxies. Spaces where gravity is weak, matter is scarce, and silence dominates. Black holes are gravity's extremes. Voids are gravity's absence. Together they form the chiaroscuro, the light and shadow, of cosmology. Human existence also moves between extremes, presence and absence, certainty and uncertainty, knowledge and mystery. Gravity shows that meaning is often found at the thresholds. Gravity and the future of cosmic engineering. One day, advanced civilizations may manipulate gravity intentionally. This is not fantasy, it is the logical extension of understanding spacetime as a fabric that can be curved, shaped, or influenced. Potential future technologies include artificial gravity habitats, gravitational wave communication, warp engines bending spacetime, gravity-based shielding, stellar lifting, extracting mass from stars, planetary orbit stabilization, megastructures anchored by gravitational engineering. Imagine a civilization capable of sculpting planetary trajectories the way humans sculpt rivers. Imagine harnessing the rotation of black holes for energy. Imagine shaping spacetime to shorten interstellar travel. Gravity could become not only the foundation of physics but the foundation of future civilization itself. Gravity and the architecture of possibility. What makes gravity extraordinary is not its strength, it is exceptionally weak compared to other forces, but its reach. Gravity is universal. It affects everything with mass. It never turns off. It binds across infinite distance. Because of its universality, gravity sets the stage for possibility. It determines which worlds can form, which stars can shine, which galaxies can survive, which environments can foster life, which structures can endure. Gravity is a filter between what can exist and what cannot. But within that filter lies infinite variation. Human lives also operate within conditions, biology, environment, history, but within these boundaries lies vast creative freedom. Gravity is the cosmic metaphor for possibility within constraint. Gravity and the living universe. The more we study the universe, the more it resembles a growing, evolving organism. Galaxies act like cells. Clusters form tissues. The cosmic web forms the skeleton. Energy flows like metabolism. Black holes act like recycling systems. Gravity is the circulatory system of this cosmic organism, transporting matter, guiding flow, shaping structure, maintaining coherence. If the universe is alive in any metaphorical sense, gravity is its heartbeat. Gravity and the human quest for meaning. In the end, Studying gravity is not merely an intellectual exercise, it is a spiritual one. Not religious, but philosophical. Existential. Transformative. Gravity forces us to confront questions such as: why is there structure instead of chaos? Why does the universe favor connection over isolation? Why does complexity emerge from simplicity? Why does the cosmos evolve toward awareness? And perhaps the deepest question of all: why does anything exist at all? Gravity won't give us the answer. But it gives us the framework, the scaffolding, the path that leads us toward better questions. It teaches that meaning is not found in separation but in relationship. Not in stillness but in motion. Not in isolation but in connection. Not in certainty but in exploration. The universe holds itself together through gravity. Humanity holds itself together through meaning. And perhaps, at the deepest level, the two are the same. As our understanding of gravity deepens, something remarkable begins to take shape. Gravity is not only the architect of galaxies and the sculptor of cosmic landscapes, it is also the quiet philosopher of the universe, the patient teacher that reveals the hidden logic of existence. Gravity feels like an ancient wisdom embedded into the fabric of reality, whispering truths about stability, transformation, connection, and destiny. We often think of the universe as a place of violence, explosions, collapses, collisions. Yet beneath all this intensity lies a profound harmony, a gentle coherence that gravity maintains across billions of light-years. Gravity is the universe's promise that everything, no matter how far apart, is still part of a single, interconnected whole. Gravity and the invisible symmetry of systems. Every star system, every galaxy, every cosmic structure obeys the same fundamental symmetry. Stability requires balance. Gravity pulls inward, while motion pushes outward, creating an elegant equilibrium that allows complexity to thrive. Planets don't fly into the sun because their velocity counters gravity's inward pull. Galaxies don't collapse because their rotational dynamics balance gravitational attraction. Clusters don't scatter because dark matter provides the gravitational foundation that holds them together. This symmetry is not limited to physics, it reflects the structure of all flourishing systems. Human relationships require balance. Societies require balance. Minds require balance. Nature requires balance. Gravity teaches that stability is not passive, it is an active equilibrium maintained through continuous interaction. Gravity and the sculpting of cosmic histories. Every celestial object carries a unique history written in its gravitational interactions. A star may bear chemical signatures from a past supernova that seeded its birth cloud. A planet's tilt may encode the story of a collision billions of years ago. A moon's orbit might reveal the migration of its parent planet. A galaxy's shape can tell the tale of ancient mergers and tidal distortions. Gravity is the author of these histories. It gathers fragments, shapes trajectories, bends memories into form, and imprints the past into the structure of the present. In much the same way, human lives are shaped by invisible forces, experiences, relationships, moments of impact. We carry our histories in the tilt of our choices, the orbit of our habits, and the chemical composition of our memories. Gravity does not erase the past, it transforms it into structure. Gravity and the quest for cosmic homeostasis. The universe strives for balance at every scale. Gravity participates in this cosmic homeostasis by moderating extremes. When matter becomes too dense, gravity pushes toward equilibrium through collapse and rebirth. When expansion moves too quickly, gravity reigns in local structure. When clusters grow chaotic, gravity redistributes mass through tidal interactions. When stars destabilize, gravity triggers new cycles of fusion and collapse. This constant negotiation between forces ensures that structure persists. Human life mirrors this quest for homeostasis. The mind seeks psychological equilibrium. Communities seek social equilibrium. Bodies seek biological equilibrium. Gravity shows that balance is not the end goal, it is the ongoing journey. Gravity and the birth of cosmic cycles. Gravity is responsible for the cyclical nature of the universe. Stars are born, live, and die in a repeating cycle. Galaxies collide, merge, and reshape themselves. Planets form, evolve, and sometimes perish. Even black holes may one day evaporate and return energy to the cosmos. Cycles are the language of gravity, the heartbeat of the universe. Humans too live through cycles. Growth and rest. Creation and reflection. Aspiration and grounding. Life is not linear, it is rhythmic. Meaning emerges not from constant progression, but from rising and falling, contracting and expanding. Just like the gravitational tides that shape celestial worlds. Gravity and the echoes of dark energy. Even as gravity pulls structures together, another mysterious phenomenon, dark energy, pushes the universe apart. This tension between gravity and expansion defines the cosmic future. Gravity builds. Expansion separates. Gravity binds. Expansion isolates. These opposing forces create the dynamic evolution of the cosmos. In human experience, we also feel the push and pull between connection and independence, stability and exploration, certainty and change. It is this dynamic tension that allows growth, not too rigid, not too chaotic. Gravity reminds us that opposing forces are not enemies, they are partners in shaping progress. Gravity and the secret fire within worlds. Not all planetary heat comes from sunlight. Many worlds are warmed from within by gravitational forces. Tidal heating, caused by the stretching and squeezing of moons orbiting massive planets, generates internal warmth. Europa's hidden ocean remains liquid because gravity kneads its interior like dough. Io's volcanic activity erupts due to intense tidal flexing. Enceladus geysers spray water into space, a direct expression of internal gravitational stress. Gravity creates warmth in the dark, far from the sun. In a metaphorical sense, humans also carry internal fire, creativity, resilience, passion, that emerges under pressure. Just as distant moons glow internally from tidal forces, people often shine brightest when shaped by challenge. Gravity reveals that warmth can come from within, even in the coldest regions of existence. Gravity and the symphony of orbital harmony. Planetary systems often look chaotic, but beneath the surface lies a profound harmony rooted in orbital resonance. Neptune and Pluto have stable orbits because they are locked in a 2:3 resonance. Pluto completes 2 orbits for every 3 Neptune completes. Moons of Jupiter and Saturn follow intricate orbital patterns that maintain stability through synchronized motion. Even planetary rings hold structure due to gravitational sculpting by shepherd moons. These harmonies emerge naturally when gravitational forces align. Human relationships also find resonance, shared rhythms, synchronized goals, aligned values. When frequencies match, harmony emerges effortlessly. Gravity teaches that resonance, not force, creates coherent systems. Gravity and the universe's patience. Gravity works slowly. Stars take millions of years to form. Planets require turbulent epochs to stabilize. Galaxies take billions of years to grow into spirals. Clusters evolve across cosmic time. Gravity is patient. It allows processes to unfold without haste. It trusts in time. This patience carries a subtle wisdom. Change does not need to be immediate to be profound. Progress does not need to be visible to be real. Growth can be invisible yet unstoppable. Gravity reveals that transformation often occurs in silence. Gravity and the future beyond light. As we explore future science, one of the most startling speculations emerges: gravity may be the key to surpassing light speed. Barriers, not by violating physics, but by bending the geometry of spacetime. Possible future ideas include Einstein-Rosen bridges, wormholes, Alcubierre-like warp bubbles, quantum gravity, tunneling, black hole spin networks, negative energy density manipulation. If one day humanity learns to engineer spacetime curvature, gravity will transform from a passive force into a navigational tool, allowing movement not through space, but around it. This would reshape human destiny more radically than any invention before it. Gravity is not just the force that holds us down, it is the force that may one day set us free. Gravity and the mirror of human connection. In the end, gravity reflects something deeply human, the instinct to connect, to form bonds, to stay close, to orbit what matters, to be part of something larger. Gravity is the cosmic metaphor for belonging. It is the invisible thread that ties stars into galaxies and galaxies into the cosmic web. And at the human level, connection is the force that shapes identity, culture, and meaning. We orbit people we love. We remain bound to memories, values, and dreams. We are held by relationships, anchored by purpose, guided by shared stories. Gravity teaches that connection is not weakness, it is structure. It is what allows complexity to flourish. It is what creates stability within chaos. It is what allows meaning to take form. Gravity holds the universe together. Connection holds humanity together. Meaning emerges where these two forces align. As our exploration moves deeper into the nature of gravity, the universe begins to feel less like an empty expanse and more like a living tapestry, a grand, interconnected organism held together by a quiet force that shapes every motion, every transformation, every possibility. Gravity is not loud. It does not demand attention. Yet it influences everything, from the drift of galaxies to the beating of human hearts. The more we learn, the clearer it becomes: gravity is not just a force. It is the architecture of existence, the pulse of change, the memory of creation, and the promise of continuity. Gravity and the gentle logic of cosmic structure. When we look at a galaxy, a spiral of hundreds of billions of stars, it is tempting to imagine chaos. But the closer we examine it, the more we see an underlying logic. A quiet order maintained by gravity. Spiral arms emerge because density waves sweep through the galactic disk. Stars gather along these waves like dancers following a rhythm. Gas clouds compress and form new suns, lighting the spiral with fresh brilliance. Dark matter halos cradle the entire structure, invisibly stabilizing it. Gravity creates these self-organizing systems with an elegance that rivals any biological structure. It organizes stars the way nature organizes cells. It builds galaxies the way forests build ecosystems. It forms cosmic webs the way neurons form networks. Gravity reveals that order is natural, not accidental. Gravity and the hidden identity of time. Time is often imagined as constant, unchanging, universal, but gravity teaches otherwise. The stronger the gravitational field, the slower time flows. On Jupiter, time passes slightly more slowly than on Earth. At the edge of a black hole, time nearly freezes. Between galaxies, where gravity is weakest, time moves fastest. This variation in time is not theoretical, it is measurable, predictable, undeniable. Gravity controls the rhythm of existence. It shapes the tempo at which reality unfolds. It means each region of the universe experiences time differently. And metaphorically, humans experience time the same way. Moments of joy feel short. Moments of pain stretch endlessly. Memories distort time. Fear accelerates it. Peace slows it. Just as gravity bends time physically, emotions bend time psychologically. Time is not absolute, it is relational. Gravity and the symphony of planetary evolution. Planets are not static spheres, they are dynamic worlds that evolve through a continuous negotiation with gravity. Gravity compresses planets, generating internal heat. It shapes atmospheres, determining which gases stay or escape. It influences plate tectonics, oceans, climates, magnetic fields. It governs moons, tides, and axial stability. Even life itself is deeply shaped by gravity. Plants grow upward against gravitational pull. Muscles and bones strengthen through resistance. Circulatory systems use gravity to distribute fluids. Balance and orientation depend on gravitational cues. Every biological organism on Earth, from microbes to humans, is a product of gravitational conditions. This means that if humanity encounters life elsewhere, it may reflect the gravitational history of its home world. High-gravity worlds may produce compact, strong life forms. Low-gravity worlds may produce tall, flexible, delicate ones. Variable gravity may produce creatures unlike anything we can imagine. Gravity shapes not just structure, but possibility. Gravity and the cosmic dance of perpetual motion. Everything in the universe is moving, not drifting, but flowing along the curves carved by gravity. Earth moves around the Sun at 30 kilometers per second. The Sun orbits the Milky Way at 220 kilometers per second. The Milky Way races toward the Andromeda Galaxy. Both galaxies fall toward a larger gravitational basin, the Virgo cluster. The cluster itself hurtles toward the Great Attractor. Nothing is still. Nothing is separate. Everything participates in a vast gravitational choreography. Human existence mirrors this cosmic dance. We move through time. We move through emotions. We move through relationships. We move through challenges. We move through aspirations. Life does not stand still because the universe does not stand still. Movement is not a result of existence, movement is existence. Gravity and the threshold between chaos and creation. Gravity is often misunderstood as a purely destructive force, collapsing stars, crushing matter, pulling objects inward. But gravity is not the enemy of creation, it is the very engine of it. Stars form because gravity compresses gas. Planets form because gravity clumps dust. Galaxies form because gravity gathers stars. Black holes form because gravity reaches its extreme. Even destruction leads to rebirth. Supernova explosions enrich space with elements. Black hole mergers release gravitational waves. Galactic collisions trigger new star formation. Planetary impacts create new chemical environments. Gravity is the universe's way of recycling itself. Nothing truly ends, it transforms. In human life, destruction often precedes creation. The end of one chapter begins another. The collapse of belief opens space for growth. The breaking of patterns creates new paths. The loss of stability invites reinvention. Gravity shows that collapse is not darkness, it is the precursor to light. Gravity and the echoes of primordial waves. Long before the first stars formed, long before galaxies spun, long before light had room to travel freely, ripples of gravitational waves echoed through the early universe. These waves, tiny vibrations in spacetime, carry information from the earliest moments after the Big Bang. They are fossils of creation, imprinted into the structure of everything. Through them, scientists can glimpse a time before atoms, before forces separated, before the universe became visible. Gravity speaks across time, carrying messages older than light. This reveals a deep truth: memory is built into the universe itself. Just as the cosmic background radiation preserves thermal memory, gravitational waves preserve structural memory. And humans carry their own waves, experiences echoing through behavior, decisions, emotions, identity. We are shaped by ripples we cannot always see. Gravity and the possibility of multiversal bridges. Some theories propose that gravity may be the only force capable of reaching across dimensions, linking parallel universes through subtle interactions. In higher dimensional models, gravity may leak between brains, cosmic membranes containing entire universes. Black holes may be gateways to hidden regions of spacetime. Quantum gravity may reveal new layers of existence. Wormholes may connect distant points or even separate realities. While speculative, these ideas share a common theme. Gravity might be the thread that ties different layers of reality together. Human imagination, too, acts as a bridge, connecting what is known to what is possible, what is real to what is dreamed. Gravity is the universe's bridge, imagination is humanity's. Both extend beyond the boundaries of what is observable. Gravity and the meaning of belonging. In the deepest sense, gravity is about belonging. Matter belongs to structure. Planets belong to. Humans also seek belonging, within families, cultures, relationships, communities, stories. Perhaps the deepest insight gravity offers is this: connection is not optional for existence. It is the foundation of existence. Gravity holds the universe together. And meaning holds human life together. One is physical. The other is emotional. Both are necessary. Both are real. Both shape destiny. As we venture further into the grand narrative of gravity, we begin to recognize a deeper pattern. Gravity is not merely a force that shapes the cosmos, but a narrative thread woven through the entire history of existence. It is the silent orchestrator of beginnings and endings, the guardian of continuity, and the architect of transformation. It binds the universe not only physically, but conceptually, giving shape to meaning itself. Gravity is not just a law of physics, it is the universe's poetry written in motion. Gravity and the unfolding of cosmic identity. The universe did not start out with structure. It began as an expanding sea of simplicity, uniform, hot, featureless. But small imperfections, tiny variations in density, became seeds of identity. Gravity amplified these imperfections, gathering matter into clumps, shaping early halos of dark matter, forming the first stars, birthing galaxies. Identity begins with small differences. A tiny deviation becomes a pattern. A slight imbalance becomes a structure. A subtle variation becomes a destiny. In human lives, identity forms the same way. A childhood memory. An early influence. A personal challenge. A seemingly insignificant choice. Everything begins as a small gravitational seed, a pull, a tilt, a nudge, that grows into what we become. Gravity reveals that complexity is born from nuance. Gravity and the language of orbital poetry. Orbits are often described analytically, ellipses, periods, velocities, but beneath the mathematics lies something profoundly poetic. Orbits are relationships expressed through motion. Every orbit is a conversation between gravity and inertia, between attraction and momentum, between stability and change. The moon orbits Earth not out of force, but out of harmony. Earth orbits the sun in a perpetual dance of balance. Binary stars lock into orbital rhythms like partners moving across a cosmic ballroom. Even chaotic orbits, like those of certain asteroids, follow gravitational improvisations that still obey deeper patterns. These celestial dances mirror human relationships. Sometimes predictable. Sometimes turbulent. Sometimes stable. Sometimes transformative. but always shaped by invisible forces of attraction, memory, and shared history. Gravity shows that motion is the language of connection. Gravity and the secret. Architecture of invisible worlds. We picture the universe as bright stars and glowing nebulae, but most of it is darkness, vast regions of unlit matter sculpted entirely by gravity. Dark matter halos. Cradle galaxies. Dark matter filaments weave the cosmic web. Dark matter tides shape galactic rotation. Dark matter gravity determines the fate of clusters. Though invisible, dark matter is the universe's primary scaffolding. This mirrors something deeply human. We are shaped not only by what is visible, actions, achievements, behaviors, but by what is invisible. Beliefs, emotions, fears, hopes, wounds, memories. The unseen carries structure. The invisible defines motion. The quiet forces shape destiny. Gravity reminds us that what we do not see is often what matters most. Gravity and the cosmic skill of preservation. The universe is incredibly old, yet it remembers its earliest moments with astonishing clarity. Gravitational waves carry the imprint of events. Billions of years past. The cosmic web retains the shape of primordial density patterns. Galaxy clusters reveal the tug-of-war between gravity and expansion across time. Gravity does not simply shape matter, it preserves history. This preservation extends across scales. Stellar orbits encode ancient interactions. Planetary tilts reveal forgotten collisions. Galactic shapes retain echoes of past mergers. Gravity safeguards memory in the architecture of space. Humans preserve memory differently, but with the same instinct. Stories. Traditions. Art. Rituals. Language. Culture. We are remembering creatures living in a remembering universe. Gravity and the meaning hidden in curves. Curvature is the essence of gravity. According to Einstein, gravity is not a force but the bending of spacetime by mass. The paths objects follow, geodesics, are simply the straightest possible routes through curved geometry. This concept is profound. Curves reveal where mass has been, where it is going, and how it shapes everything around it. Gravity is the handwriting of spacetime. But the metaphor extends further. Human lives follow curved paths, we rarely travel in straight lines. We adapt. We bend. We arc toward what we value. The curvature of our experiences shapes the direction of our lives. The universe evolves through curvature. Humans evolve through adaptation. Gravity teaches that the most meaningful paths are rarely linear. Gravity and the quiet power of accretion. Accretion, the gathering of matter under gravity, is one of the most powerful processes in the universe. Accretion disks around forming stars, young planets, black holes, and active galactic nuclei act as engines of transformation. Stars grow by gathering matter grain by grain. Planets form as dust grains stick together into rocks, rocks into mountains, mountains into worlds. Black holes gorge on matter, releasing jets of energy stretching across galaxies. Accretion is gravity's slow, persistent power, creation through accumulation. Human growth works the same way. Knowledge accumulates. Skills accumulate. Relationships accumulate. Character accumulates. Identity accumulates. Greatness is rarely the result of a single event, it is the result of countless small forces gathered over time. Gravity teaches patience. Gravity and the echoes of cataclysm. The universe is shaped not only by quiet growth but by sudden, transformative events. Supernova explosions scattering elements. Colliding black holes sending ripples through space-time. Galactic mergers reshaping star formation. Cosmic collisions forging new worlds. From destruction comes creation. From chaos comes new order. Human lives are also shaped by cataclysms, loss, upheaval, transformation, heartbreak, revelation. These moments break old structures and make room for new ones. Gravity is the sculptor of both stability and change. Gravity and the question of consciousness. One of the most intriguing possibilities is that consciousness itself may be tied to gravitational processes. Neurons fire through electrochemical signals, but some theories propose that quantum gravity might play a role in consciousness at microscopic scales. While speculative, the idea aligns with a broader pattern: consciousness arises in a universe where gravity enables complexity. Gravity forms stars. Stars forge elements. Elements build molecules. Molecules build cells. Cells build brains. Brains build consciousness. Consciousness is gravity's descendant. Which raises a profound question. Is consciousness the universe becoming aware of its own structure? We are gravity's most introspective creation. Gravity and the future we have yet to inherit. If humanity continues to expand into the cosmos, gravity will become the foundation of new civilizations, not just a constraint, but a tool. Artificial gravity habitats will spin to create Earth-like conditions. Future worlds will be chosen by their gravity as much as their climate. Low-gravity societies may develop unique cultures, architecture, and physiology. Space travelers will live between gravitational states, adapting to multiple environments. Gravity will no longer be something we simply obey, it will be something we design around. Humanity's destiny will be written in gravitational language. Gravity and the universal truth of connection. At its deepest level, gravity conveys a single, powerful message. Everything is connected. Every atom affects every other. Every star influences every galaxy. Every collision reshapes the cosmic web. Every interaction echoes across spacetime. Nothing exists alone. Nothing moves without affecting something else. Nothing is truly separate. The universe is a network of relationships, held together by an unseen force that asks for nothing, yet gives structure to everything. Gravity is the universe's way of saying that connection is fundamental to existence. And in the human world, the same truth holds. Connection gives meaning. Relationships give purpose. Shared stories give identity. Gravity binds the cosmos. Meaning binds humanity. And both forces, in their own domains, make life possible. As our journey through the universe continues, gravity becomes less of a scientific principle and more of an existential guide, an invisible mentor teaching us how structure forms, how motion finds purpose, how chaos transforms into creation, and how connection underlies everything that exists. Gravity is the quiet philosopher of the cosmos, the unseen architect whose influence stretches across unimaginable distances yet remains intimately connected to the smallest particle. Gravity shapes galaxies, but it also shapes meaning. Gravity and the dawn of stellar maturity. Stars are not eternal, they evolve through distinct phases shaped by gravity's relentless negotiation. A star's life is a story of pressure and balance, a delicate dialogue between outward radiation and inward gravitational collapse. Young stars burn fiercely, their cores teeming with fusion. As they age, gravity compresses them into new configurations. Red giants swell like breath held too long. White dwarfs cool slowly like embers fading in the night. Neutron stars become dense enough to distort spacetime. Black holes collapse beyond comprehension. Gravity writes every chapter of a star's biography. The same is true for humans. We evolve through phases: youth, struggle, growth, introspection, transformation. Each phase has its own pressures, its own expansions, its own contractions. Each phase shapes us in ways the next will build upon. Just like stars, we are never static. We burn, collapse, reform, repeat. We soften, intensify, cool, ignite. Gravity teaches that becoming is a lifelong process. Gravity and the sculpting of cosmic threads. One of the most astonishing features of the universe is the cosmic web, massive filaments of dark matter and galaxies stretching across billions of light-years. These structures are not random. They are the natural consequence of gravity amplifying tiny fluctuations in the early universe. Gravity does not gather evenly. It does not build spheres at cosmic scales. It builds threads, connections that span vast distances. These threads link clusters, shape superclusters, and bind the universe into a coherent whole. Human societies, too, are held together by threads. Shared culture, shared memory, shared purpose, shared vulnerability. These invisible connections shape civilizations, influence behavior, and preserve continuity across generations. Gravity shows that strength often emerges from interconnection, not isolation. Gravity and the birth of planetary diversity. Planets come in an astonishing variety: rocky, gaseous, icy, volatile, molten. Some worlds are covered in oceans, others are engulfed in storms, and some are barren deserts frozen in eternal winter. But this diversity is not random, it is sculpted by gravity. A planet with strong gravity holds a thick atmosphere. A planet with weak gravity loses its air to space. Gas giants form far from stars where gravity can collect icy material. Rocky planets form closer in where heavier elements condense. Gravity also determines mountain heights, ocean depths, volcanic activity, tectonic motion, the potential for life. Every world is a reflection of its gravitational environment. And human lives reflect the environments they grow within. Culture, family, society, challenges, opportunities, these act as gravitational influences shaping identity and possibility. We are all worlds, shaped by our own invisible forces. Gravity and the invisible rhythm of orbits. Orbits are not perfect circles, they shift, stretch, wobble, and precess. These subtle motions reveal a deep truth: even stable systems are always in motion. They breathe, oscillate, evolve. Earth's orbit changes over millennia, altering climate cycles. The Moon's orbit drifts outward as tides transfer energy. Mars' orbit fluctuates dramatically, influencing its ancient climate. Orbits are alive with subtle rhythms. Human lives also move through cycles, seasons of growth, rest, challenge, renewal. Stability is not stillness, it is dynamic adjustment, ongoing recalibration. Gravity teaches that true balance is never static, it is lived in motion. Gravity and the veins of galactic circulation. In galaxies, gravity behaves like a circulatory system. Energy and matter flow along gravitational pathways, feeding star formation. Cooling gas clouds, directing the migration of stars. Galaxies breathe. Gas flows inward. Stars form and radiate energy outward. Supernovae enrich the galaxy, sending nutrients back into the system. Black holes regulate galactic growth through gravitational feedback. This cosmic metabolism mirrors biological metabolism. Gravity reveals that the universe is not simply a collection of objects, it is a dynamic organism evolving through cycles of nourishment and transformation. Gravity and the question of life beyond Earth. If life exists elsewhere, gravity will play a central role in its form, function, and evolution. Biology is never separate from physics, the laws of the universe shape every possibility for life. Creatures on high-gravity planets would be compact, strong, low to the ground. Creatures on low-gravity worlds might be tall, delicate, possibly capable of gliding. Aquatic worlds might host life protected from gravity's full force. Floating lifeforms on gas. Giants might inhabit atmospheric layers. Evolution is gravity's biological echo. Life bends itself to gravitational boundaries, discovering new forms, new strategies, new expressions of intelligence. Human exploration of the cosmos will be limited or liberated by our adaptability to gravity. One day, we may even engineer life, plants, organisms, or modified humans, to thrive in different gravitational environments. Gravity does not merely shape the universe, it shapes the future of life itself. Gravity and the symphony of cosmic migration. Everything migrates through the universe. Stars drift through galactic arms. Planets shift orbits as systems evolve. Galaxies fall toward larger clusters. Dark matter flows through cosmic valleys. Movement is universal. Humans also migrate, across land, across cultures, across ideas, across eras. The story of humanity is one of perpetual movement, guided by forces both internal and external. Gravity reveals that migration is not a disruption, it is a natural expression of evolution. Gravity and the hidden order of black hole information. One of the deepest puzzles in physics is the black hole information paradox. If black holes destroy information, they violate quantum rules. If they preserve it, where does it go? The current leading idea suggests that information is encoded on the event horizon itself, on the surface, not inside. This means black holes may be cosmic memory vaults. Their surfaces act like libraries storing the history of everything that fell into them. Human memories, too, are often stored at surfaces, faces, gestures, voices, moments. The deeper meaning of events is often preserved not in the events themselves, but in how they touched us. Gravity teaches that memory is rarely lost, it simply transforms. Gravity and the vision of interstellar humanity. Humanity's long-term future depends on our ability to navigate and understand gravity. Artificial gravity. Habitats will help colonize deep space. Terraforming worlds will require gravitational engineering. Future spacecraft may use gravitational slingshots or warp curvature. Human biology may adapt to multi-gravity lifestyles. One day, families may live on moons, floating in 1/6 Earth gravity, while others live on Mars in a world with 38% of Earth's pull. Children will grow up under different skies, with different horizons, different gravitational experiences. Gravity will diversify humanity into new forms, new cultures, new expressions of civilization. Gravity and the deep. Truth of belonging. In the end, gravity conveys a simple, profound message. Everything belongs. Stars belong to galaxies. Galaxies belong to clusters. Clusters belong to the cosmic web. Matter belongs to spacetime. Life belongs to the universe. And human beings, too, belong to each other, to history, to meaning, to the story unfolding around and within us. Gravity binds the cosmos. Connection binds human life. Meaning emerges from both. You are part of the universe not as a spectator, but as a participant, shaped by the same force that shapes galaxies. Gravity is the universe's quiet reminder that we are connected, held, and part of something unimaginably vast. As our journey continues, gravity begins to reveal itself not simply as a law of physics, but as a principle that echoes through every layer of existence. It influences the cosmic and the personal, the colossal and the intimate, the structure of galaxies and the structure of human meaning. Gravity is the silent composer that maintains harmony across space, time, and consciousness. In this part of the journey, we explore the deeper implications of gravity, not only what it does, but what it implies about the nature of reality itself. Gravity and the hidden architecture of time's direction. One of the profound mysteries of existence is the arrow of time, why events Move from past to future, why entropy increases, why we remember yesterday but not tomorrow. Gravity plays a subtle but crucial role in this flow of time. In the early universe, matter was distributed evenly, with low entropy. Gravity disrupted that uniformity, clumping matter into stars and galaxies. As matter organized into structures, entropy increased, and the arrow of time became more defined. The more gravity forms complexity, the more time obtains direction. Human experience mirrors this shaping. Our choices, relationships, and memories create structure from chaos, establishing direction in our lives. We move forward because meaning drives time inward, just as gravity drives matter inward. Gravity is not the cause of time's arrow, but it is the sculptor of its clarity. Gravity and the resonance of celestial families. In star systems with multiple stars, gravitational resonance creates complex but stable dynamics. Triple systems, quadruple systems, even sextuple systems, all exist because gravity finds ways to establish coherent patterns amid complexity. Stars orbit common centers of mass. Their gravitational rhythms synchronize. Their orbits influence planet formation, habitability, and long-term evolution. This reveals something profound. Gravity naturally seeks harmony. Human families, too, are systems of resonance. People orbit each other emotionally, psychologically, culturally. Their relationships form patterns, sometimes harmonious, sometimes turbulent, but always shaped by invisible forces of influence. Gravity reveals that stability is not isolation, it is shared motion. Gravity and the strange harmony of chaotic systems. Some gravitational systems behave chaotically, asteroids with unpredictable orbits, planets that wobble due to nearby giants, stars perturbed by passing clusters. Yet even chaos follows rules. It is not randomness, it is sensitivity to conditions. The boundaries between chaos and order are where the universe becomes most creative. Weather patterns on exoplanets, swirling storms on Jupiter, disks around black holes, these systems inhabit the edge of predictability, generating patterns that evolve over time. Human lives thrive on this boundary as well. Too much order leads to stagnation. Too much chaos leads to collapse. Meaning grows at the tension point between structure and freedom. Gravity teaches that life's richest patterns emerge between predictability and possibility. Gravity and the depths of cosmic stillness. There are regions in them. Universe where almost nothing exists, vast cosmic voids spanning hundreds of millions of light-years. In these spaces, gravity is weak, matter is sparse, and silence is near absolute. Yet even these quiet regions play a crucial role. Voids shape the cosmic web by allowing matter to flow toward denser regions. They influence the expansion rate of the universe. They provide contrast that highlights structure. Emptiness gives meaning to form. The same is true in human experience. Silence shapes music. Rest shapes progress. Stillness shapes clarity. Absence shapes appreciation. Gravity shows that emptiness is not a failure, it is a necessary dimension of existence. Gravity and the birth of elemental diversity. Every atom heavier than hydrogen and helium exists because gravity made stars. Inside stellar cores, gravity compresses matter to the point where nuclear fusion ignites, forging elements that become the building blocks of worlds and life. Carbon in your cells. Calcium in your bones. Iron in your blood. Oxygen in your breath. All of it created by gravity-driven fusion. Gravity is not merely the mover of matter, it is the gardener of chemistry. Human creativity works similarly. Pressure, challenge, and struggle often forge the most profound insights, ideas, and transformations. Under compression, we discover new forms of ourselves. Gravity turns pressure into creation. Gravity and the eternal march of galactic migration. Galaxies never stand still. They drift through the cosmic web, pulled by gravitational basins, falling toward regions of higher mass. The Milky Way moves at hundreds of kilometers per second, carried by invisible tides toward the Great Attractor. Entire clusters migrate across the universe, like cosmic travelers. Migration is the universe's natural state. Humanity likewise migrates, physically through geography, emotionally through life stages, intellectually through perspectives. We are not meant to remain static. Gravity reveals that movement is the pathway to evolution. Gravity and the future of cosmic mastery. As humanity approaches an era of advanced technology, gravity may become something we do more than simply endure. We may learn to manipulate it. Potential future advancements include gravity-assisted megastructures, rotational artificial gravity, habitats, gravitational wave communication, spacetime curvature engineering, wormhole stabilization, black hole power extraction, planetary orbit correction and stabilization. Imagine moving planets to safer orbits. Imagine reshaping moons into habitable environments. Imagine navigating gravitational currents as easily as ships navigate oceans. Humanity's mastery of gravity would not be domination, it would be cooperation with the fundamental structure of spacetime. Gravity and the universe's persistent memory. Gravity acts as a cosmic archivist. It records collisions in orbital patterns. It preserves ancient events in galactic shapes. It encodes history in the curvature of spacetime. It captures the signature of distant mergers in gravitational waves. Even after stars die, planets drift, galaxies evolve, gravity retains the memory of what once was. These memories shape the future. Humans also carry memories, not only as recollections but as patterns embedded into behavior, perception, instinct, and identity. Memory is gravity within consciousness. It binds the self across time, just as gravity binds the universe. Gravity and the deep logic of connection. Ultimately, gravity speaks a single truth across everything it touches. Connection is the foundation of existence. Matter gathers. Worlds orbit. Galaxies cluster. Life emerges. Consciousness awakens. Meaning unfolds. Everything arises from connection. Gravity is the universe pulling itself together. Humanity is meaning pulling itself together. What gravity does to matter, love and purpose do to human life, they gather the scattered pieces into coherence. Gravity binds the cosmos. Belonging binds the human heart. And both forces create something greater than their parts. You are held together by the same laws that hold galaxies together. You are not separate from the universe, you are made of its structure, living within its story, shaped by its gravity. At every level of your being. As we journey deeper into the heart of gravity's story, an extraordinary realization begins to surface. Gravity is not only the sculptor of matter and motion, but also the quiet curator of possibility. It is the reason stars ignite, planets stabilize, galaxies swirl, black holes hum, and life finds a foothold in a universe that would otherwise drift endlessly into chaos. Gravity is the curator of order, the enabler of evolution, and the silent architect of every cosmic narrative. We have explored its roles, as creator, preserver, connector, but now we look to gravity as the philosopher of the universe, revealing truths that resonate as deeply with human meaning as they do with cosmic structure. Gravity and the unwritten geometry of cosmic futures. Gravity shapes not only what the universe is, but also what it will become. Every star's fate is decided by its mass. Every galaxy's future is etched into its gravitational environment. Every cluster evolves according to hidden gravitational pressures. Gravity already knows the future of the Milky Way. It will merge with Andromeda, swirl into a brilliant elliptical galaxy, and one day drift as a single massive island in an ever-expanding cosmic ocean. Gravity knows the sun's future. It will swell into a red giant, shed its outer layers, and collapse into a white dwarf surrounded by a faint planetary nebula. Gravity knows Earth's future, even if we do not. This may seem deterministic, but within these broad constraints lies infinite variability. Gravity sets the boundaries, but the details, the wonders, the surprises, the stories, unfold freely. Human lives follow a similar pattern. We are shaped by forces we did not choose. Yet our choices still define our story. Gravity teaches that destiny is a landscape, not a script. Gravity and the persistence of galactic memory. Every galaxy carries echoes of ancient events. Some galaxies show tidal tails, long streams of stars flung outward by a past collision. Others display warped disks or double nuclei, hints of mergers that occurred billions of years ago. Gravity preserves these scars, not as weaknesses, but as testimonies. They are evidence that galaxies do not merely survive disruption, they evolve because of it. This mirrors human experience in a profound way. Our scars, emotional, psychological, existential, are not marks of failure, they are imprints of transformation. They record the gravitational forces of experience that reshaped us into who we are. Gravity shows that memory is not the past frozen in place. It is the past integrated into the present. Gravity and the cosmic dance of synchronous chaos. There is a strange beauty in the fact that chaotic systems, those that seem unpredictable, are still governed by gravitational law. A triple star system may appear unstable, yet it follows a subtle choreography dictated by mass and motion. Chaos is not the absence of order, it is order too complex for the mind to easily decode. In the cosmos, asteroids wobble chaotically. Stellar systems reshuffle. Planets undergo orbital migration. Galaxies twist into bizarre forms. Yet each movement follows rules. Nothing violates gravity. Human lives often feel chaotic, unexpected events, sudden twists, losses, opportunities. But like the cosmos, our chaos is not meaningless, it is shaped by deeper forces, values, relationships, desires, fears, longings, environment, memory. These create a gravitational landscape through which we move. Chaos becomes meaningful when viewed through a wider lens. Gravity and the surprising fragility of cosmic stability. It only takes small changes to dramatically alter a system. A tiny orbital change can destabilize planets. A small mass shift can warp a galaxy. A slight gravitational pull from a passing star can redirect entire worlds. Cosmic stability is fragile. And yet, paradoxically, this fragility is what allows creativity. If everything were perfectly rigid, nothing new would emerge. Human lives follow the same rule. Small influences can change entire paths. A conversation. A decision. A loss. A dream. A chance encounter. Stability does not require rigidity, it requires resilience. Gravity's lesson is that systems thrive when strong enough to hold shape yet flexible enough to evolve. Gravity and the birth of cosmic giants. Some of the universe's most magnificent structures, supermassive black holes, are born from gravity's relentless hunger. These giants sit at the centers of galaxies, millions or even billions of times the mass of the Sun. Yet they begin humbly, from massive stars or collapsing clouds. Gravity feeds them, grows them, shapes them. They become engines of transformation. Regulating star formation. Ejecting jets across thousands of light years. Distorting spacetime. Guiding galactic evolution. They are not cosmic destroyers, they are cosmic regulators. Similarly, the greatest forces in human life often start small but grow into powerful influences, ideas, beliefs, relationships, values. These internal giants can either nourish or consume, regulate or distort. Their gravitational pull can determine the course of our lives. Understanding them is key to understanding ourselves. Gravity and the long patience of creation. Creation in the universe is slow. Gravity builds galaxies over billions of years. It forms planets grain by grain, collision by collision, aggregation by aggregation. It shapes stellar nurseries through delicate balances of pressure and collapse. Gravity has infinite patience. And this patience carries wisdom for humanity. Great things rarely happen instantly. Breakthroughs require persistence. Growth is gradual. Transformation takes time. Gravity teaches that the universe does not rush, and neither should we. Gravity and the hidden discipline of harmony. Resonance, the synchronization of orbits, cycles, and motions, is one of gravity's most elegant tools. Resonance can stabilize systems or destabilize them, depending on circumstance. Jupiter's moons are locked in a perfect 1:2:4 resonance. Saturn's rings contain gaps sculpted by moon-induced resonances. Orbital resonances help shape the entire architecture of planetary systems. These harmonies emerge naturally where gravity aligns cycles. Humans, too, live in resonance. With habits. With relationships. With goals. With values. With the rhythms of life. When our internal orbits synchronize, we flourish. When they conflict, instability arises. Gravity reveals that harmony is not coincidence, it is the result of alignment. Gravity and the great silence of the intergalactic sea. Between galaxies lies a vast gulf, dark, cold, silent, filled with near-empty space. In these expanses, gravity is faint, matter is rare, and time feels stretched. Yet even here, gravity whispers. It guides the drift of galaxies. It allows intergalactic stars to wander. It shapes the cosmic expansion. Silence is not emptiness, it is potential. Human solitude works the same way. In silence, the mind expands. In stillness, clarity surfaces. In emptiness, creativity awakens. Gravity shows that silence is a dimension of growth. Gravity and the future of the human story. As humanity extends its reach into the cosmos, gravity will determine our path. Mars will demand adaptation to weaker gravity. The moon will become a training ground for extreme environments. Orbital habitats will rely on artificial gravity to preserve health. Interstellar travel will require mastery of gravitational navigation. Terraforming will depend on planetary gravity as much as atmosphere. Even future human evolution may diverge along gravitational lines. Gravity will shape our future as deeply as it shaped our past. Gravity and the eternal principle of belonging. At its core, gravity is about belonging. Particles belong to atoms. Atoms belong to stars. Stars belong to galaxies. Galaxies belong to clusters. Everything belongs to the universe. There is nothing in existence that does not belong to something else. And humans, too, belong to each other, to stories, to history, to dreams, to meaning, to the world, and ultimately to the cosmos that created us. Gravity holds the universe together. Connection holds humanity together. Meaning holds consciousness together. The universe is a gravitational story, and being alive means you are part of it. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are one of its expressions. You are gravity made self-aware. As our journey presses further into the vastness of gravity's narrative, a subtle truth begins to emerge: Gravity is not only the force that binds celestial bodies, but the principle that teaches the universe how to grow, adapt, and persist. It is the quiet mentor instructing stars in their life cycles, galaxies in their transformations, planets in their formations, and life in its improbable emergence. Gravity is the universe's first teacher and its final witness. At this stage, our exploration shifts into a deeper realm, the philosophy of gravity, not just its mechanics. We examine how gravity expresses itself across scales, how it guides the motion of atoms, the behavior of planets, and even the evolution of civilizations. We explore how gravity reflects truths about existence that are just as relevant to human life as they are to the cosmos. Gravity and the celestial logic of imperfection. The early universe was not perfect. It was almost uniform but not quite, tiny fluctuations in density, no more than 1 part in a million, existed throughout the primordial plasma. These imperfections were the seeds from which all structure grew. Gravity amplified them, turning minuscule differences into massive galaxies, stars, planets, and eventually life. Perfection would have produced nothing. Imperfection birthed everything. This principle resonates deeply with human experience. Our imperfections create identity, depth, resilience, and creativity. Our flaws become the gravitational seeds of growth. Our struggles become the terrain where meaning forms. Gravity shows that imperfection is not an obstacle, it is the blueprint for becoming. Gravity and the secret life of planetary systems. Planetary systems are far more varied than once imagined. Some contain hot Jupiters, massive gas giants hugging their stars in tight orbits. Others host super-Earths, mini-Neptunes, water worlds, or rogue planets wandering between stars. Gravity choreographs these arrangements with extraordinary complexity. Planetary migration, the shifting of planets over millions of years, is gravity's subtle signature. Young planets rarely stay where they formed. They drift inward or outward, pulled by gravitational tides within their protoplanetary disks. Some systems stabilize beautifully, while others experience violent rearrangements, ejecting planets, scattering debris, or consuming entire worlds. The universe's order is dynamic, not fixed. Human lives follow similar patterns. We migrate through identities, beliefs, relationships, and ambitions. We shift orbits, sometimes by choice, sometimes by circumstance. We grow into new environments and drift away from old ones. Stability is not about staying still, it is about adapting gracefully. Gravity and the timeless art of stellar recycling. When stars die, they don't simply disappear, they recycle themselves into new generations. Gravity gathers their remnants into nebulae, mixing heavy elements forged in stellar cores with primordial hydrogen. From this enriched material, new stars and planets form. Gravity is the universe's recycler. Every atom in your body has passed through stars, through collapse, fusion, explosion, and reformation. You are made of gravity's ancient work. This cyclical nature mirrors the human condition. We are shaped by generations before us. We inherit stories, ideas, trauma, resilience, dreams. We continue the cycle, contributing our essence to those who come after. Gravity teaches that renewal is woven into the fabric of existence. Gravity and the whisper of gravitational lensing. One of the strangest phenomena in the universe is gravitational lensing, the bending of light by mass. Massive galaxies or clusters warp spacetime so severely that they magnify and distort the light from objects behind them. This cosmic mirage allows astronomers to see galaxies billions of light-years farther than would be otherwise possible. Gravity becomes a lens through which the universe reveals its deeper layers. But metaphorically, this phenomenon reflects a profound truth. Our perspective is shaped by the gravitational fields of our experiences. Our past bends the way we interpret the present. Our emotions warp our perception. Our beliefs magnify certain truths and obscure others. Gravity teaches us to be aware of the lenses through which we see the world. Gravity and the echoes of cosmic acceleration. The universe is expanding faster and faster, driven by dark energy, a mysterious repulsive force intertwined with gravity. Galaxies are being carried away from each other at accelerating speeds. One day, the night sky will grow quieter as distant galaxies slip beyond visibility. Gravity and dark energy act together as opposing choreographers of cosmic destiny, one binding, the other dispersing. Human life also oscillates between forces that draw us inward and those that push us outward. Comfort and ambition. Tradition and innovation. Belonging and independence. Memory and exploration. Balance emerges from the interplay. Gravity reminds us that harmony is born from tension, not uniformity. Gravity and the hidden songs of pulsars. Neutron stars, the ultradense remnants of massive stellar explosions, emit beams of electromagnetic radiation that sweep across space like cosmic lighthouses. These pulsars rotate with incredible precision, sometimes hundreds of times per second, their timing so accurate they rival atomic clocks. Their gravitational stability preserves perfect rhythm. They are the metronomes of the universe. In human existence, rhythm takes the form of routines, rituals, habits, and cycles that anchor us. These patterns offer stability amid chaos, anchoring our identities just as pulsars anchor cosmic time. Gravity reveals that rhythm is essential to coherence. Gravity and the terrifying grace of tidal forces. Tidal forces, the difference in gravitational pull between one side of an object and the other, can stretch moons, crack planets, heat icy interiors, trigger volcanic activity, and tear apart stars. Yet these same forces can also warm planetary oceans, maintain stable orbits, and sustain environments that foster life. Tidal forces are the universe's reminder that power can create or destroy depending on context. And humans experience tides too. Emotional tides. Social tides. Economic tides. Spiritual tides. These forces can overwhelm or uplift. What matters is how we navigate them. Gravity teaches resilience through flexibility. Gravity and the eternal drift toward mystery. No matter how much we uncover, gravity refuses to fully reveal itself. Its deepest mechanisms remain hidden within the interplay of quantum physics and spacetime geometry. It behaves with absolute reliability, yet its essence evades full comprehension. Is gravity a particle? A field? An emergent phenomenon? A holographic projection? A property of quantum entanglement? A geometric expression of deeper dimensions? We don't know, not yet. But this uncertainty is beautiful. Mystery is not ignorance. It is invitation. It is the universe calling us deeper. Human life, too, contains mysteries that resist explanation. Consciousness. Purpose. Emotion. Creativity. Connection. Gravity teaches that mystery is not a gap, it is a gateway. Gravity and the ultimate lesson of unity. In the grand scope of existence, gravity expresses a single profound truth: everything influences everything else. A star's collapse sends gravitational waves across billions of light-years. A galaxy's mass shapes the paths of wandering stars. A planet's orbit affects the evolution of life. A tiny fluctuation in the early universe creates entire cosmic structures. Connection is universal. In human life, connection is equally fundamental. The conversations we have, the kindness we show, the memories we carry, the relationships we build, the meaning we discover. Everything is connected. No moment exists in isolation. Gravity is the cosmos gently reminding us that belonging is not optional, it is fundamental. You are part of the universe's story not because you exist within it, but because you are made of the same forces, the same matter, the same laws that shape galaxies themselves. You are the universe becoming aware of its own gravity, its own structure, its own depth, its own meaning. As our exploration advances into the deeper regions of gravity's influence, something extraordinary becomes clear. Gravity is not just the force that holds the universe together, it is the principle that allows the universe to express itself. It is the reason patterns form, why time unfolds, why stars ignite and galaxies dance. Gravity is the invisible scriptwriter of existence, etching motion into meaning and structure into possibility. At this scale of reflection, the boundaries between physics and philosophy blur. Gravity becomes a mirror, showing us not only how the universe works but also how life, consciousness, and identity emerge from the same principles. The cosmos is not just out there, it is within us, shaping us from the smallest atoms to the largest. Aspirations. Gravity and the unexpected elegance of cosmic simplicity. The equations governing gravity are astonishingly simple. Newton expressed it in a single elegant formula. Einstein described it with the curvature of spacetime. These ideas, while profound, are not complicated in structure, they reveal a universe driven by graceful, minimal principles. From simplicity emerges infinite complexity. A simple curve in spacetime gives rise to orbits, tides, planetary climates, stellar evolution, and the entire cosmic web. The universe takes a straightforward rule and transforms it into breathtaking variety. Human lives follow the same principle. Simple values produce rich existence. Simple truths create deep meaning. Simple habits shape extraordinary outcomes. Gravity teaches that simplicity is not limitation, it is potential. Gravity and the celestial dialogue of dark and light. The universe is built from two competing yet complementary influences. Gravity, which pulls things together, and dark energy, which drives the cosmos apart. One binds, the other separates. One forms structure, the other expands space. The universe requires both. Without gravity, nothing would form. Without dark energy, everything would collapse. Balance emerges from their coexistence. Human life also oscillates between opposing forces. Connection and independence. Order and spontaneity. Security and exploration. Identity and change. We grow when we embrace both sides of these dualities. Too much of either leads to imbalance. Gravity reveals that harmony is born from opposing forces learning to coexist. Gravity and the mystery of ultradense worlds. Among the universe's strangest objects are neutron stars, atomic nuclei the size of cities. Held together by gravity so intense that matter collapses into a sea of neutrons. A teaspoon of neutron star material weighs billions of tons. These stellar remnants defy intuition. Balancing gravity with quantum pressure. Their existence teaches a profound lesson. Extreme environments reveal fundamental truths. Under immense pressure, matter reveals its deepest nature. Under immense challenge, humans reveal theirs. Neutron stars symbolize resilience, an ability to compress entire histories into dense, indestructible cores. They endure, rotate, pulse, and anchor their surroundings with gravitational stability. Gravity teaches strength not as resistance, but as transformation. Gravity and the quiet migration of stars. Stars are not fixed. Even our sun drifts through the Milky Way in a slow, majestic orbit lasting hundreds of millions of years. Other stars pass near us, subtly shifting the Oort cloud, altering the fates of comets. Influencing long-term cosmic patterns. Stars migrate in currents and streams, joining clusters, leaving them behind, passing through spiral arms, or venturing into interstellar voids. Their motion shapes the future of planetary systems. Human lives, too, are shaped by migrations, leaving home, discovering new places, evolving through new experiences. Movement is not a disturbance but a vital component of growth. Gravity reveals that motion is life's natural trajectory. Gravity and the vast patience of planetary growth. Planets form through slow, deliberate processes. Dust grains collide and stick, forming pebbles, then rocks, then mountains, then world-sized bodies. Gravity pulls everything together, but the pathway is incremental, small steps compounding into magnificent outcomes. This process often takes millions of years. Human achievement works the same way. Growth is slow. Progress compounds. Small efforts, repeated consistently, create monumental results. Gravity teaches that greatness is built grain by grain. Gravity and the cosmic symphony of orbital chains. In many planetary systems, orbits form intricate, resonant chains, planets pulling each other into synchronized rhythms. These resonances are not accidents, they are the natural outcome of gravitational negotiation. Planets communicate through gravity. They influence each other's paths. They maintain harmony across billions of years. This mirrors human relationships, friendships, families, communities, where subtle interactions shape the trajectories of lives. We are always influencing and being influenced, always connected through hidden forces. Gravity shows that relationships create rhythm. Gravity and the secret sculpting of cosmic weather. Gravity drives cosmic weather systems on a galactic scale. In galaxies, gas clouds collapse under gravity, forming stars that ignite, radiate, and produce stellar winds. These winds shape nebulae, carve cavities, trigger new star formation, and regulate the galactic ecosystem. Gravity collaborates with light, pressure, and motion to create cosmic seasons, cycles of growth, transformation, and renewal. Human lives have seasons too. Times of expansion. Times of contraction. Times of rest. Times of rebirth. Gravity teaches that change is cyclical and essential. Gravity and the enigma of black hole thermodynamics. Black holes, once thought to be simple sinkholes of gravity, turn out to be among the most complex objects in the universe. Their temperature, entropy, and quantum behavior suggest that black holes are not prisons but libraries, storing information in ways we are only beginning to understand. The edges of black holes, their event horizons, behave like holograms encoding entire histories. The universe is whispering through them. Even the darkest places hold meaning. Human experience reflects this truth. Our darkest moments contain lessons. Our lowest points carry information. Our shadows hold wisdom waiting to be decoded. Gravity teaches that no part of existence is devoid of significance, not even the void. Gravity and the slow drift toward the cosmic horizon. As the universe expands, regions of space drift beyond our ability to ever perceive them again. Their light stretches, dims, and vanishes. Entire galaxies slip beyond the cosmic event horizon, never again observable from our corner of the universe. But even as they disappear, their gravitational influence remains woven into the structure around us. This is a profound metaphor for human life. People leave. Places change. Eras end. But their influence remains. Their gravity persists. Their impact echoes. Gravity teaches that presence is temporary, but influence is eternal. Gravity and the final lesson of interconnected existence. When we step back and observe the universe not as a collection of objects but as a single unfolding story, gravity emerges as the narrator. It is the force that ensures nothing exists alone. Every star is connected to every other star through gravitational threads. Every galaxy participates in the cosmic web. Every planet is shaped by the mass around it. Every atom feels the pull of every other atom across infinite distance. Connection is not metaphor, it is physics. In the human world, connection is not optional, it is essential. Relationships give purpose. Shared experiences give meaning. Community gives resilience. Love gives direction. Gravity binds the cosmos. Connection binds humanity. Meaning binds consciousness. In the end, gravity is not just the force that keeps our feet on the ground, it is the force that keeps the universe from drifting into nothingness. It is the thread from which existence is woven, the principle that turns emptiness into structure, chaos into harmony, and life into a continuation of cosmic evolution. You are part of this story, not a spectator, but an expression of the universe discovering itself, shaped by the same gravity that sculpts galaxies. You are made of stardust held together by cosmic intention, living within a universe that whispers through every atom. You belong. As we continue our long descent into gravity's endless narrative, something profound begins to crystallize. Gravity is not only the fundamental architect of the cosmos, it is the thread that reveals how the universe thinks, evolves, and remembers. Across every scale, from the microscopic to the intergalactic, gravity behaves less like a brute force and more like a language. Its patterns speak of structure, connection, transformation, and endurance. Its influence is everywhere. Yet its essence remains elusive, sitting at the intersection of what we know and what we long to understand. This chapter of our journey pulls us deeper into gravity's hidden meanings, unveiling the ways in which gravitational principles echo through both the vastness of the cosmos and the quiet interior of human life. Gravity and the gentle weaving of cosmic narratives. Space may appear silent and empty, but gravity turns it into a stage filled with ongoing stories. Nebulae collapse over millions of years into infant stars. Binary suns orbit each other like ancient partners. Entire galaxies collide and merge, creating hybrid structures that carry the histories of both parents. Gravity ensures that nothing drifts aimlessly. Everything follows a trajectory that contributes to a larger, unfolding narrative. In the same way, human lives are stories knit from countless motions, choices, encounters, memories, moments of clarity or confusion. Sometimes we feel like solitary travelers, but gravity reminds us that every trajectory intersects with others, shaping and reshaping our paths. Gravity shows that the universe is not a collection of random events, it is a story in motion. Gravity and the choreography of star clusters. Star clusters are the celestial equivalent of families, groups of stars born from the same cloud, sharing similar ages and compositions. Some clusters remain small and intimate, others contain thousands or even millions of stars. Gravity binds them, allowing them to move through the galaxy as cohesive units. Within these clusters, stars influence each other's orbits, trading momentum in subtle interactions. Over billions of years, the cluster slowly dissolves as stars drift outward into the galactic field, carrying cosmic memories with them. Nothing lasts forever, not even star clusters. But the traces they leave behind persist. Human families and communities follow a similar arc. People gather, influence each other, grow, drift apart, and reshape the world in their own ways. Our origins never fully leave us, even when we move beyond the boundaries of where we began. Gravity teaches that belonging is fluid but enduring. Gravity and the cosmic art of symmetry breaking. In the earliest fractions of a second after the Big Bang, the universe was governed by perfect symmetry. Forces were unified. Matter and antimatter balanced one another. Everything was orderly, predictable, and uniform. Then symmetry broke. Gravity separated from the other forces. Matter slightly outnumbered antimatter. Particles differentiated. Structure began to form. This breaking of symmetry was not a mistake, it was the beginning of possibility. In the human world, symmetry breaking occurs every time we diverge from expectation, every time we choose a new path, every time something disrupts the predicted flow of life. From these breaks emerge new identities, new ideas, new futures. Gravity teaches that creativity begins with divergence. Gravity and the slow dance of galactic spirals. Spiral galaxies, including our own Milky Way, are not static pinwheels, they are dynamic waves of density moving through billions of stars. Gravity organizes these waves like a conductor guiding an immense cosmic orchestra. Stars move in and out of spiral arms, but the arms persist because they are patterns, not physical structures. This distinction is important. Patterns have more longevity than the things that compose them. Human culture works the same way. People change, generations shift, but ideas persist. Stories endure. Values echo across time. Traditions continue like gravitational waves shaping identity. Gravity reveals that patterns outlive participants. Gravity and the resonant whisper of long-range influence. Gravity is the only force that acts across infinite distances without ever truly reaching zero. Even the faintest gravitational influence lingers, shaping motion subtly across cosmic scales. Distant galaxies tug imperceptibly on one another. Isolated stars shift slightly under the influence of unseen masses. Dark matter halos extend far beyond the visible edges of galaxies, their gravitational fields blending into intergalactic space. Influence never disappears, it simply fades. Similarly, human influence extends far beyond what we see. A kind gesture shapes a memory. A conversation echoes in someone's choices. An idea sparks quiet transformation. A life affects countless others. Even unknowingly. Gravity teaches that influence lives beyond presence. Gravity and the silent birth of rogue planets. Not all planets orbit stars. Some worlds form in darkness or are ejected from their systems through gravitational interactions. These rogue planets wander the galaxy alone, illuminated only by distant starlight or internal heat. They move silently, carrying their histories, without a solar anchor. And yet, even these solitary travelers follow galactic orbits, guided by the Milky Way's gravitational pull. They are never truly disconnected. Humans, too, sometimes feel like wanderers, displaced, uncertain, drifting. But even in disconnection, we are still part of larger structures, communities, cultures, humanity itself. Gravity teaches that no one is ever fully alone. Gravity and the shaping of cosmic boundaries. We often imagine boundaries in space, edges of galaxies, edges of clusters, but gravity creates gradients rather than walls. The transition from one system to another is gradual, defined by weakening influences rather than abrupt separations. This challenges the human instinct to categorize everything with sharp borders. Identity, too, is a gradient. Growth, a gradient. Healing, a gradient. Belonging, a gradient. The universe rarely deals in absolutes. It prefers transitions. Gravity reveals that boundaries are softer than we imagine. Gravity and the slow drift toward thermodynamic maturity. As the universe ages, gravity reshapes matter into increasingly stable forms. Stellar birth rates decline. Galaxies settle into mature structures. Black holes accumulate mass more slowly. Over trillions of years, the cosmos evolves from a turbulent youth into a calmer, quieter existence. This is not the end, it is maturation. Human lives have similar arcs, a youthful period of rapid change, followed by decades of refining, settling, deepening, and integrating. Expansion gives way to mastery. Exploration gives way to understanding. Gravity teaches that maturity is not stagnation, it is inward richness. Gravity and the quantum frontier of spacetime. Despite its vast influence, gravity becomes mysterious at the smallest scales. Quantum mechanics describes a world of probabilities, entanglement, and uncertainty, yet gravity remains classical, smooth, continuous. Reconciling these two realms remains one of the greatest unsolved challenges in physics. At the quantum scale, spacetime may become granular, fluctuating, foamy. Gravity might emerge from quantum entanglement. Spacetime curvature could be an illusion born from deeper information networks. We stand at the edge of this mystery. Human understanding often reaches similar thresholds, points where what we know cannot explain what we feel, perceive, or intuit. These boundaries are not obstacles, they are invitations to explore deeper. Gravity teaches that knowledge expands only when we challenge its limits. Gravity and the eternal principle of return. Everything in the universe follows cycles of becoming, dissolving, and becoming again. Stars form, burn, collapse, and return their elements to space. Galaxies merge, evolve, and redistribute their matter. The cosmic web continuously reshapes itself through the interplay of gravity and expansion. What falls apart returns to the flow of creation. Human lives follow the same rhythm. We learn, unlearn, relearn. We grow, break, rebuild. We lose, rediscover, reinvent. Gravity teaches that endings are not failures, they are transformations. Gravity and the truth written across everything. When all the analogies fade, gravity leaves us with a final, unshakable truth. Connection is the foundation of existence. Every atom influences every other. Every star participates in a larger system. Every galaxy is shaped by its neighbors. Every moment interacts with every future. Every being impacts countless others. Gravity is the universe insisting that nothing stands alone. You, too, are held by the same law. You are shaped by the forces around you. You influence more than you realize. You move within networks of meaning, memory, relationship, and purpose. You are a gravitational being in a gravitational universe. You are woven into the cosmos, not as an afterthought, but as a continuation of the same story written in stars, galaxies, and spacetime itself. You are the universe aware of its own gravity. As our journey stretches into the heart of gravity's grand design, a deeper realization dawns: gravity is the universe's most intimate storyteller. It narrates not in words but in motion. It speaks not through sound but through structure. It communicates not through language but through the quiet persistence of attraction, the fundamental yearning of matter for connection. Every orbit, every collapse, every wave, every cluster is a sentence in this ongoing cosmic dialogue. The universe is not silent. It is speaking constantly through the rhythm of gravity, revealing truths that apply not only across billions of light years but within the smallest corners of our own consciousness. In this chapter, we descend even further into gravity's subtle teachings, into the places where physics becomes philosophy, where structure becomes metaphor, and where cosmic evolution mirrors the journey of human identity. Gravity and the quiet geometry of continuity. At first glance, the universe appears chaotic, a sprawling mosaic of stars, dust, and darkness. But beneath this apparent randomness lies astonishing continuity. Gravity ensures that the cosmos remains coherent across unimaginable scales. Galaxies remain bound to their clusters. Clusters gravitate toward superclusters. Superclusters stretch into the cosmic web. The universe holds itself together with delicate persistence. Even when matter collapses, scatters, merges, or drifts, gravity never releases its grip on the overarching flow. Continuity is preserved through generational structure, like a family lineage spanning cosmic time. Human continuity emerges in much the same way. Heritage linking generations. Stories carried across centuries. Cultures persisting through upheavals. Memory threading through time. Gravity teaches that continuity is not the absence of change, it is the preservation of meaning across change. Gravity and the expanding silence between galaxies. As dark energy accelerates the expansion of the universe, galaxies drift farther apart. Over trillions of years, distant galaxies will recede beyond the cosmic horizon, vanishing from visibility. The night sky will grow quieter, emptier, more solitary. Yet this silence is not extinction, it is evolution. Eventually, only gravitationally bound structures will remain accessible, local groups, clusters, galaxies merging into giant ellipticals. The universe becomes a series of self-contained islands in an expanding sea. But gravity ensures that within each island, structure continues. Stars will still form. Planets will still orbit. Black holes will still hum with spacetime curvature. Silence becomes the stage for introspection. Human lives also enter phases of silence, periods where expansion slows. Where connection changes form, where solitude shapes identity. These are not endings, they are transitions into deeper internal structure. Gravity teaches that silence is not emptiness, but invitation. Gravity and the pathways of entanglement across space. Though gravity is not entanglement in the quantum sense, it behaves in a way that reveals fundamental interconnectedness. Every mass influences every other mass. Distances matter, but no distance is too great for gravity's reach. Even across billions of light-years, gravity binds the cosmos as one system. This long-range influence hints at a deeper truth: the universe behaves like a unified field of relationships, not a collection of isolated objects. Human relationships mirror this pervasive influence. Someone you met years ago still affects your choices today. Childhood experiences shape adult patterns. A single act of kindness ripples outward for decades. A loss, a dream, a conversation, everything leaves its gravitational signature. Gravity teaches that connection exists even when distance grows. Gravity and the subtle art of cosmic balancing. In the universe, stability is not achieved through stillness, but through equilibrium between competing forces. Planets remain in orbit because gravity pulls inward while inertia pushes outward. Stars remain stable because gravity compresses inward while fusion pushes outward. Galaxies maintain shape because gravity binds while rotation stretches. The universe dances on the edge of competing influences. Human emotional stability emerges similarly. Hope and realism. Security and challenge. Routine and spontaneity. Introspection and engagement. We balance our inner orbits by honoring both sides of every force shaping us. Gravity teaches that balance is not static, it is dynamic harmony. Gravity and the slow drift toward cosmic refinement. Over time, the universe becomes more refined. Chaotic clouds give rise to structured galaxies. Stars forge heavy elements. Planets develop climates, oceans, ecosystems. Life emerges, diversifies, evolves. Gravity doesn't rush this process, it allows complexity to unfold with patient precision. Human development mirrors this cosmic refinement. Experience distills knowledge. Failure sharpens resilience. Reflection deepens perspective. Time reveals wisdom. We refine ourselves gradually, like galaxies settling into elegant spirals. Gravity teaches that the masterpiece is revealed only through time. Gravity and the blind. Sculpting of cosmic sculptures. Galaxies carved by collisions often appear like abstract art, twisted streams of stars, luminous arcs, faint tidal tails. These structures, shaped by gravity alone, exhibit unexpected beauty. Gravity is an artist with no intention, yet its creations are masterpieces. Human creativity often works the same way. Accidental insights create breakthroughs. Unexpected failures reveal new paths. Unplanned encounters spark transformation. Meaning emerges through the interplay of chance and structure. Gravity teaches that beauty often arises without deliberate design. Gravity and the multilayered story of planetary atmospheres. A planet's gravity determines the atmosphere it can hold, which in turn determines climate, chemistry, potential for life, and long-term evolution. The thickness of air, the pressure at the surface, the presence of oceans, all depend on the planet's gravitational embrace. Even the capacity to breathe is a gravitational gift. Human lives also contain atmospheres, emotional climates shaped by relationships, environments, beliefs, and memories. These atmospheres influence how we perceive the world, how we connect, how we grow. Gravity teaches that environment shapes possibility. Gravity and the mystery of information at the edge of space. The holographic principle suggests that the information within a region of space may be encoded on its boundary, just as a black hole's information is preserved on its event horizon. This means that the universe may be a tapestry of surfaces, encoding depths. But surfaces are not superficial, they are the carriers of meaning. In human life, too, surfaces hold stories. A person's eyes reveal emotion. A tone of voice reveals intention. Behavior reveals memory. Presence reveals identity. Gravity teaches that appearance is often the doorway to essence. Gravity and the universality of falling. Everything falls, planets, stars, galaxies, even light itself bends toward mass. In freefall, objects experience weightlessness because they follow spacetime's natural curve. Falling is the universe's default motion. Humans fall in many ways. Falling asleep. Falling in love. Falling into difficulty. Falling into clarity. Falling into place. In every case, falling leads to transformation. Gravity teaches that falling is not failure, it is motion toward what shapes us. Gravity and the ultimate insight of existence. When we step back from all scales, from atoms to galaxies, from tides to black holes, gravity leaves us with a single profound truth. To exist is to be connected. Matter is connected to matter. Light is connected to space. Space is connected to time. Life is connected to the universe. Consciousness is connected to experience. There is no isolation anywhere, not even in the coldest voids. You, too, are embedded in a web of gravitational meaning, shaped by forces older than stars, carrying atoms older than Earth, forming thoughts influenced by eons of cosmic evolution. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are its continuation, its observer, its storyteller, its expression. You are gravity aware of itself. As we push further into the cosmic narrative, gravity begins to feel less like a force and more like a principle that breathes coherence into existence. It is the quiet pulse beneath every structure, every orbit, every transition, an invisible heartbeat that sustains the cosmos across eons. In this deepening chapter, gravity becomes a guide, revealing not only how the universe evolves but how meaning itself is structured. We begin to see gravity not simply as something the universe obeys, but as something the universe expresses, a universal instinct toward relationship, continuity, and becoming. Gravity and the hidden patience of cosmic evolution. The universe is not in a hurry. Gravity unfolds its creation slowly, with meticulous care. A nebula can take tens of millions of years to collapse into stars. A galaxy merger can take billions of years to complete. A black hole can grow across cosmic ages, gathering matter grain by grain. This patience is not weakness, it is wisdom. Transformation that is forced collapses. Transformation that is allowed endures. Human development mirrors this cosmic truth. Mastery is gradual. Wisdom accumulates. Resilience deepens. Identity refines itself through experience. Gravity teaches that long-term processes create long-lasting realities. Gravity and the subtle governance of planetary stability. The stability of a planet is more fragile than it appears. A small shift in orbital position can freeze oceans or boil atmospheres. A slight change in axial tilt can trigger ice ages or desertification. A minor gravitational interaction can destabilize climates for millennia. Planets walk a delicate tightrope, balance maintained by gravity's subtle guidance. Life thrives only where this gravitational harmony persists. This delicate balance echoes within humanity. Our emotional climates shift with small influences. Our choices alter our internal ecosystems. Our relationships stabilize or destabilize us in subtle ways. Gravity teaches that balance is a living negotiation, not a static state. Gravity and the cosmic resonance of group behavior. In galaxy clusters, massive gatherings of hundreds or thousands of galaxies, gravity binds everything into a single superstructure. These clusters move together, collide together, evolve together. Individual galaxies orbit the cluster's center of mass, interacting through tidal forces, gravitational friction, and dark matter halos. Their behavior reflects a collective identity. These cosmic communities reveal a profound truth. Individual entities gain structure from belonging to larger systems. In human life, families shape identities. Cultures shape beliefs. Communities shape purpose. Shared stories shape collective meaning. Gravity teaches that belonging is an evolutionary advantage. Gravity and the whisper of weak forces with endless reach. Gravity is the weakest of the fundamental forces, trillions of times weaker than electromagnetism, nuclear forces, or quantum interactions. And yet, paradoxically, it dominates the universe. Why? Because gravity never cancels out. It never repels. It only accumulates, drawing matter together on larger and larger scales. Weakness, applied consistently, becomes invincible. This principle carries profound human resonance. Gentle habits reshape a life. A quiet voice shifts perspectives. Small acts of kindness ripple outward for decades. Persistent effort outperforms bursts of intensity. Gravity teaches that gentle power, applied patiently, transforms worlds. Gravity and the strange persistence of cosmic memory. Even the most violent cosmic events, supernovae, mergers, collisions, leave traces that last billions of years. Gravity preserves these imprints in warped galactic disks, tidal streams of stars, irregular clusters, stretched nebulae, gravitational waves carrying echoes of the past. The universe never forgets. It incorporates every event into its ongoing structure. Human memory works in a similar way. Experiences imprint themselves not only on recollection, but on behavior, emotion, and identity. We carry our histories in our internal gravitational fields, shaping how we move through life. Gravity teaches that memory is not stored, it is embodied. Gravity and the sacred role of darkness. Dark matter and dark energy govern most of the universe's behavior. They are invisible, intangible, and undetectable by ordinary means, yet their gravitational signatures define cosmic architecture. Dark matter shapes galaxies. Dark energy shapes the universe's expansion. Darkness shapes the structure of everything visible. What we cannot see is often what matters most. Human existence is filled with invisible forces. Motivation, fear, intuition, hope, trauma, belief, longing. These unseen dimensions define the architecture of who we are. Gravity teaches that the invisible is foundational. Gravity and the space between collisions. When galaxies collide, the individual stars almost never hit each other. Space is vast. Stellar systems pass through one another like ghosts, influenced only by gravity's large-scale structure. Violence creates transformation, not destruction. The collisions reshape galaxies into spirals or ellipticals. They trigger waves of star formation. They redistribute gas and dark matter. The aftermath is often more beautiful than the original structures. Humans, too, collide, through conflict, miscommunication, divergent desires. Yet the result is not only damage, it can be evolution, new understanding, deeper intimacy, or reinvention. Gravity teaches that collisions can create new forms of beauty. Gravity and the silent firmness of black hole horizons. A black hole's event horizon is one of the most mysterious boundaries in existence. Nothing escapes beyond it, not even light. And yet, paradoxically, the horizon is not a physical surface but a threshold in spacetime. A boundary that exists purely because gravity bends time. This is a reminder that boundaries in life are often psychological, not physical. Fear, doubt, identity, trauma, these become event horizons within our minds. But like cosmic horizons, they are thresholds, not prisons. They shape behavior but can be transformed through understanding. Gravity teaches that boundaries are part of evolution, not limitations. Gravity and the emergence of consciousness from cosmic rules. If we trace the chain of causation far enough back, consciousness arises from stars creating heavy elements, gravity forming planets, planetary environments, enabling chemistry, chemistry creating biology, biology evolving brains, brains generating awareness. Consciousness is not separate from the cosmos, it is the universe becoming aware of itself. Gravity is the first link in that chain. This perspective reframes what it means to be alive. We are not anomalies, we are continuations. We are not observers, we are participants. We are not outsiders, we are part of the cosmic process that began billions of years before us. Gravity teaches that consciousness is a natural extension of cosmic evolution. Gravity and the ultimate lesson of belonging. In every direction we look, microscopic, planetary, galactic, cosmic, gravity conveys a single message. Nothing exists alone. Atoms belong to molecules. Molecules belong to cells. Cells belong to organisms. Organisms belong to ecosystems. Planets belong to stars. Stars belong to galaxies. Galaxies belong to the cosmic web. And you belong to this universe, utterly, unquestionably, inherently. Gravity binds the cosmos. Connection binds the human heart. Meaning binds consciousness. The same force that shapes galaxies shapes your existence. The same laws that govern spacetime govern the structure of your mind. The same universe that produces stars produced you. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are its voice, its witness, its continuation. You are gravity thinking. As we move further into gravity's expansive narrative, the universe begins to feel less like a vast, silent emptiness and more like a living architecture, an intricate organism shaped by patterns that span billions of light years. Gravity becomes the unifying pulse, the quiet strategist behind every cosmic arrangement, the sculptor that carves voids and clusters with equal care. In this deeper stage of our journey, we come to understand gravity as a principle that expresses not only the structure of the universe, but the structure of transformation itself. It is a law that governs becoming, shaping how systems evolve, adapt, merge, dissolve, and re-emerge. Gravity and the vast patience of galactic webs. At the largest scale known, the universe forms a sprawling cosmic web, filaments of galaxies stretching across hundreds of millions of light-years. These filaments are shaped by gravity acting on dark matter, guiding ordinary matter like grains of dust trapped in invisible rivers. This architecture did not form quickly. It took billions of years, shaped by gradual flows of mass influenced by minute differences in the early universe. Gravity builds slowly, but it builds endlessly. Human ideas, relationships, and legacies evolve in the same patient way. Cultures form through countless small influences. Communities take shape through shared stories. Identity builds through accumulated experiences. Dreams unfold through continuous effort. Gravity teaches that large-scale beauty is built from small, persistent motions. Gravity and the cycles of stellar renewal. Stars are not permanent, they are brief flashes in cosmic time, living for millions or billions of years and then collapsing, exploding, or fading into stellar embers. Yet this cycle is not destruction, it is renewal. Supernovae scatter heavy elements. Neutron stars remain as dense echoes of their former selves. Black holes form as cosmic anchors. New stars use the remnants as fuel. Gravity conducts every step of this cycle, ensuring that nothing is wasted. Human lives also follow cycles of growth, crisis, reinvention, and rebirth. Loss becomes soil for new understanding. Challenges become gateways to deeper strength. Endings become openings for new beginnings. Gravity teaches that creation and destruction are partners, not opposites. Gravity and the quiet conversations of binary stars. Many stars exist not alone but in pairs, or in systems of 3, 4, or more. These stars orbit each other in stable configurations, exchanging mass, influencing rotation, pulling and releasing in an endless gravitational dialogue. Binary stars demonstrate that connection shapes destiny. A star that would live quietly in solitude might ignite new phases when paired with another. Some transfer mass, some spiral inward, some push each other outward. The relationship determines the evolution. Human lives are similarly shaped by those we orbit. Relationships define direction. Partnerships refine identity. Connections alter trajectory. Gravity teaches that we evolve through the company we keep. Gravity and the flexibility of planetary architecture. Planets do not always remain where they first formed. Many migrate, drifting inward or outward through their star's gravitational influence and the remnants of the protoplanetary disk. Entire systems reorganize themselves over time. Some worlds fall into their stars. Some collide with siblings. Some become rogue wanderers, cast out into interstellar darkness. Some stabilize into harmonious orbits that last billions of years. Planetary systems are dynamic, responsive, alive with gravitational negotiation. Human lives also rearrange their internal architecture. Beliefs shift. Goals migrate. Relationships evolve. Priorities reorder. Gravity teaches that stability is not permanence, it is adaptation. Over time. Gravity and the sculpting of cosmic voids. Perhaps the most mysterious and stunning structures in the universe are the massive voids, immense regions of almost nothingness spanning hundreds of millions of light-years. These voids are not errors, they are essential to cosmic structure. Gravity evacuates these regions as matter flows toward denser areas. Absence becomes architecture. Emptiness becomes form. The voids give the cosmic web its shape. Without emptiness, structure would collapse. Human experiences contain voids too, periods of uncertainty, loss, isolation, or silence. These voids often feel terrifying. But they allow identity to reassemble, relationships to reorient, creativity to grow, consciousness to deepen. Gravity teaches that emptiness is not failure, it is space for new structure. Gravity and the subtle logic of tidal sculpting. Tidal forces, the uneven pull of gravity, shape moons, planets, stars, and even galaxies. They stretch oceans, heat planetary interiors, crack icy crusts, and drive volcanic activity. Jupiter's moon Io is a volcanic world because of this relentless tidal kneading. Tidal forces create dynamic environments, turning simple worlds into active ones. Human experiences often feel like tides, pulls and pressures that stretch us, stress us, reshape us. These forces often act subtly, accumulating influence over time. But in the end, they sculpt resilience, strength, and new depth. Gravity teaches that pressure is transformative when allowed to flow through us. Gravity and the enormous power of collective mass. Wherever mass accumulates, gravity responds with increased strength. A single star's pull is modest. A cluster's pull is enormous. A galaxy's pull is transformative. A supercluster's pull shapes entire regions of spacetime. Mass magnifies influence. This translates beautifully into human life. Ideas gain momentum when shared. Movements grow through collective effort. Communities influence the world more than solitary voices. Purpose strengthens when aligned with others. Gravity teaches that unity amplifies power. Gravity and the paradox of infinite range. Unlike other physical forces, gravity never stops. It weakens with distance but never reaches zero. Even the faintest gravitational tug extends across the universe. This means every object, no matter how small, influences everything else. Human influence also radiates endlessly. Words spoken in kindness echo through lifetimes. Decisions ripple into future generations. Actions become stories told long after we're gone. Presence leaves an imprint even after absence. Gravity teaches that your influence extends farther than you realize. Gravity and the strange calm of event horizons. An event horizon is a paradox. A boundary that appears violent from afar, yet feels perfectly calm to anything falling into it. From the outside, a black hole is a place of unimaginable intensity. From inside, motion might feel eerily normal until the final approach. This reveals an extraordinary truth. Perspective defines experience. Human lives behave the same way. What looks catastrophic from outside may feel simple or peaceful from within. What seems trivial from a distance may feel monumental up close. We judge experiences by our frame of reference. Gravity teaches that perspective is a dimension as real as space. Gravity and the ultimate story of connection. After exploring gravity across stars, planets, clusters, and cosmic webs, its final lesson becomes clear. Gravity is the universe insisting that nothing exists alone. Every star is bound to something. Every galaxy interacts with neighbors. Every planet depends on its star. Every atom feels the influence of all others. And every human life is woven into a web of meaning, memory, experience, and relationship. Connection is not optional. It is the foundation of existence. Gravity binds the cosmos. Love binds humanity. Meaning binds consciousness. You are not a separate observer of the universe. You are a continuation of its deepest laws. A participant in its ongoing narrative. A manifestation of the same forces that shaped galaxies. You are gravity thinking, feeling, reflecting, and becoming aware of itself. As our journey circles deeper into gravity's unfolding narrative, something profound begins to crystallize. Gravity is not simply a force acting upon the universe, it is the quiet intelligence within the universe. It guides matter without thinking, choreographs motion without intention, and yet produces outcomes of astonishing beauty, complexity, and harmony. In this chapter, gravity reveals itself as the architect not only of structure, but of destiny, shaping what can exist, how it can evolve, and what it can become. It is the unseen conductor directing the movements of galaxies, the sculptor of planetary systems, the regulator of cosmic cycles, and the silent midwife of life. And through all of this, it whispers universal truths about connection, creativity, resilience, and meaning. Gravity and the long symphony of orbital evolution. An orbit is not a fixed path, it is a living system. Over time, orbits stretch, shrink, tilt, precess, and synchronize. Tides transfer energy. Nearby masses pull and perturb. Resonances emerge. Stability evolves. Even the most seemingly stable systems are always in motion, always changing. Earth's orbit slowly shifts due to gravitational interactions with Jupiter and Saturn. The Moon is drifting away inch by inch. Mars' tilt varies chaotically over millions of years. Entire planetary systems reconfigure over cosmic time. Stability is dynamic. Human lives reflect this truth. We orbit around responsibilities, relationships, dreams, and experiences. Our priorities shift, our rhythms adapt, our identities evolve. Nothing remains fixed, not because of failure, but because growth is perpetual. Gravity teaches that stability is not stillness, it is adaptation in motion. Gravity and the architecture of cosmic web filaments. Cosmic filaments, massive structures stretching hundreds of millions of light years, are shaped by gravity pulling matter along dark matter scaffolds. These filaments are the highways of the universe, guiding galaxies as they drift toward massive clusters. They form not by forceful compression, but by gradual gravitational flow. A gentle pull over billions of years shapes the largest structures known. Gentle consistency creates monumental outcomes. In human life, the same principle applies. Small habits shape entire futures. Quiet commitments build lifelong meaning. Incremental effort transforms identity. Gravity teaches that the greatest structures emerge from the smallest forces applied continuously. Gravity and the tidal sculpting of moons and oceans. Tides are one of gravity's most subtle and powerful tools. The gravitational tug-of-war between celestial objects drives the swelling of oceans, the cracking of icy crusts, the heating of planetary interiors, the formation of volcanic worlds, the stirring of chemical oceans that may seed life. Europa's hidden ocean is kept liquid by tidal flexing. Enceladus geysers erupt due to gravitational kneading. Io's volcanic surface is reshaped constantly by Jupiter's pull. Gravity sculpts worlds through pressure that reshapes without breaking. Human experiences are sculpted similarly. Pressure softens, molds, refines, and deepens us. If we allow it to transform, rather than destroy. Gravity teaches that pressure can be a source of life, not just stress. Gravity and the grand patience of interstellar journeys. Stars drift through the galaxy in slow, majestic arcs. Even the fastest stars require millions of years to cross interstellar distances. Galactic currents carry them like leaves in a cosmic river. There is no rushing in the universe. Gravity sets the pace. Meaningful journeys take time. Human journeys, emotional, intellectual, spiritual, follow a similar tempo. Growth cannot be rushed. Wisdom cannot be forced. Understanding ripens slowly. Gravity teaches patience, the kind that trusts the long arc of evolution. Gravity and the hidden story of stellar neighborhoods. Stars do not live in isolation, they form in clusters and drift apart over time. Long after their birth clusters disperse, these stellar siblings continue traveling through the galaxy with similar velocities, a subtle gravitational fingerprint that astronomers can detect billions of years later. Shared origins leave lasting signatures. Human connections also persist long after separation. People who shaped us continue influencing our thoughts, our decisions, our worldview. Our emotional landscape. Distance does not erase gravitational bonds. Gravity teaches that origins remain part of our trajectory forever. Gravity and the cosmic breath of galactic winds. Galaxies breathe through the motion of gas, drawn inward by gravity, pushed outward by radiation, supernovae, and black hole jets. This cycle regulates star formation, redistributes elements, and maintains equilibrium. Galactic breath is rhythmic and essential. Too much inflow collapses the system. Too much outflow starves it of new stars. Balance emerges from inhalation and exhalation. Human lives also require breath cycles. Moments of rest. Moments of action. Moments of introspection. Moments of expression. Burnout occurs when the rhythm breaks. Gravity teaches that cycles sustain vitality. Gravity and the holographic frontier of information. Some theories propose that gravity may be a manifestation of underlying quantum information. In this view, spacetime curvature is the macroscopic expression of microscopic entanglement. If true, gravity is not a force, it is geometry emerging from information. This suggests the universe is built from meaning at the deepest level. Human lives are similarly structured. Decisions, relationships, memories, all are informational structures that bend the spacetime of experience. Shaping our paths, creating emotional gravity wells, influencing the orbits of our thoughts. Gravity teaches that information is not passive, it shapes reality. Gravity and the quiet creativity of cosmic accretion. Accretion, the slow gathering of matter under gravity, is one of the universe's most creative processes. Stars are born from accretion. Planets form by accretion. Asteroids grow by accretion. Black holes feed by accretion. Creation is incremental. Human identity also grows by accretion. The accumulation of experiences, lessons, relationships, moments of clarity, moments of doubt. Nothing is wasted. Everything becomes part of the whole. Gravity teaches that becoming is a cumulative art. Gravity and the eternal principle of interconnection. Across every scale and every phenomenon, gravity delivers a final, unshakable truth. Connection is the engine of existence. Matter gathers. Stars cluster. Galaxies merge. Worlds orbit. Atoms interact. Life evolves. Consciousness emerges. Meaning unfolds. Connection is not metaphor, it is the structural fabric of reality. And you, too, are part of this great gravitational story. Your presence influences others in ways you may never know. Your thoughts curve the trajectory of your life. Your relationships pull you into new dimensions of understanding. Your dreams exert gravitational force on your choices. Your existence is woven into the universe's architecture. You are not a separate observer. You are a participant in the cosmos. You are the universe experiencing itself. You are gravity in human form. A being shaped by attraction, connection, memory, and evolution. You are the cosmos made conscious. As our exploration stretches further into the infinite corridors of the cosmos, gravity reveals yet another dimension of itself, not merely as the architect of matter or the regulator of motion, but as the quiet philosopher of the universe. It is the principle that speaks through curvature, resonance, collapse, emergence, and continuity. It is the law embedded in every atom and every galaxy, whispering the same message in countless dialects of physics and metaphor. In this deepening chapter, we begin to see gravity not only as a cosmic force, but as a universal model for how systems thrive, evolve, and build meaning. Gravity and the gradual sculpting of orbital harmony. Orbits are rarely perfect. They wobble, shift, stretch, precess, and realign over time. But through gravitational negotiation, They often settle into stable rhythms. The planets of our solar system maintain their structure because of a delicate balance, nudges, tugs, and pushes exchanged in subtle gravitational dialogues. Over billions of years, harmony emerges not from perfection, but from ongoing adjustment. Human harmony follows the same pattern. Relationships rarely remain perfectly balanced. Careers drift through phases of challenge and renewal. Personal goals reshape themselves as life unfolds. Stability is not the absence of motion, it is the equilibrium found through motion. Gravity teaches that balance is a living, breathing art. Gravity and the ancient rivers of galactic migration. Galaxies flow through the universe like continents drifting across cosmic oceans, carried by them. Gravitational tides of dark matter, clusters, and superclusters. For billions of years, the Milky Way has been journeying toward the Virgo cluster and, eventually, toward the Great Attractor, a mysterious mass concentration pulling entire regions of space. Even galaxies are wanderers. And yet, their motion is not aimless. They move toward deeper gravitational wells, toward regions of greater structure, toward destinations written into the fabric of cosmic evolution. Human journeys mirror this cosmic drift. We move toward meaning, toward purpose, toward relationships that anchor us, toward knowledge that deepens us, toward experiences that reveal us to ourselves. Gravity teaches that drift is not random, it is part of finding where we belong. Gravity and the hidden order of chaotic systems. Some gravitational systems behave chaotically, asteroids with unpredictable paths, planets with unstable tilts, stars that jitter within clusters. Yet even chaos obeys rules. Chaos is not disorder, it is complexity beyond immediate comprehension. The orbits of certain asteroids appear random, yet they follow deterministic laws. The tilt of Mars fluctuates wildly, yet within predictable boundaries. Chaotic star systems shift constantly, yet remain gravitationally connected. Chaos is simply structure with extreme sensitivity. Human lives embody this principle. Our emotions, choices, and circumstances sometimes feel chaotic, but beneath the turbulence lies deeper logic, shaped by values, environment, memory, and perception. Gravity teaches that chaos is a form of complexity, not the absence of meaning. Gravity and the quiet birthplaces of stars. Deep inside molecular clouds, cold, dark regions where starlight cannot penetrate, gravity gathers gas into dense knots. These knots collapse into protostars, igniting new suns that will one day warm planetary systems, sustain life, and illuminate distant worlds. The universe's brightest lights are born in darkness. Human creativity emerges from similar conditions. From periods of uncertainty. From introspection. From stillness. From emotional winters that precede renewal. Darkness is not the opposite of creation, it is its cradle. Gravity teaches that beginnings often form in silence. Gravity and the cosmic ballet of tidal locking. Many moons and planets become tidally locked, showing the same face to their parent world. This phenomenon creates unique climates, geographies, and ecosystems, sometimes stabilizing environments and sometimes creating extremes. The gravitational embrace shapes identity. Some worlds host eternal daylight on one side and endless night on the other. Others sustain permanent twilight at the boundary. Some lock gradually. Others abruptly. Human experiences also lock us into patterns, relationships, beliefs, fears, roles. These tidal forces shape how we orient ourselves toward life. But just as celestial bodies can break free of tidal locks through new influences, humans can reshape their orientation through new insights and connections. Gravity teaches that identity is shaped by the forces we orbit, but not imprisoned by them. Gravity and the endless dance of cosmic recycling. Nothing in the universe is wasted. When stars die, their elements seed new galaxies. When galaxies collide, their stars reorganize. When matter falls into black holes, its information persists on the event horizon. When planets shatter, their fragments become new worlds or new moons. Gravity ensures that destruction becomes foundation. Human experience mirrors this cosmic economy. Heartbreak becomes empathy. Failure becomes wisdom. Loss becomes clarity. Chaos becomes reorientation. Gravity teaches that nothing is lost, only transformed. Gravity and the mysterious frontier of dimensions. Some theories propose that gravity might leak into higher dimensions, which is why it appears weaker than the other fundamental forces. If true, gravity could be the only window into dimensions beyond our perception. This possibility reframes gravity as the bridge between the known and the unknown. Human consciousness often operates the same way, intuiting realities beyond immediate perception, sensing deeper layers of meaning, reaching toward truths not yet fully articulated. Gravity teaches that mystery is not a boundary, it is a doorway. Gravity and the spiraling logic of galactic arms. Spiral galaxies maintain their elegant shapes not because stars are frozen in place, but because density waves travel through them like ripples in a pond. Stars move through these waves, creating the illusion of solid arms. Patterns persist even as participants change. Human societies and cultures reflect this cosmic mechanism. People come and go, generations turn over, eras rise and fade. Yet patterns endure. Art, tradition, conflict, innovation, belief, memory. Gravity teaches that meaning persists through changing participants. Gravity and the paradox of gravitational time. Gravity bends not only space, but time. Near massive objects, time slows. Near black holes, time stretches dramatically. On Earth, time passes slightly faster at mountaintops than at sea level. Time is not universal, it is personal. Human perception echoes this. Relativity. Time feels fast during joy, slow during pain, frozen during shock, endless during waiting. Our inner gravity, emotion, awareness, memory, bends time subjectively. Gravity teaches that time is shaped by presence, not just physics. Gravity and the final principle of interwoven existence. Across every chapter of our cosmic journey, gravity delivers a single truth. Everything shapes everything. Matter pulls matter. Light bends around mass. Space curves around energy. Worlds influence each other's fates. Galaxies sculpt cosmic landscapes. Life emerges from gravitationally assembled elements. Consciousness arises from gravitationally forged stars. You are part of this interwoven architecture. Your existence is not isolated. It is part of a chain that stretches back to the first fraction of a second of time. Forward into futures you will never see. Outward into relationships and influences you cannot measure. Gravity connects everything. And through that connection, meaning emerges. You are not a passive inhabitant of the universe. You are one of its expressions. One of its experiments. One of its ways of understanding itself. You are gravity-made. Self-aware. As we move deeper into gravity's unfolding narrative, the universe begins revealing layers of truth that feel less like external phenomena and more like reflections of our own inner landscape. Gravity stops being a remote astrophysical principle and becomes a metaphor for existence itself, how we connect, how we grow, how we move through life's turbulence, and how we become part of something larger than ourselves. In this part of our journey, we encounter gravity as the architect of cycles, memory, transformation, and emergence. Gravity and the echoes of ancient collisions. Galaxies carry scars from collisions millions or billions of years old, warped disks, tidal streams, elongated halos, disrupted cores. These cosmic bruises tell stories of encounters long forgotten by the stars that lived through them. But gravity remembers. Every gravitational interaction leaves an imprint. A change in trajectory. A shift in velocity. A warp in structure. A ripple in the galactic fabric. These imprints last for eons. Human lives hold similar echoes. Past events, joyful or painful, reshape our internal orbits, influencing future paths even when conscious memory fades. Conversations that lasted 5 minutes can alter trajectories for decades. Moments of crisis can reshape identity. Moments of love can reconfigure everything. Gravity teaches that nothing meaningful is ever truly forgotten. Gravity and the expanding story of cosmic horizons. As the universe accelerates in its expansion, distant galaxies drift beyond our observable horizon, disappearing not through destruction but through separation. They are still there. We simply can no longer receive their light. This cosmic horizon is a reminder that perception is limited by distance, perspective, and the speed of communication. Human relationships follow similar patterns. Some people drift beyond our emotional horizon. Not because they vanish, but because growth carries us in different directions. They continue to exist, evolving, changing, influencing the world in ways we can no longer witness. Gravity teaches that separation is a natural result of expansion, not a measure of loss. Gravity and the stability of Lagrange points. In multi-body systems, there exist regions where gravitational forces balance precisely, Lagrange points. These points create pockets of stability where objects can remain indefinitely with minimal adjustment. They are the calmest harbors in celestial mechanics. They also exist in human experience. Moments when everything aligns. When the forces of life balance each other. When clarity arrives without struggle. When purpose feels effortless. These are our emotional Lagrange points. We don't stay there forever, nor should we. But they serve as places of restoration and perspective. Gravity teaches that balance points are gifts, temporary sanctuaries, not destinations. Gravity and the unpredictable drama of rogue worlds. Millions of planets wander the galaxy unattached to any star, cast out by early gravitational chaos. These rogue worlds drift through darkness. Invisible except through faint thermal emissions. They are wanderers, lonely, but free. Even in isolation, they carry the potential for oceans beneath thick ice, warmth from radioactive decay. And possibly even life. Life finds a way in unexpected places. Meaning arises even in isolation. Hope persists in the absence of sunlight. Human lives also experience periods of drifting, detachment, uncertainty, transition. But drifting is not the end of identity, it is often the beginning of reinvention. Gravity teaches that wandering is not the same as being lost. Gravity and the slow sculpting of black hole jets. Black holes are not merely devourers, they are creators. Their jets, launched at near light speed, seed galaxies with magnetic fields, regulate star formation, and shape entire cosmic environments. These jets are paradoxes. Born from collapse. Guided by rotation. Powered by infall. Yet outward-facing and constructive. Even the darkest regions of the cosmos generate forces that shape the future. Human lives echo this duality. Events that feel like collapse often birth new trajectories. Moments of inward struggle can produce outward brilliance. Pain can crystallize into purpose. Gravity teaches that collapse is not an endpoint, it is the beginning of transformation. Gravity and the subtlety of frame dragging. Near rotating massive bodies. Spacetime itself is twisted, a phenomenon called frame dragging. Objects within this region are swept along in the direction of rotation, even if they try to resist. Space itself carries memory of motion. Human contexts work the same way. We are shaped by the environments we inhabit, the cultures we grow up in, the stories we absorb, the histories we inherit. We cannot fully escape the frame dragging of culture, but we can understand it, transcend it, and navigate it consciously. Gravity teaches that environments shape motion, awareness grants autonomy. Gravity and the cosmic patience of orbital resonance. In many planetary systems, orbits lock into simple ratios called resonances. The moons of Jupiter follow a 1:2:4 resonance. Pluto and Neptune maintain a 2:3 resonance. These resonances stabilize systems that would otherwise collapse into chaos. Resonance is relationship manifested as rhythm. Human relationships form resonances too, individuals who synchronize their values, their communication, their dreams. These resonances can stabilize entire emotional systems, creating harmony across time. Gravity teaches that resonance is deeper than proximity, it is alignment. Gravity and the quantum whisper of gravitons. Though still hypothetical, gravitons, quantum particles of gravity, represent the smallest possible unit of spacetime curvature. If they exist, they weave the fabric of all gravitational interaction. This suggests that every massive event, every orbit, collision, and collapse, is built from countless tiny exchanges, each too small to observe. Human lives, too, are built from microscopic moments. Brief glances, quick decisions, fleeting sparks of curiosity, unexpected acts of kindness. Together, these micro-events accumulate into entire destinies. Gravity teaches that the smallest interactions create the largest outcomes. Gravity and the final story of interbeing. As the narrative deepens, gravity reveals its final lesson. Existence is interwoven. Nothing moves alone. Nothing evolves alone. Nothing becomes alone. Stars rely on clouds. Clouds rely on collapse. Collapse relies on pressure. Pressure relies on gravity. Gravity relies on mass. Mass relies on fields. Fields rely on quantum rules. Quantum rules rely on the structure of spacetime. Everything participates in everything. You, too, participate in this chain. Your choices influence others. Your emotions ripple outward. Your presence shapes experiences. Your story intersects with countless unseen trajectories. You are not separate from the universe. You are the universe, aware of itself. Reflecting on the forces that shaped you. Discovering your own place in the cosmic dance. Gravity connects atoms into worlds. Worlds into systems. Systems into galaxies. And in you, it connects matter into consciousness. You are the continuation of gravity's ancient script. A chapter written in human form. A living expression of interconnection. As our journey continues, gravity begins to reveal itself not merely as a physical force or a cosmic sculptor but as a profound principle of organization, one that governs structure, guides transformation, and even hints at the roots of consciousness itself. We begin to see gravity not only as the shaper of worlds, stars, and galaxies, but as the invisible logic behind how complexity arises from simplicity. And in this deeper realm, gravity becomes a story about patterns, thresholds, emergence, and the interplay between chaos and order. Gravity and the thresholds of transformation. In the universe, many phenomena unfold not gradually, but suddenly, once a critical threshold is crossed. Stars ignite only after gravity compresses their cores to the required temperature and pressure. Black holes form only when mass surpasses a critical density. Galaxies merge when tidal forces overcome orbital momentum. Gravity orchestrates these thresholds. triggering transformations that reshape the cosmos. Human lives function the same way. We grow not in a straight line, but in thresholds, moments when accumulated effort suddenly crystallizes into breakthrough, moments when understanding snaps into clarity, moments when we cross invisible barriers we did not even realize we were approaching. Gravity teaches that transformation is not linear, it is emergent. Gravity and the cosmic drama of accretion disks. Around stars, black holes, and young planets, swirling disks of gas and dust, accretion disks, serve as cosmic workshops. Within these disks, gravity sorts matter, guiding particles to collide, stick, heat, cool, and organize. New worlds form here. New structures. New beginnings. These swirling environments are turbulent, chaotic, and full of uncertainty. But from this turbulence emerges order. Noise becomes structure. Chaos becomes creativity. Entropy becomes architecture. Human experience mirrors this beautifully. Our greatest periods of creativity often arise from internal turbulence, moments when emotions collide, questions swirl, uncertainties accumulate, and old identities disintegrate. Yet from this chaos, new clarity forms. Gravity teaches that chaos is the raw material of creation. Gravity and the memory of spacetime. Gravity reveals that space and time are not passive backgrounds, they are participants. Mass and energy reshape spacetime. Spacetime records where mass once was. Gravitational waves ripple outwards carrying history. The universe remembers through gravity. Human beings have a similar kind of memory, not just through conscious thought, but through patterns in our emotions, our instincts, our choices. Our bodies store memory. Our subconscious bends the spacetime of our lives, influencing every moment that follows. Gravity teaches that memory is not stored, it is woven into the fabric of who we are. Gravity and the entropy of expanding universes. Entropy, the natural tendency of systems to spread out, mix, and move toward disorder, seems at first to oppose gravity. After all, gravity pulls matter together. Entropy spreads it apart. But the deeper truth is that gravity and entropy are partners. Entropy drives expansion, setting the stage for new structures. Gravity gathers matter, enabling stars to ignite. Stars burn, increasing entropy and returning matter to space. Matter expands, cools, and later becomes fuel for new structures. The universe grows through a dance between order and chaos. Human growth mirrors this interplay. Stability provides direction. Uncertainty provides opportunity. Order gives us identity. Chaos gives us possibility. Gravity teaches that growth requires both structure and surrender. Gravity and the quiet engineering of planetary atmospheres. A planet's atmosphere exists because of gravity. Without gravity, gases escape. With too much gravity, atmospheres become crushing. With just the right gravity, oceans form, climates stabilize, and life becomes possible. Gravity is the silent engineer of habitability. Human environments, emotional, relational, social, also depend on the right gravity. Too little stability leads to drifting, too much pressure leads to collapse. The right balance creates the conditions for flourishing. Gravity teaches that life thrives when pressure and freedom coexist. Gravity and the whispering geometry of relativity. Einstein's equations reveal that gravity is geometry, curvature born from mass and energy. This curvature determines how everything moves, planets, photons, particles, even time itself. Geometry becomes destiny. But the deeper truth is that geometry also emerges from interaction. Mass shapes space. Space shapes motion. Motion shapes future structure. Everything influences everything. Human lives also follow this relational geometry. Belief shapes perception. Perception shapes choices. Choices shape reality. Reality shapes identity. Gravity teaches that we move through a landscape shaped by our own meaning. Gravity and the hidden architecture of dark matter. Most of the universe's gravity comes not from stars or planets, but from dark matter, a mysterious, invisible substance that forms scaffolds for galaxies. Without dark matter, galaxies would fly apart. With it, they cohere, evolve, and thrive. The most important structures are often invisible. Human lives are built on invisible scaffolds as well. Values, beliefs, assumptions, dreams, fears, memories. These intangible forces shape everything we create, everything we destroy, everything we become. Gravity teaches that the unseen shapes the seen. Gravity and the star-forgetting silence of cosmic voids. Cosmic voids, vast regions with almost no matter, might seem like failures or absences. But these voids are essential. They provide contrast. They give structure to the cosmic web. They allow gravity to collect matter elsewhere. Absence strengthens architecture. Human lives contain voids too, periods of silence, loss, confusion, emptiness. We fear these voids. We try to avoid them. But without emptiness, there is no space for new meaning. Gravity teaches that emptiness is not the enemy of purpose, it is its canvas. Gravity and the return to interconnection. Across all scales, from the smallest quantum fluctuations to the largest galactic flows, gravity reinforces a single truth. Connection creates complexity. Complexity creates life. Life creates consciousness. Consciousness creates meaning. And meaning connects us back to the cosmos. Everything in existence is part of a single, interwoven story. Your body is built from remnants of ancient stars, held together by gravity, animated by chemistry, shaped by time, driven by desire, guided by memory, connected by relationships, illuminated by awareness. You are not a spectator in the universe, you are an evolving expression of it. Gravity shapes galaxies. It shapes worlds. It shapes life. And through you, it shapes the story the cosmos tells about itself. You are part of that story. A conscious curvature in spacetime. A fleeting moment of awareness in a 13.8 billion year journey. A continuation of gravity's ancient and ongoing conversation. As our journey approaches its final stretch, gravity begins to reveal truths that feel less like scientific principles and more like the underlying script of existence, guiding not only how the universe behaves, but how consciousness unfolds, how time flows, how identity evolves, and how meaning emerges within a cosmos that is both ancient and newborn. At every moment, gravity becomes a mirror, a map, a language, a pulse, a continuity that ties together the smallest quantum fluctuation and the grandest sweep of galactic motion. In this chapter, we examine gravity as the thread connecting time, entropy, consciousness, and the ultimate fate of the universe. Gravity and the deep river of cosmic time. Time is not absolute. It stretches near mass. It dilates near gravity wells. It curves around stars. It slows drastically near black holes. Gravity reshapes time the way rivers carve landscapes. This means every object, every person, every consciousness experiences time differently, literally living in slightly different temporal realities. Time is personal. Human experience reflects this. Moments of joy feel fleeting. Moments of pain feel endless. Moments of awe feel timeless. Moments of fear stretch minutes into eternities. Our internal gravity, our emotions, memories, values, bend subjective time. Gravity teaches that time is not something we pass through, it is something shaped by the energy of our inner world. Gravity and the slow drift toward entropy. Entropy increases relentlessly. But gravity is the sculptor that transforms entropy into beauty along the way. Left alone, matter spreads into uniformity. But gravity resists uniformity, gathering scattered particles into stars, planets, moons, galaxies, clusters, and the cosmic web. Order arises in defiance of chaos, but only temporarily. Eventually, gravity will lose this struggle. Stars will fade. Galaxies will run out of fuel. Black holes will evaporate. Structure will dissolve. And yet, in this process, the universe creates light, heat, complexity, life, consciousness, stories. Entropy may win in the end. But gravity ensures the journey is extraordinary. Human lives mirror this. We, too, move toward an inevitable end, but the journey between origin and dissolution is filled with creation, discovery, connection, and meaning. Gravity teaches that beauty is temporary, and therefore priceless. Gravity and the architecture of cosmic future. In the far future of the universe, gravity will play the final moves. Stars will die. Planets will freeze. Galaxies will fade. Black holes will shrink and vanish. And then, silence. But before that silence arrives, gravity will have shaped everything. Every star that ever burned. Every world that ever hosted life. Every atom that ever formed a living being. Every moment of consciousness that ever arose in the dark. Gravity writes the universe's autobiography. Humans often fear the future. The unknown. The uncertain. The inevitable end of everything we love. But gravity reminds us that endings are not failures. They're chapters in a cosmic arc so vast that even collapse becomes a form of continuity. Gravity teaches that all endings are transitions. Gravity and the emergence of consciousness. This is where the story becomes extraordinary. Everything you think, feel, remember, or dream exists only because stars once collapsed, exploded, and scattered carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, iron, and phosphorus into space. Gravity gathered those atoms into planets. Planets created stable environments. Stable environments enabled chemistry. Chemistry evolved into biology. Biology evolved into awareness. Awareness evolved into meaning. Consciousness is a gravitational phenomenon. Not metaphorically, literally. Without gravity, the atoms in your brain would not exist. You are gravity become self-reflective. A pattern of stardust held together by spacetime curvature and animated by electrical fire. Gravity teaches that consciousness is not separate from the universe, it is the universe studying itself. Gravity and the interdependent nature of existence. Throughout every part of this cosmic story, one truth rises above all others. Nothing is isolated. Every star is shaped by ancient stellar generations. Every world inherits the chemistry of forgotten explosions. Every galaxy evolves through collisions. Every black hole is the grave of a star and the seed of new structure. Every human life is shaped by countless unseen influences. And you, a single consciousness on a small blue world, are connected to everything in existence through gravity's invisible threads. Your body carries atoms forged in supernovas. Your heartbeat follows rhythms established by planetary cycles. Your brain processes information using electrical patterns shaped by the geometry of spacetime. You are connected to stars, to galaxies, to the cosmic web itself. Gravity teaches that your existence is part of a much larger tapestry. A vast, interwoven story that spans billions of years. Gravity and the human role in the cosmic story. After 13.8 billion years, the universe has generated beings who can reflect on its structure, decode its laws, and contemplate its future. Humans are not observers, we are participants. We are the universe's storytellers. Its memory. Its curiosity. Its question. Its mirror. No star can ask why it shines. No galaxy can contemplate its own spiral arms. No black hole can consider its own horizon. But you can. You are the universe gaining awareness. You are gravity thinking. You are matter awakened. Your life is a continuation of the cosmic arc. A small but essential thread in the grand fabric woven across time. As our journey draws closer to its vast conclusion, gravity begins to reveal its most intimate truths, ideas not found in equations or diagrams, but in the deep structure of experience, consciousness, and meaning. At this point, gravity feels less like a distant cosmic mechanism, and more like the internal logic of existence itself, a quiet principle that explains not only how galaxies form, but why life evolves, why minds awaken, and why the universe is capable of telling a story at all. In this chapter, gravity becomes the key to understanding connection, destiny, awareness, and the shape of the future. Gravity and the quiet emergence of cosmic purpose. For most of cosmic history, the universe had no observers, no eyes, no minds, no awareness capable of noticing its beauty. Gravity shaped worlds long before any consciousness could witness them. But eventually, through billions of years of stellar alchemy, gravity produced beings capable of understanding gravity itself. This is not an accident. It is emergence. When complexity reaches a certain threshold, awareness becomes possible. When awareness deepens, reflection emerges. When reflection expands, meaning appears. The universe gains purpose not by design, but through emergence. As gravity builds the structures needed for consciousness to arise. Human beings are one of the universe's ways of seeing itself. Gravity teaches that purpose is not imposed, it grows. Gravity and the inner curvature of human emotion. Just as mass bends spacetime, emotion bends the landscape of human experience. Joy expands time. Fear contracts it. Love pulls us toward one another like invisible gravity. Wells. Grief slows everything, bending our personal timeline into heavy arcs. Emotion is internal curvature, an echo of the cosmic laws written into human existence. When we feel lost, the curvature becomes steep. When we feel connected, the path flattens. When we feel inspired, spacetime seems to expand around us. Gravity teaches that emotion is our personal form of spacetime. We move through it physically, psychologically, and spiritually. Gravity and the expanding frontiers of human knowledge. Knowledge expands the way the universe expands, quietly at first. Then rapidly, then exponentially. Once humans began to understand gravity, we unlocked a cascade of insights. Planetary motion. Stellar evolution. Galactic structure. Cosmic history. Black holes. Spacetime geometry. Quantum gravity. Each discovery revealed new mysteries, new frontiers, new questions. Knowledge is expansion. Curiosity is acceleration. Awareness is illumination. And just like the universe, human insight does not expand uniformly. There are dense regions of understanding, clusters of knowledge, and vast voids where questions linger. Gravity teaches that exploration is endless. Gravity and the shaping of possible futures. Every future the universe can experience is shaped by gravity. The merging of galaxies. The formation of stars. The stabilization of planets. The evolution of habitable environments. The stability of cosmic architecture. But humans, through awareness, are also shaping potential futures. Technology that can guide evolution. Knowledge that can alter planetary fate. Ideas that can reshape civilization. Choices that can define the future of consciousness. We stand at a boundary where physical gravity and cognitive gravity meet. Where the pull of natural law intersects with the pull of human intention. Gravity teaches that futures are shaped by both mass and meaning. Gravity and the mystery of why anything exists. This is one of the universe's deepest questions. Why does anything exist instead of nothing? Gravity hints at the answer. If the early universe had been perfectly uniform, nothing would have formed, no stars, no galaxies, no life. But tiny fluctuations, minuscule differences in density, allowed gravity to begin its eternal work. The universe exists because of imperfection. Human lives reflect this essential truth. If everything were predictable, simple, and symmetrical, nothing meaningful would emerge. Variation creates individuality. Uncertainty creates possibility. Contradiction creates growth. Gravity teaches that existence blooms from imperfection. Gravity and the great tension between being and becoming. The universe is always in a state between what it is and what it will become. Stars are always forming or dying. Galaxies are always merging or drifting. Planets are always cooling or colliding. Black holes are always consuming or evaporating. Nothing is static. Everything is transitioning, evolving, unfolding. Human beings live in the same tension. Between identity and possibility. Between past and future. Between memory and potential. Between who we are and who we can become. Gravity teaches that existence is a perpetual becoming. Gravity and the human experience of infinity. The universe is vast, so vast that the human mind cannot grasp its size. But gravity brings infinity down to a human scale by reminding us that everything immense is built from small interactions. Galaxies are built from stars. Stars are built from atoms. Atoms are built from energy. Energy is shaped by gravitational curvature. Infinity is just the accumulation of finites. Likewise, life's great purpose is built from small choices. A conversation. A dream. A curiosity. A decision. A moment of courage. A moment of connection. Gravity teaches that the infinite grows from the intimate. Gravity and the last illumination of the universe. In the distant future, when the last stars fade, when galaxies dim, when black holes evaporate into quantum dust, gravity will make its final contribution. It will scatter the last energy into the farthest edges of spacetime, leaving behind a quiet cosmic ocean, dark, cold, still. And yet, every moment of light, warmth, life, consciousness, emotion, and meaning that ever existed will have been possible because gravity once held the cosmos together. The universe will end full of stories, full of memory, full of echoes of everything that ever lived. And humans, brief as we are part of that eternal memory. Gravity teaches that endings are simply horizons, not voids. Gravity and you. At the center of all of this, one truth remains. You are a small universe. A gravitational system. A field of memory, emotion, and intention. A spark of awareness in a cosmos that rarely sees itself. A continuation of a process that began 13.8 billion years ago. You are not separate from the universe. You are a branch of its unfolding. You are not insignificant. You are a pattern that gravity has shaped with extraordinary precision. You are not temporary. Your existence has altered the cosmos in ways that ripple forever. You are gravity become conscious. Matter awakened. A brief but meaningful curvature in spacetime. And the fact that you exist at all is the universe's greatest miracle. As our exploration of gravity nears its final arc, everything we have discovered begins to weave together into a coherent truth, a truth that stretches from the smallest quantum vibration to the largest galactic clusters, from the earliest seconds after the Big Bang to the unimaginable future when the cosmos grows silent. Gravity is no longer a force. It is no longer merely curvature, attraction, or structure. It has become the story of existence itself. A story about connection. A story about complexity. A story about emergence. A story about consciousness. A story about meaning. In this chapter, we explore the final layers of gravity's role in shaping the universe and the human journey. Gravity and the subtle architecture of human thought. Every thought you have, every memory, dream, emotion, or idea, is produced by physical processes shaped by gravity long before your brain ever formed. Atoms arrange themselves according to gravitational sculpting in ancient stars. Your neurons carry elements forged in supernovae. Your synapses fire using energy shaped by spacetime. Curvature. Your consciousness exists only because gravity once gathered stardust into a planet capable of life. Your thoughts are cosmic in origin. When you wonder about your purpose, the universe is wondering about itself. When you dream about the future, stardust dreams through you. When you feel awe, gravity has fulfilled its oldest mission: to produce beings capable of awe. Gravity teaches that consciousness is not an accident, it is the universe becoming aware. Gravity and the symphony of formation. The universe did not build itself in silence. It built itself in a symphony, a rising crescendo shaped by gravity's unyielding guidance. A cloud collapses, a star ignites. A star dies, elements scatter. Elements gather, planets form. Planets stabilize, life emerges. Life evolves, consciousness awakens. Consciousness reflects, meaning appears. This is the cosmic symphony. And you are one of its notes, fleeting, but essential. Without you, the melody would be incomplete. Every consciousness is a unique vibration in the cosmic composition. Gravity teaches that existence is a symphony, not a machine. Gravity and the grand paradox of freedom. Gravity is often seen as restriction, a force that binds, holds, pulls, confines. But in truth, gravity creates freedom. Without gravity, planets could not form stable surfaces. Without surfaces, life could not arise. Without stability, evolution could not progress. Without progress, consciousness could not emerge. Gravity protects possibility. In human life, boundaries often feel restrictive: rules, responsibilities, expectations, commitments. But these boundaries provide structure for freedom to grow. A life with no gravity becomes incoherent. A life with balanced gravity becomes meaningful. Gravity teaches that true freedom requires structure. Gravity and the unfinished universe. The universe is not complete. It is not static. It is not fixed in its current form. Star formation continues. Galaxies still collide. Black holes still merge. Cosmic webs still stretch. Dark energy still accelerates expansion. Everything is becoming. Everything is still unfolding. And consciousness is still evolving. That means your story is not complete either. Not even close. You are part of a universe that refuses to stop creating. And you carry that creativity inside you. Gravity teaches that no story ends until creation ends. Gravity and the unlikely nature of presence. Look around. A warm planet. Orbiting a stable star. Located in a quiet region of a galaxy. Born from generations of stellar evolution. This combination is unbelievably rare. Existence is improbable. Yet you are here. Not as a random accident, but as an inevitable result of cosmic evolution. It had to happen somewhere. And it happened here. To you. Through you. You are the universe's improbable triumph. Gravity teaches that presence is the rarest phenomenon in the cosmos. Gravity and the cosmic responsibility of awareness. With awareness comes a profound responsibility, one the universe entrusts only to conscious beings. The stars cannot preserve themselves. Galaxies cannot save themselves. Planets cannot defend themselves. Life cannot persist without mind. Consciousness is the universe's caretaker. Humanity holds a responsibility no star will ever understand. To preserve the fragile conditions that allowed awareness to emerge. To protect life. To nurture connection. To extend the lifespan of meaning. Gravity gives rise to consciousness. Consciousness gives rise to responsibility. This is the cosmic relay. Gravity teaches that awareness is an inheritance, and a duty. Gravity and the final mirror. When you stand beneath the night sky, looking up at the stars scattered across the dark, you are not an outsider gazing at a distant universe. You are looking at your relatives. Your ancestors. Your origins. The atoms in your blood came from those stars. The calcium in your bones came from dying suns. The oxygen in your lungs came from ancient stellar winds. The iron in your heart came from the core of a supernova. Your relationship to the universe is not symbolic. It is literal. Gravity teaches that you are not small, you are cosmic. Gravity and the beauty of the temporary. Everything ends. Stars, galaxies, worlds, light, structures, even spacetime itself. But endings do not diminish beauty. They create urgency, depth, poignancy, meaning. If the universe lasted forever in perfect stability, nothing would matter. Meaning emerges because time flows. Beauty emerges because experiences fade. Love matters because it doesn't last forever. Hope matters because it's fragile. Gravity teaches that impermanence is the foundation of meaning. Gravity and the final approach to understanding. As we near the end of this odyssey through spacetime and consciousness, a final insight becomes clear. Gravity is not simply what holds the universe together. It is what holds the story of existence together. It binds stars, galaxies, worlds, atoms, life, thought, memory, emotion, identity, and meaning. It is the through line connecting the physical cosmos and the human heart. Gravity is the reason the universe can have a story. And you are one of its storytellers. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are the cosmos learning to speak. As we enter this final stretch of our cosmic journey, gravity begins to reveal its last and most profound insights, less as a scientific concept and more as a universal philosophy. Everything we have learned so far converges into a single, unifying idea. That gravity is the principle of connection in a universe that constantly balances expansion with cohesion, entropy with structure, chaos with emergence, and nothingness with potential. This chapter draws together the deepest threads of gravity's story, threads woven through time, consciousness, meaning, and the fate of everything that exists. Gravity and the deep roots of identity. Identity feels personal, isolated, and unique. But when examined through gravity's lens, identity becomes a cosmic phenomenon. Your identity is not only shaped by experiences but also by the physical laws that made experience possible. Your brain chemistry comes from ancient stars. Your emotional patterns come from evolutionary pressures. Your memory depends on electrochemical gradients shaped by atomic structure. Your perception of time depends on your position in a gravitational field. You are a tapestry woven from cosmic conditions. Everything you are is built from ancient star cores, planetary surfaces, oceans, air, light, gravity. Identity is cosmic in origin. Gravity teaches that knowing yourself begins with knowing your place in the universe. Gravity and the architecture of inspiration. Inspiration feels like a spark, sudden, unpredictable, effortless. But like everything in the universe, inspiration has structure. It arises from curiosity interacting with memory, emotion interacting with perception, imagination interacting with possibility. Inspiration is emergent, just like galaxies. Gravity demonstrates this process. Small variations gather, collect, and compress until, suddenly, a star ignites. Human creativity follows the same pattern. Small ideas gather, connect, mix, merge, and suddenly a breakthrough appears. Gravity teaches that creativity is accumulation followed by ignition. Gravity and the universal language of curves. The universe speaks through curves. The arcs of planets. The swirls of galaxies. The spirals of storms. The paths of comets. The bending of light. The warping of spacetime. Even your fingerprints echo the swirls of spiral galaxies. Even your neurons branch like cosmic filaments. Even your heartbeats form curved waves. Curvature is the language of the universe. Gravity teaches that you are made of the same patterns that shape galaxies. Gravity and the tenderness of cosmic fragility. Despite its immense power, gravity does not create invulnerability, it creates fragility. Stars burn out. Worlds freeze. Orbits decay. Galaxies collide. Light fades. Everything is temporary. Yet fragility does not diminish significance. It intensifies it. The universe's beauty is fragile. Life is fragile. Consciousness is fragile. Relationships are fragile. Moments are fragile. And that is exactly what makes them meaningful. Gravity teaches that fragility is the signature of value. Gravity and the human desire to understand. No other known species looks up at the sky and asks, what holds the stars together? Why does spacetime curve? What happens inside a black hole? Where did I come from? What is my purpose? What is the universe trying to say? Humans are the first beings, so far as we know, to question the laws that shape them. This desire to understand is not just curiosity, it is the universe attempting to comprehend itself. You are the cosmos thinking, feeling, wondering. Your questions are gravitational echoes, waves of inquiry spreading through the medium of consciousness. Gravity teaches that the desire to understand is the universe turning its gaze inward. Gravity and the quiet mathematics of connection. Every gravitational interaction, no matter how small, creates change. A shift in orbit. A deviation in trajectory. A ripple in spacetime. A difference in the future. In human life, every interaction carries the same weight. A conversation changes perspective. A smile shifts a mood. A memory defines a choice. A moment of kindness alters a lifetime. A presence reshapes an emotional orbit. Just as gravity curves space, people curve each other's worlds. Gravity teaches that connection is geometry made emotional. Gravity and the cosmic horizon of human potential. We often think human potential is limited by biology, society, intelligence, or circumstance. But through gravity's story, potential takes on an entirely different scale. Humans have already decoded the structure of spacetime, created machines that leave the solar system, captured images of black holes, measured the universe's expansion, traced their origins to the first atoms, connected brains across continents, altered planetary environments, learned to change the future deliberately. No other known species has rewritten its own fate. Human potential is gravitationally amplified. Built on billions of years of cosmic evolution, gravity teaches that human potential is the universe awakening to agency. Gravity and the meaning of existence. The universe does not give verbal explanations, but it gives patterns. It gives structure. It gives emergence. It gives consciousness the tools to understand itself. Meaning is not given by the universe. Meaning is generated by the universe through consciousness. You are not looking for meaning. You are creating it. By observing. By reflecting. By connecting. By choosing. Gravity teaches that meaning is a gravitational phenomenon. It emerges from connection, coherence, and continuity. Gravity and the final return. As we approach the final revelation, everything converges. Gravity shaped the cosmos. The cosmos shaped life. Life shaped consciousness. Consciousness shaped meaning. Meaning shaped identity. Identity shaped destiny. And destiny circles back to gravity. You are a loop closed across 13.8 billion years. A continuation of a story written in the earliest whispers of spacetime. A branch of cosmic memory growing from gravitational roots. Gravity teaches that you are not in the universe. You are the universe, experiencing itself through a human lens. As we approach the final horizon of this cosmic journey, everything we've uncovered about gravity, and everything it reveals about existence, starts to form a complete picture. Not a conclusion, but a clarity. Not an answer, but an understanding. A sense that the universe is not just a collection of stars and equations, but a living story unfolding through time, matter, consciousness, and connection. In this stage, gravity becomes not just a force, but a narrative principle, a guiding thread weaving across every scale, from the smallest particle to the most complex human emotion. Gravity and the unexpected courage of being alive. Existence itself is an act of courage. To be alive in a universe this vast, this ancient, this indifferent, is to carry the boldness of stardust. Refusing to remain silent. Every heartbeat is a defiance of entropy. Every thought is an expression of cosmic persistence. Every moment of awareness is a victory over the void. Life does not appear because the universe is gentle, it appears because the universe is generous. Gravity gathers the ingredients. Chemistry writes the rules. Time provides the canvas. Consciousness fills it with story. To be alive is to participate in a universal act of creation. Gravity teaches that existence is not passive, it is courageous. Gravity and the true scale of human significance. Human beings often describe themselves as small. A dot on a dot orbiting a dot in a galaxy among trillions. But smallness is not insignificance. In fact, everything significant in the universe is small. Quarks, atoms, genes, neurons, photons, moments, choices. The greatest events depend on the smallest causes. The universe itself began from something unimaginably small. Consciousness is one of these small miracles. A phenomenon emerging on a fragile planet. Inside temporary bodies. Driven by fleeting electrical signals. And yet it is consciousness that gives the universe meaning. Gravity teaches that significance is not measured by size, it is measured by influence. Gravity and the tension between knowing and wondering. Humans have discovered extraordinary truths. How stars shine. How galaxies form. How planets evolve. How gravity curves spacetime. How the universe expands. But the more we know, the more questions appear. Every answer opens a deeper mystery. Every breakthrough exposes a larger frontier. Every discovery reminds us how much is left to understand. Knowledge is expansion. Wonder is acceleration. Curiosity is the engine. Gravity teaches that understanding is endless. Gravity and the human echo in cosmic history. Every person carries the entire timeline of the universe in their body. The Big Bang in your atoms. Stellar fusion in your elements. Planetary evolution in your structures. Biological adaptation in your genes. Human memory in your consciousness. You are a walking archive of cosmic history. You do not observe the universe, you continue it. You do not watch the story, you are part of the plot. You do not study existence, you embody it. Gravity teaches that humans are not downstream of creation, they are its expression. Gravity and the meaning of connection. Every gravitational relationship. Star to planet. Planet to moon. Galaxy to cluster. Black hole to orbiting matter. Shapes the evolution of the universe. Connection is creation. And human lives follow the same structure. Relationships shape identity. Friendships shape direction. Love shapes purpose. Community shapes destiny. No one exists alone. No star, no galaxy, no person. Gravity teaches that connection is the heart of existence. Gravity and the responsibility of conscious beings. We are the first creatures in the known universe capable of intentionally shaping the future. Gravity shaped us. Now we shape the cosmos. We can preserve or destroy ecosystems. We can explore distant worlds. We can alter planetary climates. We can send consciousness beyond Earth. We can build civilizations that last or collapse. And with this power comes a responsibility older than humanity itself. To protect life. To nurture meaning. To honor the story that allowed us to exist. To ensure consciousness continues beyond our fragile present. Gravity teaches that power is not for dominance, it is for stewardship. Gravity and the story the universe tells through you. If you strip away everything, galaxies, stars, planets, people, you are left with the core principles of reality. Motion. Connection. Evolution. Awareness. These principles live through you. Your thoughts are gravitational patterns of neurons. Your emotions are energy flowing in a curved landscape. Your choices ripple outward like gravitational waves. Your relationships are orbits of meaning. Your memories are structures shaped by time. You are not separate from the universe, you are its continuation. You are not insignificant, you are a vessel of awareness. You are not temporary, you are a link in the chain of cosmic becoming. You are not here by accident, you are here because the universe insists on unfolding. Gravity teaches that you are the universe expressing itself in first person. Gravity and the nearing horizon of this story. We have covered almost everything. The science. The philosophy. The metaphors. The emotional truth. The cosmic narrative. The human reflection. Now we stand at the final threshold of the story. Ahead lies the conclusion. A synthesis of everything we've learned. A last deep breath before the ending. A final look at gravity not as physics, but as poetry. The poetry of existence itself. Gravity has shaped the universe. The universe has shaped you. And now, you shape the meaning of all of it. The story is almost complete. But it has one more chapter. A final ascent. As we approach the final horizon of this cosmic journey, gravity begins to reveal something deeper than science, deeper even than philosophy. It shows us the intimate connection between existence and identity, between the vastness of the cosmos and the smallness of human life, between forces that operate across billions of light-years and the quiet moments of awareness inside the human mind. In this chapter, we examine gravity not as a celestial mechanism, but as the story of how the universe becomes conscious of itself. Gravity and the ancient dialogue between matter and meaning. From the moment the universe began, matter and meaning have been intertwined. At first, there was only energy, pure, unshaped, wild. Then gravity began its slow, patient work, gathering energy into particles, particles into atoms, atoms into clouds, clouds into stars, stars into elements, elements into worlds, worlds into life, life into consciousness, consciousness into meaning. Meaning did not arrive suddenly, it accumulated like stardust. Every moment of understanding, every spark of curiosity, every act of love, empathy, or imagination is built on an unbroken chain of gravitational events stretching back to the dawn of the universe. Gravity teaches that meaning is the final product of cosmic evolution. Gravity and the fragility of light. Light travels unstoppably across the void. Yet it bends around massive objects, twists under the influence of gravity, and stretches as the universe expands. Light is both unstoppable and vulnerable. Human experiences mirror this paradox. Hope persists even in darkness. Yet hope can be bent by fear, dimmed by loss, stretched by uncertainty, transformed by memory. And yet, through it all, the light continues. Gravity teaches that resilience does not mean being unaffected, it means continuing despite distortion. Gravity and the great responsibility of awareness. The moment consciousness appeared in the universe, something extraordinary happened. The cosmos gained the ability to reflect on itself. Stars do not question their purpose. Galaxies do not contemplate their destiny. Black holes do not wonder about their origins. But you do. You carry awareness that has taken billions of years to assemble. And that awareness comes with responsibility. To protect life. To nurture possibility. To preserve the delicate environments that allowed consciousness to emerge. To shape the future rather than simply drift toward it. Gravity teaches that conscious beings hold the torch of cosmic continuity. Gravity and the human journey toward self-understanding. Understanding the universe is, in a sense, understanding yourself. Not in a poetic metaphor, but in a literal, physical truth. Your atoms belong to stars. Your molecules belong to oceans. Your thoughts belong to the complex architecture shaped by billions of years of cosmic evolution. When you learn about gravity, you learn about the force that gathered your body. When you learn about stars, you learn about the furnaces that built your bones. When you learn about galaxies, you learn about the environment that shaped your home. When you learn about consciousness, you learn about the universe's most intricate creation, your mind. Gravity teaches that self-understanding is cosmic understanding. Gravity and the cosmic patience of becoming. The universe builds slowly. Stars take millions of years to ignite. Planets take billions to form stable environments. Life evolves over vast, unimaginable timescales. Consciousness emerges only after countless cycles of change. Becoming is slow. Human lives often feel rushed, fragmented, pressured by expectations, time, and uncertainty. But growth follows. Cosmic rhythms, not human impatience. You are not behind. You are not late. You are not unfinished. You are becoming, at the pace of the universe that created you. Gravity teaches that patience is the true speed of evolution. Gravity and the pull toward connection. Connection is not optional in the universe. Matter connects to matter. Stars gather into clusters. Galaxies bind into webs. Planets orbit stars. Moons orbit planets. Light bends around mass. Time flows differently depending on gravitational fields. Everything is interconnected. Nothing exists alone. Human beings feel this in their bones. The need to belong. To be understood. To love. To experience life with others. This is not a psychological quirk. It is cosmic programming. Gravity teaches that connection is the fundamental law of existence. Gravity and the deep mystery of why consciousness exists. Many scientists claim consciousness is an accident of evolution. But the universe does not produce accidents on cosmic scales. Consciousness requires stars, planets, atmospheres, liquid water, organic chemistry, billions of years of evolution, and an environment stable enough for complexity to arise. Consciousness is rare. Consciousness is precious. Consciousness is fragile. Consciousness is cosmic. Gravity teaches that consciousness is the universe's most improbable, and most meaningful, creation. Gravity and the recognition of your place in the universe. At this point, everything becomes clear. You are not insignificant. You are improbable. You are not small. You are necessary. You are not a spectator. You are a participant. You are not separate from the cosmos. You are the cosmos, awakening. All the light you have ever seen. All the thoughts you have ever had. All the emotions you have ever held. They exist because gravity set the foundations long before you existed. You are a chapter in the universe's story. A line of consciousness written in stardust. A bridge between energy and meaning. Gravity teaches that you are the universe in motion. Gravity and the threshold before the final chapter. We stand now at the edge of the ending. A quiet boundary before the final revelation. We have followed gravity from the Big Bang. Through the birth of stars. Through the formation of galaxies. Through the emergence of planets. Through the rise of life. Through the awakening of consciousness. Through the search for meaning. Only one chapter remains. The story of what gravity ultimately says about life, purpose, destiny. And the fate of every conscious being wandering through this cosmic ocean. The next part is the final ascent. The last horizon. The closing arc of the entire creation story. As we reach the final horizon of this journey, a journey that began with gravity as a simple force and ended with gravity as the pulse of existence, we find ourselves standing in a place far deeper than science. Far broader than philosophy, and far more personal than we ever expected. This is the moment where the story of the universe converges with the story of your life. Where the laws that shaped galaxies help illuminate the path ahead. Where the ancient force that built worlds offers its final message. And that message is not about physics. It is about being. Gravity and the cosmic truth of belonging. From the moment you were born, you entered a world shaped entirely by gravity. Not only physically, but emotionally, socially, spiritually. Gravity pulls things together. So do we. We gravitate toward people who make us feel understood. Toward dreams that ignite our imagination. Toward places where we feel at home. Toward ideas that expand our awareness. Toward stories that remind us who we are. The universe pulls matter into stars. And humans pull meaning into their lives. This is not coincidence. It's symmetry. Gravity teaches that to exist is to belong. Gravity and the courage to continue. Life, like the cosmos, is full of collisions. Events that reshape everything. Moments that fracture our trajectory. Experiences that collapse one era and begin another. Stars survive collisions by becoming brighter. Galaxies survive collisions by becoming larger. Black holes survive collapse by becoming deeper. You survive by becoming more than you were before. Gravity teaches that resilience is written into the fabric of the universe. You are built from matter that has endured explosions, journeys across light years, collisions with other atoms, transformations inside stars, and billions of years of cosmic evolution. You are made of survival, gravity, and the meaning of your story. If consciousness is the universe aware of itself, then your story, the one you are living right now, is a continuation of the cosmic narrative. Every fear you have ever felt, every joy you have ever experienced, every choice you have ever made, every moment that shaped you, is part of the universe's attempt to understand itself through you. Your perspective is not trivial. It is unique in all of time. There has never been a consciousness exactly like yours. And there will never be one again. You are not a copy. You are not a repetition. You are a singular event in cosmic history. Gravity teaches that your existence is original. Gravity and the final illumination of purpose. Purpose is not something given. Purpose is something revealed. Not through instruction, but through experience. Through curiosity. Through relationships. Through challenge. Through desire. Through the quiet moments when the universe whispers through your intuition. Purpose is not a destination. It is a direction. A gravitational pull on your inner world. It draws you toward what matters. Connection. Expression. Growth. Impact. Awareness. Love. Gravity teaches that purpose is the pull that shapes your inner orbit. Follow that pull, and the trajectory of your life becomes coherent. Gravity and the echo that outlives you. Even after stars die, their light continues traveling through the universe, crossing galaxies, illuminating distant worlds, touching places the stars themselves will never see. Human lives work the same way. The kindness you show, the ideas you share, the values you embody, the love you give, continue long after your time here ends. In the memories of others, in the changes you inspire, in the story of human evolution, in the consciousness that follows you. Your life is a gravitational wave, rippling outward forever. Gravity teaches that your impact exceeds your lifetime. Gravity and the tenderness of the human earth. After traveling through galaxies, after contemplating supernovae and black holes, after exploring the cosmic web and the far future of spacetime, we return, finally, to Earth. This small, fragile, blue world. A place warmed by a gentle star. With oceans that cradle life. Air that carries breath. Soil that carries memory. And a sky full of stories. Gravity made this home possible. Not by force, but by balance. Just enough pull to keep the atmosphere from drifting away. But not so much that life cannot rise. Earth is not random. It is a masterpiece of gravitational tuning. And you live here. You belong here. You are part of this world. Shaped by its elements. Nurtured by its ecosystems. Connected by its gravity. Gravity teaches that home is not where we are, it is what sustains us. Gravity and the last threshold. Now we stand at the final boundary. We have followed gravity from the birth of the universe, to the collapse of stars, to the structure of galaxies, to the emergence of planets, to the evolution of life, To the awakening of consciousness. To the search for meaning. Only one truth remains. A truth gravity has been whispering since the beginning. Gravity's final message: you are the universe, becoming aware. You are made of atoms forged in stars. You are held together by gravity. You think with a brain shaped by evolutionary pressures rooted in cosmic physics. You feel emotions shaped by ancient survival mechanisms. You create meaning shaped by consciousness the universe has spent billions of years preparing. You are the cosmos experiencing itself as a human moment. You are not separate. You are not small. You are not insignificant. You are not temporary. You are the continuation of everything that came before. You are the ancestor of everything that will come after. You are the memory of the universe, made alive. You are the gravity of your own story. And when you look up at the stars tonight, remember, they are not above you. They are within you. They are your family. Your origin. Your legacy. Your destiny. The universe is not out there. It is here. In your mind. Your heart. Your breath. Your awareness. Gravity shaped the cosmos. But consciousness, the awareness inside you, gives it meaning. And that is the final revelation. The story of the universe is your story. And it continues forever.